quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Shankland. I'm back here with Chessable. I just released a brand new course, the Chess Calculation Workbook, that I hope everyone will check out. But that's also not the only reason I'm here today. I did a couple Endgame masterclasses last month after doing the video for Endgame.
Hello everyone and welcome. We started with 16 grandmasters. We are down to 8 players. And chat, what an exciting preliminaries we've had. Fighting, entertaining, combative chess, and the bracket that we've set ourselves up with. I don't even have any words to say, because first we are going to have, well, generations clash between each other, if I can say. We've got two of the world's best players fighting against each other. We've got our young prodigies playing with each other before the generations have a clash, well, with each other. If that made any sense, but let's bring up our brackets one time and take a look at where we are before we continue with the pre-show. Now, this is what it's at. One bracket, we've got Magnus versus Levon, two big heavyweights, two classical players playing each other. Vincent versus Pragg, two teenagers playing each other. Hans Niemann takes on Liem. Both players have quite a bit of experience in this format. And then once again, two prodigies face each other. Also, if we see the way the brackets are designed, eventually Magnus or Levon will play against either Vincent or Pragg, and the winner of Hans and Liem will face the winner of Christopher Yu and Arjun Erigaisi in the semifinals. Lots of excitement coming up. I'm going to just pull up chat, and to talk all things Julius Baer Generation Cup, we've got a special guest joining us, and today with us is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, welcome.
Thank you so much, Tania. Always good to be with you, and you've been doing a great job, so it's fun watching, and I'm glad to be on the show.
I am so happy to have you here with us. But first, where even are you, Maurice? Because I'm looking at your background and it looks like you're straight out of the Oscars or something right now. Very shiny stuff. I love it. Where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, just enjoying the sunshine, the beach. The sun rises in the morning over the Atlantic. I don't want to make you jealous. Of course I do. You know how we go. Yeah, I'm at home.
I've been following your Instagram. I keep seeing your photographs of these beautiful sunsets. And now I see this amazing wall at your place. I can see that you're living the good life. Maurice, what have you been busy with? Tell us.
Well, I took off 2022 from commentary so that I could do a lot of content creation. So I've come out with a Chessable course, Secrets of Chess Geometry. Super excited about that. And it's been doing very, very well. And so been promoting that quite a bit. I've also completed a children's book that's now concluded in the hands of my publishers, will be coming out next year. So that I'm excited about. And I'm working on a book right now, which would be more of an adult book, sort of chess meets life type of book. So it's been really about content creation as I've gotten a little time, a little space. You know how it is, the commentary grind gets pretty difficult to manage with other projects as well. So I just had to take off 2022, I should say. I decided to take it off from commentary in order to do these other projects.
Exciting stuff. Chad, I'm gonna request the mods if they can maybe pin Maurice's course or give out the link for it. The Secrets of Chess Geometry. We know how important that is in our calculation, so definitely check that out, chat. Now, Maurice, you mentioned that you've been taking a bit of a break from commentary, focusing on these other projects. But everything that's been going on in the chess world, I mean, it's kind of hard to disconnect from that.
Well, I'm a fan, and I'm going to stay a fan. I've been playing this game over 4 decades now, so you know I want to know what's going on. I had to tell you, this is crazy. We have had crazy scandals in chess before, no question about it, but this has just gone to a completely different level. When you've got Elon Musk tweeting about sex toys in chess, I mean, no, this is just a level we have never ever seen. And I'm sort of happy that I'm not in the middle of all of it, just being able to sit back and watch. But I've been dragged into it because people are asking me for interviews, my views on things. And as someone who's been around, one of the OGs, I feel like it's important for us to take a proper perspective on everything that's happening.
Yeah, I can't imagine something absolutely crazy like this happens in the chess world and you will not be somewhere talking about it, because just your insights and your perspective on things is always fascinating to hear, Maurice. Now, chat, I didn't bring this up and he did, so I'm just going to ask Maurice, what's your take on the whole beads situation and the likelihood of that as a method for anything?
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? Like, it's ridiculous. And it's the age we live in. We live in a social media era where anything crazy will be taken, amplified, run with as much as possible. And that's where we are. It's sad that our royal game, our beautiful game that is about artistry, that is about technique, that's about careful study, and about young prodigies wanting to rise to the top. That this game has been dragged into the mud by these kind of speculations, accusations, and frankly, paranoia. And it's, for me, that's sad to see. It's bad that a 19-year-old is suffering under the weight of the entire world coming down on him, whatever he has done in the past and whatever he may be doing. But it's even terrible for the game itself. I mean, this is a game that we want to show to the world, showcase to the world, is a beautiful game. It's something that everybody should be playing. And instead, we're getting bizarre storylines like this one.
So I can tell that you're not of the belief that no publicity is bad publicity. This, you're saying, is bad for the image of chess.
Well, I do believe that it's great to have publicity and sometimes controversy, no question about it. It's good to get attention. But this type of attention, yes, I think it is problematic. It's not only the idea that, okay, maybe it's Hans that cheated. People want to point a finger. The reality is, I've heard words bandied out by very strong players about other young players who they have heard leaked information have also cheated. So suddenly you're going to sully potentially the reputation of all the young promising players who are coming up. Are they playing clean moves, or have they done things themselves? That's not where we want to be. Not only that, Magnus himself has now come under fire for not saying anything, for maybe potentially just dropping a bomb in the middle of a hall and then walking out and saying, I'm not going to speak. So people are even attacking the integrity or at least credibility or even the manhood of our greatest ambassador. I don't want to see stuff like that happen. That means it's out of control. I mean, somebody needs to step in. Magnus needs to clarify matters. He's not just the strongest player in the world, he's also the most powerful player in the world. He's the biggest voice in chess, and he needs to settle things down, as well as FIDE, who now we've heard, they've come out and said, we will be saying something as well. The adults in the room have to speak up, not the 19-year-olds and the kids. The adults in the room have to speak up and settle all this because it's gotten way out of hand.
We did have Magnus giving an interview yesterday where he mentioned that he will be finally giving a statement at the end of the tournament. So this coming week, we'll hear something definitive from him, as well as Emil Sutowski, who said that FIDE will also be coming out with a statement. So as you mentioned, that the big boys will be speaking on the matter soon. Maurice, but there's also this angle of cheating being a big issue in chess. Now, Hans and Magnus are in the middle of it, but it also seems like it's something that needs to stop. It is a prevalent and a relevant problem, with online chess becoming a very, very big core part of the chess world. Its future is at stake. And it is a gray area because, once again, to prove that somebody's cheated, it's not so easy in the chess world. We're not going to get into the discussion of why it's not easy. Everybody already knows about this. We've spoken so much about it. But if the world champion you yourself mentioned, he's a great ambassador to the sport, he has his suspicions, he's created these speculations. Hans has admitted to cheating in the past. How many times he's done it? Has it been more than twice? Did OTB cheating happen or not? Yes, it's all very murky right now till it's spoken out, but this conversation needed to be had. Now, Magnus had one route to keep it private or to take it public. Whether we agree right, wrong, the path that he's chosen, was it wrong of him to withdraw from the Siegfried Cup? Was it wrong of him to throw away a point in this tournament and in effect also, had a lot of issues for the other players because of doing that? It affects the whole tournament. He's faced the heat for that. He's faced the backlash for that. But that's the path that he's chosen to, stand up against what he believes is wrongdoing in the chess world. So would this conversation also eventually not lead to the greater good of disincentivizing cheating in a big way? Don't do this is the message here. Absolutely.
You made a lot of points there. And I think that is a reality. Years ago, Danny Wrench of chess.com told me that he thinks online tournament chess is the future. And I said to him, you know, your problem is going to be cheating. Now, okay, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, right? What a great insight, genius. Well, clearly that is going to be a potential problem because you can't monitor it as well. And now we've seen the chickens come home to roost. It is something that we have sort of kept under the rug, pretended maybe didn't exist. Maybe all the players will be honest, have highest integrity. No, they're not going to check their engines somehow surreptitiously. Now you're seeing that it's not just one player. We know for a fact, you and I know, and all the people behind the scenes know, it's not just one player. There are a number of players who have been accused in the past. People have been banned. People have had to admit their names have not maybe come out in the public, names that I don't know myself. But there have been these accusations. There have been people who have been caught. And so this is an issue, not just online, but also over the board. Let's be clear. We've seen it happen in both cases. Chess is an information game. You don't even have to give a grandmaster the exact move. You don't need to tell us the move. Just tell me there's a move. And I'm going to look for something special because it's not that hard to scan the board. Just a wink and it's all the information you need. So we're in this very serious era for chess. Baseball faced it during the steroid era. There are asterisks next to all these records now because players were using steroids at the time. Now chess is in this particular cheating era, but it's very difficult to wonder how you put the genie back in the bottle.
And if it's not contained, you sort of end up like where cycling is, right? Where it's just been sort of the narrative becomes about, well, unfair practices, doping. The whole sport gets covered in that. So until and unless serious drastic steps are taken, the conversation is started and put a stop to whatever, if somebody's convicted of cheating and there is proof, whatever it means, banning, suspension, all of that. Otherwise, it just becomes a very difficult place for this for the sport to be in. Maurice said, it's a terrible place, right? When that the only discussion is around whether a player, a top level player, cheated or not. I want to ask you, you did catch Magnus's interview from yesterday.
I did.
And one of the things which really took us by surprise was the mention of Maxim Dlugy in it. I mean, that's a name that just, it was not something that was even in the radar of this whole conversation, at least for myself. And what did you make of that? And I know you probably know Maxim Dlugy a little bit because I think he's been in St. Louis a couple of times as well.
What do you mean? Maxim Dlugy, a New York grandmaster, was former world junior champ, played against Max. He and I tied for first in the Game 10 U.S. Championships one year, had a big playoffs where he beat me both games to take the title. I know Max. Max is a serious Blitz player as well. To have another name enter into this just adds to the intrigue. Why are these names being bandied about? I think that Magnus has sort of opened Pandora's box. It's now out. I don't know that he realized that it would get this insane. And Magnus is simply one of the greatest sportsmen in our game. We've seen him resign games that someone disconnects, and he decides, no, I don't want to win like that. I want to win fair and square. He has shown himself to have fantastic integrity, and he wants the game to be clean. He wants victories to be correct. So it's clear that something is bothering him, and that's why he's acting the way he is. But it is currently insufficient what he's doing. As I said, he's the most powerful player in the sport, the most powerful voice in the sport, the greatest ambassador of our game. Everything he says has the kind of weight that's triple time for anything anybody else says. And I could name the best names, the top names, including Garry Kasparov. And Magnus's next sentence, people are going to say, so what's the deal, Magnus? People are going to want to hear. So he has a responsibility to say something or to do something to really deal with the Pandora's box that he's opened. And it's however he's going to do it. He wants to do it after the tournament in some kind of way, but he has to recognize that whatever he does, people are going to respond to, and the weight of chess's reputation is on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, he is the world champion, and with that comes a lot of accountability, responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, and that's what it is. But I want to talk a little bit more about your opinion on the whole Maxim Dlugi thing, because really that's the only thing that Magnus threw out in the interview yesterday. Otherwise, it was more on the fact that he confirmed he will be giving a statement after the tournament, and people are free to speculate, draw their conclusions, but his own statement will come later on. Now, Maxim Dlugi is also somebody who, in fact, played a very key role in calling out one of the biggest cheaters that we've seen in chess over the last decade. Ivanov Borislav, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, but there was this whole incident around it. But Maxim Dlugi also has a reputation. He's been banned from chess.com earlier. Now, what the reasons are, I'm not 100% sure, but we can again speculate that most probably it has to do with fair play. And the thing that struck me, Maurice, and I want your opinion on this, at the St. Louis Sinkfield Cup, right? In an interview, Hans was asked about who his trainer and coach is. And this is the first thought I had, that he never mentioned a name. He said he would rather keep it private, and the reason for that is he wants to protect the privacy and all of that. I'm not really sure what the reasoning was, but he never gave out a name. And now Magnus comes out and says that Magnus Dlugi, who has a reputation that precedes him, is his mentor. Do you think there's a connection there?
You know, you used a lot of words. I went back and forth about speculation, not sure about this, not sure about that. Tania, I'm gonna say, I don't feel it's correct for anyone to basically say anything about a player, a coach, without any sort of proof. I am not going to sit and besmirch the reputation of anyone. There is what's in Magnus's head is in his head. He needs to bring it out for us to hear. Unless there's proof, we're putting scarlet letters on anyone and everyone we choose. And all you need to do is bring up a name, right? All I need to do is toss out a name and say, hey guys, what about this? Maybe you should think about this person. And suddenly they're defending themselves. I could bring up any name, people who are like pristine reputations. I'm not even going to say a name, but if I said a name where you go, nope, not that guy. But if I said maybe, then all of a sudden the Twitterverse goes crazy. It's just not fair. Without proof, we should not be castigating folks. We should not be their judges and executioners. It's just not right. It's chess we're talking about. And now we are simply sullying anyone we want to. That can't happen. That can't happen. We need to shut this down. And unless we have proof, we can't be talking about it.
How do you then suggest one shuts this down? I mean, how is that even possible? Then you stop having the conversation and talking about cheating in chess, which has been proven, which exists in prize money tournaments. How do you shut it down without having a street fight about it?
Listen, the adults have to show up. The adults have to show up. Magnus, as I said, most powerful voice. He can clean this up a certain kind of way. FIDE, they can clean this up a certain kind of way. The national federations, the people in charge have to step in and say huge things about what they're going to do procedurally, what they believe is happening. That's where it starts. Everybody's going to say whatever they want, but it's the people who are in charge of our sport is we're making sure that everyone understands that any kind of malfeasance is going to be dealt in a certain fashion. That's where it is. That's their responsibility, no question about it. And we need to support that. We need to call for that. Otherwise, everybody has an opinion. Everyone's going to write stuff. And then you have a 19-year-old. I mean, this kid is younger than my son, right? My son's a 20-year-old. I know what is going on in the mind of my 20-year-old right now. He's looking to figure out what's going on in his life. He's not sure about this or that. And I'm advising him, you're dealing with a 19-year-old. We're not talking about somebody who can't even drink alcohol in the US, right? Barely old enough to vote. You can't just pile on him without being responsible. You just can't. And I think that we need to have responsible voices speak up and make it very clear that they're dealing with it the right way. And yes, the cheating is going on, not just with him, How are we handling that? How are the powers that be handling this situation?
So right now, what I can make out is that you are quite critical of the way it's been approached. And until, well, you have a clear statement is what you're asking out for. You're saying, Magnus, come out and give us what you've got on this, because it's really affecting a 19-year-old talent. And until you've got that, this is just a witch hunt.
Witch hunt is a very good phrase. That's what's going on. And as far as what Magnus has, I'm not sure Magnus has anything. I'm just saying that he needs to make more of a statement than he has. That's all. He just needs to make a clearer statement, something that doesn't have us all speculating as to what's going on. I mean, if Roger Federer came out, he's retired now, but let's say he came out on a tennis court and and somebody served, he returned the serve, put his racket down and walked off and then hinted something. I mean, the whole world would go insane. Like, why did you do that, Roger? Like, what's going on, right? If LeBron James and the Lakers did the same thing, they came out, they tipped the ball and they walked off and then hinted something. Whoa, the world would explode. It's just not proper procedure. Something has to be done. And in charge would be in basketball, it would be the commissioner of basketball would have to step in, right? The NBA would have to step in. So what's going on right now, we need to deal with it. In this case, FIDE definitely has to step in and say what's going to happen. So until we get those powerful voices.
This whole situation is out of FIDE's control, right? In the way that it's happening on these private platforms. They see what's happening and they mentioned they will be giving out a statement because it's blown so out of proportion that of course they've stepped in and having these talks with everybody involved. But at the end of it, whether it's chess.com or chess24, these are private platforms where all of this is happening.
I agree. All right, well, hold on. The St. Phil Cup was an international event that was under FIDE's auspices, right? It was rated by FIDE. So that was the starting point. The secondary point now is online things, which FIDE is a part of as well. They have their own online forum. Nevertheless, they are the biggest voices. Now, it is true that these private companies are doing what they're doing. The International Chess Body has to investigate that as well. I don't think they don't have a right to comment. They should be commenting on that as well. And these private companies have a responsibility too. They cannot just lay out sort of, middle of the road tweets about what's going on or what they have and then leave it at that. That's not going to fly right now. It really is a space for us where we need greater clarity, greater responsibility, because lives, not just this 19-year-old, lives, careers are going to be affected.
Yeah, and it's sort of whichever way this blows over and however this is resolved, in many ways, this is going to stick with Hans for a long time. And to me, it's been incredible to even see him come and play chess at this level against these guys. I mean, we know what it takes to play a game of chess, and this is a whole different league you're talking about.
I couldn't do it. This would be devastating. How do you focus when every single move is being scrutinized? Every single move, no matter what you do. Today I looked at one of my games. I just happened to remember a game of mine from the early 90s. And it came to my mind because I was thinking about something else. And I looked at the game. It was a really nice game. And my last 15 moves were engine approved. #1 move, every single move, right? It wasn't like it was the most genius of moves, let's say that, but it was pretty good moves. They were nice moves. They were the last 15 in a row. Now, if you play those moves today, people go, oh, it's all first moves. It's 1992. We didn't have engines to speak of, right? But you can't do that now without people going, I wonder if and what and both is going on. This is where we are, where genius is questioned. We used to just be so proud and wondrous of great play. Now everything is scrutinized that maybe it's being telegraphed or communicated in other kind of way. Yesterday, Hans played Bishop E2 against Levon, right? Bishop E2. It's not even one of the engine's top 5 moves. And people are going a tizzy. What was that about? Is he trying to fake or not? What the heck? People can't just play chess. How can you just play chess now in an environment like this? So it's a shame that this has been the case, that this is what's front and center. But and I think it's necessary that we rein it in with as much of the top powers coming in and making us all a bit more confident that our game is not just going to be sullied.
I'm just, ever since this whole thing has started, the one thing that comes to mind, which is so difficult to answer, Maurice, and I'm wondering what's your take on this, that in general, this is a general question, right? Not about whether Hans did it, he didn't do it, Magnus right or wrong. Why do people cheat? I mean, what is it that makes them cheat? It's just, I get it. I get that expression. You're like, wait, the prize money, it's an incentive, right? But I mean, the downside of it, what comes off it, it just outweighs anything. It's just so hard to even imagine what are the temptations? What does one get out of it? How do you explain? Because I feel that some people on principle would not even consider it a thing. It wouldn't even come to their mind. It's just the way they work. But then there are some people clearly who it's acceptable to. What do you think happens there? How does this work?
I don't understand the question. I mean, you're not 19 years old, okay? I mean, no, we know people like, why do people kill each other, right? Why people literally stab people in the back? It's human. There's a percentage in human nature.
This is a chess game online, Maurice. This is, I mean, you're not becoming a better player. You're not getting any respect. You yourself don't know where you're headed. Is it just money? Is it just money? Is that the temptation here?
No, there's ego. There's the desire to look good. There's the capacity to embarrass someone at the end of the line. Listen, I remember when I played a game in a tournament many years ago. Again, I played a game in a tournament where I was calculating a certain position. My opponent was away from the board, and I was calculating this position, and I inverted the move order, and my move was terrible. To switch the move order was wrong, but I was thinking I play this, then I play this, then I play this, and instead of playing move 1, I touched the piece to play move 2. My opponent was not at the board. My hand is on the piece. I go boom, and now I realize that I've like mauled the piece. My hand is on the piece. I let go of the piece, and I look at it and I go, what the heck did I just do? I just touched the piece. What did I do? I moved the piece. That's what I did. I moved the piece that I touched because those are the rules. And I wasn't going to, I might lose the game, which I ended up losing, but that's the fact. You have honor for the game. You respect the game. Now, there are others who will be like, no, nobody's around. I can get away with this. But the people are incentivized.
I mean, think about it. The incentive to just, well, you're mentioning that, to look a certain way for ego pride, but what comes, the cost that comes out of it? I mean, if you do a cost benefit analysis there, doesn't make sense.
Well, I think when you think, first of all, you expect a lot of people who do weird things or do wrong things to be really smart. Like a lot of people who mess up are not too bright as to thinking about consequences. And secondly, if you think you can get away with it, then you can imagine them doing it, saying, I'm going to get away with this. So now I think it is great to see that this is a huge social response to something like this, to say, no, we don't accept this kind of behavior. It is not what we want to see from not just young people or from anyone. So that, I think we all know, is what would have happened anyway once you get found out. So I'm not surprised that somebody has done it, that people have done it, that different people have been caught doing it. I think it's a part of the dark side of human nature that things like this will happen.
And that's the point. If it is the dark side, and maybe some people can make sense of it and get tempted to do it, hopefully this sort of a situation, someone like Magnus, well, if he says something and if it comes to fruition in any way, one of the things will be that hopefully people will see that cheating is just bad. What you put your repetition, your entire, just the fact that, let's say Hans admitting that he did something at 12 or 16, it's something that will always make people question him. He might be clean for the rest of his life, but it's not worth it. And that conversation happening, I think it was, especially in the computer era, when this is easy to do, it's very important, Maurice.
Very important. Very important. Again, that's why folks like us have a big responsibility when we speak out. Folks like FIDE, huge responsibility. Magnus, as I said, the greatest ambassador of our sport, he has a big responsibility to just be the adults in the room and make sure that we approach this with an even mind and respect the game first and foremost.
I think that's a great note to wrap this conversation up. It's funny, on these pre-shows, we get so into these discussions and sort of talking about all that's going on, that time just flies. And Maurice, we're 4 minutes to lift off. And quickly, before I let you go, I want to ask you, we finished our preliminaries. What for you has been more impressive? With all the drama going on, Magnus bulldozing his way through and keeping his cool, or the fact that the 5 teenagers of the tournament, the 5 young players, the young blood of the tournament, all of them make it to the quarterfinals?
This tournament has had so much in it. It's super exciting. Watching Magnus play like a boss, that's been extraordinary, despite having given away 3 points after only 1 move. Come on, the guy's a legend, and he's keeping his storyline going. These youngsters, what? 5 of them out of 8? What? Come on. We've seen stuff that is the passing of the torch. It's happening, as Magnus himself has said. And watching the legends, Chucky, show up and do his thing. It was so exciting. Gelfand going in there and swinging some punches. That was certainly a treat to see as well. And I'm going to say special shout out to Christopher Yu. The youngster is playing like a gangster. He's got a future. He's showing some heart. His first time out qualifying, you know how hard it is ahead of people like Anish Giri. The kid is showing his stripes. It's an exciting tournament, and I can't wait to see the rest of it.
Peter and I were so impressed with Christopher's performance. Not just the result, not just the fact that he made it through to the quarterfinals. I mean, that itself, his first outing at the Champions Chess Tour. But he beat Anish on the way. He beat, I think, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He just some big wins and fantastic quality of play.
He goes for it. That's what I like about his style. He's like, let's go. It's party time. Like he doesn't mess around. Win or lose. Yeah, he's definitely a baller. But I'm impressed by all the youngsters, frankly, and watching your country boys. I can't even call them men, right?
You can't call them boys anymore, Maurice.
I mean, they are extraordinary, and we're all just watching in awe as they continue to rise and show that they belong at the top of world chess.
We've got a big day of quarterfinals coming up, and I see Peter's joining us. So Maurice, let's bring him on. And it would have been so nice to have more time to chat with you about all this. And thank you so much for coming and expressing your views.
My pleasure. And as always, I enjoy watching the two of you. Peter, you know I'm a big fan. And Tania, we go way back as well. So keep up the great work, guys. We'll be watching. I'll be watching for sure.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
Thanks a lot, Maurice. Yes. Hello, Tania. Yeah, welcome. It's always such a big pleasure to listen to you, Maurice. Yeah, and it was nice that finally you also got to talk about Christopher. Yeah, just not only about the Magnus Hans affair.
Yes, we got a lot of young players who are doing well, and it's only fair that they get to shine as well.
100%. And today is their day. Maurice says all 5 of them make it to the quarterfinals. Thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to tweets as well once the statements are out.
All right. Take care.
Bye. Generation have made it to the quarterfinals. You know, we've been talking about the changing of the guard when these youngsters, well, at regular intervals, pretty much, it's not far and few anymore, are just beating these top guys and, well, really there with them, giving them a big fight. It's happening all the time. Peter, is the new wave here? It's arrived?
Yes, definitely it has arrived. actually, with all the dramas in the last round, we missed out that Vincent missed 2 wins against Magnus. Yeah, so actually, even in that game, Vincent played extremely well. He lost that game. Finally, Magnus managed to get out of danger. But it just shows that, yeah, these kids are extremely dangerous. Now the big question that suddenly there is this prestige duel between Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa. I mean, it's a very interesting take how they will approach this game. I mean, how they will approach this match, yeah, because it's 4 games match. Yeah, this is something different. I feel that maybe Pragg has some kind of an advantage here because he has so much more experience. Yeah, he has played all those matches against the very big boys, the heavyweights, and he has done fantastically well. But yeah, Vincent is definitely looking forward to having a good match against Pragg. And we have this Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, another big angle, right, there between them. Magnus was dominating the preliminaries. Levon just qualified in the very last second with this stunning victory in the very last second against Ivanchuk. And he's there and he has all the chances of eventually knocking out Magnus.
Well, he did. Lev mentioned that, you know, once he makes it to the knockout stages, we can expect the best from him. And also this feeling that when you get lucky to make it through, you feel like, you know, that it's on your side now. Good things are going to happen. And if you survive this, then you're probably going to go far in the race as well. A big game for Levon there. Now, Peter, you were talking about Vincent and Pragg. We've got their opening in front of us. I first want to ask you, I'm guessing you had a conversation with Vincent, as you usually do after the games are over. What were his feelings going into this matchup against Pragg?
Well, I mean, okay, it was still very fresh yesterday evening, right? He was very happy of qualifying. On the other hand, he had this golden opportunity to beat Magnus. Yeah, it was just about one very natural move, yeah, which normally you do automatically. But maybe because it was this big chance against Magnus, he didn't trust himself or whatever. It's of course always difficult to probably imagine that you can beat Magnus. Yeah, you have to get used to this feeling as well. Yeah, because normally you don't really get that chance. In any case, I told him, okay, you should be very happy. You played a wonderful preliminaries. You have now a chance to play a wonderful knockout match. Yeah, against Pragg, who has been incredibly impressive in this whole series. Yeah, I think he's in the 2nd position in the combined standing. And okay, let's challenge him, yeah, basically. And okay, let's see, it's 4 games. It's a completely different matter. I mean, it's not the preliminaries we have where you also had 4 games, but 4 different opponents. Yeah, this is a completely different dynamic. It's a very good experience.
Fantastic experience. And one of the things that really changes in this format is your preparation, because now you can actually just focus on one player, really try to strike where you feel that they're weak. Opening preparations matter a lot. And speaking of that, Peter, what do we make of what we have on the board in front of us? It feels like a reversed Carlsbad structure.
Yes, I mean, it feels like a very quiet affair, to be honest. Yeah, it shows, I mean, it signals to me that Vincent had quite some respect for Pragg's direct preparation. And he decided to do something different. Yeah, he goes d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, e3. I have never seen Vincent do this. Pragg was reacting with c5, and then suddenly, a couple of moves later, we end up in some kind of a reverse Carlsbad structure, where definitely Black has solved his problems. But as we have seen from Magnus, yeah, Magnus very much enjoys playing this kind of structures from both sides, and it's a slow game. Let's wait and see how this will unfold. I believe in the other boards we have more direct action.
Let's jump straight to that, Peter. And which board should we go to? Because we're going to do a quick opening tour and take a look at all our matchups. Where do you want to start with? Should we start with Magnus?
Yeah, let's check out on Magnus's game. To be honest, I have started with this game, but Magnus, as usual, he was maybe a minute too late. And that's why I suddenly jumped to the other game, because that already started. So what do we have here? It's a d4, d5, c4, d takes c4. Queen's Gambit accepted. Levon is playing a lot of that recently. Magnus going for the traditional classical line with e3, bishop takes c4. And we see this a6, bishop e2 move, which is some kind of a fresh choice. I mean, traditionally, people have played millions of moves here. Bishop b3, a4, knight c3 was also a moment. Also, d takes c5 endgame was kind of popular. Now b2, b3 is very popular as well. But Magnus goes bishop e2. And after knight b7, now we transpose after knight c3 to another variation, after which black played b5, d5, takes, bishop b7, takes, a4, b4. And to be honest, this had a reputation that it's slightly tricky for black because you had to destroy your own pawn structure. However, seeing Levon blitzing this out, I believe that he has done his homework and he thinks that at least for a rapid game, there are much more nuances to this position than it meets the eye.
The fact that he's gotten Magnus to go into a bit of a think definitely signals that it's been a prep success for Levon with the black pieces. A very, very sharp opening here. Now, you were talking about the nuances. The one thing that stands out for white is the c4 square that you're pointing out. a4 is played so that black gets provoked to make this move b4. And very often, either the knight can transfer there by knight d2, knight c4, or sometimes even the bishop. There are ideas of moving the rook, going b3, going bishop b2, and that's one way to develop the c1 bishop. Meanwhile, black hasn't castled yet and still requires a few moves to do that. What works in black's favor is that bishop on b7. That's quite a big trump in the position. Also, the queen on f6 can create certain threats along the g file. It's nicely placed, making it very difficult for white to go b3 very soon. Peter, quite a double-edged game so far, and we can expect fireworks in the middle game in this one?
Could easily be. The only reason why I don't really expect fireworks is that Magnus is kind of surprised. Yeah, and if you are surprised, I feel like he will try to play very traditionally. I mean, he might not go for the most critical moves or whatever. He might feel that there is a chance to do something, but he will probably prefer to play it quietly. After all, it's a match. Yeah, it would be a disaster to lose the first game with the white pieces just because you want to punish your opponent's slightly provocative play at all costs. So I'm expecting that Magnus takes his time and then finds a clear direction how he can just play a game without trying to punish, but being safe, and then let's take it from there.
All right, we'll see if Magnus does a safety first approach or decides to mix things up in an already sharp position. Peter, let's continue on our opening tour and let's move on to the next bracket that we've got with Hans Niemann taking on Liem. And Hans starts with the white pieces and just the board that we've jumped into right now. Look at that move, knight c7 check to pick up that bishop on h3. But I see our eval bar disagrees with the white's position and says black is better. And I'm just wondering, where did white's h-pawn go?
Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, otherwise to trade the light square bishop for a knight would be lovely, but white has lost his h3 pawn. And in order to understand what happened, we have to start from the beginning. c4, c5. So basically some kind of a symmetrical English, but not exactly symmetrical because white has already placed his knight on f3. Black goes knight h6, d3, knight f5 castles, d6, queen d2. Kind of a surprising move at first, but this is a very common idea. White wants to protect the knight and prepares to go b3, bishop b2. So there is no big surprise here. However, Liem goes h5, black wants to go h4. So very typically white plays the move h3, and now Liem did something very special. Bishop d7, b3, queen c8, already hinting at, you know what, there is a slight weakness on h3. Let's try to target it. Bishop b2 and knight fd4. And I'm wondering if did Hans simply not miss the move but underestimated that suddenly after knight fd4 he won't have a good way of reacting. Yeah, because h3 pawn is hanging and you can't protect it with king h2, because then after knight takes f3 check you have to take e takes f3, which is a strategical disaster. You don't want to do this. And in this regard, then he probably felt like, okay, let me gamble. Let me just sacrifice this pawn because of knights. Or maybe did he miss that black can take on h3? I can't believe this, but maybe.
I mean, one of the options that stands out in that position is just go h4, no? Or am I missing something after knight d4? h4 can't be all that big a disaster.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not in the spirit. Yeah, and he wanted to play in the spirit of the position. So This allows bishop h3, just trading the bishops, and black is perfectly fine. I'm trying to understand. We missed out how quickly did he play that. Did he really blunder that black can just take on h3, because the justification is takes, and after knight c7 fork, black just plays king d7, and after knight takes 8, black goes h4 and goes on to checkmate white's king, yeah, after opening up the h file.
Knight into d4, we're being told the capture of the knight on d4 was played instantly, but for knight c7, he took a minute. So let's just point that out. That's an interesting, it's very possible that he missed h4, but it kind of also looks like it's hard to imagine to miss this idea of h4. Peter, I don't know what's going to happen here. Will he be able to find enough compensation or not? But let's go to our current position that we have. Lots of moves have been played after losing this pawn on h3. b4, well, white does have these two bishops and a flow of pawn on the queen side. So there's definitely compensation. Plus, black has got this d4 pawn, a double pawn weakness, queen f4, targeting that. Might mean that e5 needs to be played to try to defend that. But he goes knight d7, because bishop d4, you can go e5, and actually it's not possible to pick up the pawn.
Exactly, yeah. Now black will also put his knight on c5. Yeah, it was very important for black to get this a5 move in, just like Magnus in the other position was forcing their black to advance. Now it was white who needed to advance with the pawn, and black will have a lovely c5 square. To my eyes, black is just a healthy pawn up. The big question is that will it be easy to kind of convert it, or there will be real technical issues? Yeah, white plays bishop a3, bishop e5 played, protecting the pawn. So black wants to make sure that his pawn is staying on e6. Yeah, because if, for example, let's say black pushes e5, then it weakens the d5 square. So when black will put the knight on c5, white will even have eventually the chance of just taking, put the bishop on d5, and then white's light squared bishop on d5 would dominate black's bishop on g7. So it was very smart play by Liem, that he made sure that he does not need to push e5. Bishop e5 played, and queen f3, rook b8, rook fb1 on the board.
And we see the Evalbar gives a big advantage to black. Looks like with that extra pawn, it's now a healthy pawn. Not easy, but Peter, practically, it still feels like there's work to be done. White has this really nice bishop on g2, b7, always a weakness. The bishop on a3 also targeting d6. Is the Evalbar underestimating white's ability to create counter chances in this position?
Well, I mean, okay, we will see how big counter chances white can create, yeah, because, okay, white is under pressure, yeah, you are pawn down, yeah, Hans immediately goes for queen c6, and look at this, Liem goes queen d8, what a wonderful move, because after bishop takes d6, he has the move rook c8.
Oh, super nice, and a queen doesn't have a square to defend the bishop, so you actually end up losing the piece. So a really creative way by Liem to defend the pawn on d6. Instead, Hans played f4, targeting that bishop on e5, which also makes a lot of sense, because wait a second, you go rook c8, I come back with my queen to f3, you have to move your bishop, and the d6 pawn is still under fire.
Yes, but actually one of the things I wanted to show even here, that after bishop takes d6, yeah, rook c8 works, it seems to work, but even if not rook c8, just bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, knight c5 would be a lovely strategical idea. Yeah, for example, now we see that the knight will dominate the bishop. The knight is wonderful, attacks the a4 pawn, will later create the chance of going e5, e4, breaking through in the center. And I believe that we are seeing very similar ideas, that after f4, rook c8, now if the white queen comes back, will we see the move bishop f6? And after bishop takes d6, bishop e7, forcing the trade of the dark square bishops, and then getting the knight to c5, and again relying on this monster knight could give very nice advantage for black.
Interesting. So it's not only just about keeping the pawn, but you can transfer this material advantage into a long-term strategic advantage with a good knight, a great knight versus a bishop. that might look pretty but has no targets at all. Meanwhile, if that knight, and we have that similar position here, Peter, the one that you were mentioning, with black's knight, it will find itself on c5, targeting that a4 pawn. Meanwhile, the bishop on g2 doesn't have much to do. Hans trying to create chances here, trying to counteract with getting an f5 blow in so that he can do something on the king side. Peter, we'll come back to this and see how it progresses. Our final matchup between two youngsters, one more time, Arjun Erigaisi up against Christopher Yu. Christopher Yu, all of 15 years, making his debut in the Champions Chess Tour, qualifying. He mentioned it's even beyond his expectation already. For him, it's been such a great experience, this tournament. He counts it as a success already. Meanwhile, Arjun had an interesting tweet. Let's see if we can bring that up, mentioning that he has qualified for the quarterfinals twice in the Champions Chess Tour and then been knocked out. I got eliminated in the quarters the 2 times I played, and this time he hopes to go further. Peter, it might be easy to underestimate Christopher Yu after looking at their rating, thinking about how much experience Arjun might have had in this format. But the way Christopher's played this event so far, you just can't underestimate him.
Of course, absolutely not. But I really believe that Arjun would have given the same tweet if he would have faced Magnus or Levon or whoever, because it just meant that, yeah, actually so far he has always qualified when he played, and then he got knocked out, and he just feels like, okay, he is strong enough to have a better result than that. In this regard, I feel like facing Christopher might not be so simple for Arjun, because it puts some pressure. Yeah, suddenly Arjun is the official favorite. And we already heard yesterday what Christopher said, that he's just so much enjoying playing chess, trying to show his best and not think about the result. In this regard, I feel like he can play without any pressure. He might be the underdog, but it's Arjun who needs to prove that he can really knock Christopher out. Christopher has nothing to lose. I think that it's going to be a very tough fight.
A tough fight. And also, let's remind everyone of the format. We've got 4 rapid games. The players are going to play a mini match of 4 rapid games against each other, 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. If that ends in a 2-2 tie, then they play a Blitz, a 2-game Blitz match immediately after, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If that's a tie as well, then we go on to an Armageddon, where white will have 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes, but white with that extra minute has to win on demand. So a completely different match format from what we've been seeing so far in the event. Bishop f6 on the board. Peter, you can't pick up the knight on a5. The rook on a1 hangs. This one looks like, well, we were talking about Christopher's play so far. With the black pieces, everything looks good. But that e6 pawn, it's sort of worrisome for black a little bit.
Well, in general, white has to have something, yeah, because otherwise black's position is very active. I mean, the bishop on f6, as you mentioned, is wonderfully placed, attacking the rook. Now, the big question is, do you go rook a2, do you go rook b1? Or do you even consider move bishop g5? I don't think that that's possible. So I'm expecting any of these rook moves. But the point is that black has such an active position that he might be able to just give this pawn as well. I mean, for activity. Let's take a look. Okay, without calculating, looking at some concrete lines, very hard to explain. Yeah, rook a2 on the board.
Rook a2 on the board, and the knight has to move. So the
square or you play bishop c3. It's not a given that, because actually you can include bishop c3 nice. If you want.
Bishop c3, I'm just wondering if white can actually go bishop d2. I want to trade off your active bishop, but I'm a little scared about rook f3 stuff. I don't know if it's working.
Yeah, I mean, rook f3 is the point, because I have knight c4 at the end. Like here, I can protect my bishop.
And after rook c2, you still have b5 and everything's under control.
Yeah, but the big question is that after, for example, bishop c3, what happens if you take? I mean, I was assuming that it should be dangerous. First of all, we also have rook takes f3. That's already good enough. Yeah, bishop takes e1, knight takes e1, rook d1, bishop d2, rook d8 is slightly confusing. It might be very good for white, but I mean for black, but still white has a move bishop b4. Then we have to keep on continue calculating takes, rook 8 d5
and a5.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very scary for white. So basically, it's enough reason to acknowledge that after bishop c3, we won't be able to take on a5. And if we have already bishop c3 on the board, correct?
It's on the board. Very nice, Peter. So instead of jumping with the knight, bishop c3, attacking that rook, rook f3 ideas are there. Bishop d2, we are sure doesn't work. Bishop d2, rook takes f3. And that is the end of the line. All right, but then let's just check it one more time. Don't really see anything here for white.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue that with bishop takes c3, you can fight for draw, but since you have to fight for draw, it's not a question. Yeah, you just don't do this. And yeah, Arjun goes rook f1.
He's played it. He goes for rook f1. The only move, if you don't have bishop d2, you don't have b takes a5. So Arjun very quickly calculating all these lines and chooses the move rook f1. The one drawback of bishop c3 potentially could be that now knight c4, could that run into rook c2?
Yes, could. It's still not the end of the line, but yeah, after rook d3, knight e1.
Knight e1 or maybe knight g5, knight e4 might be ideas as well.
Also, yeah, I mean, both moves are, I mean, it's a little bit dangerous from black side to place everything like this, but maybe it's also possible. I mean, the position is very dynamic, but there is maybe no reason to go for it. Yeah, you might have the move of jumping with the knight to b3 and then jumping to d4. The big question is what black is playing for. Yeah, is he trying to shut the game down, or is he trying to go for some complications? That's a very big question.
All right, we'll let Christopher answer that. We'll keep an eye out on this complex endgame. Really interesting stuff with all these tactical dynamics. Peter, let's go back to some of the games. Lots of action has happened. And let's start with the Magnus Levon board. What do we make of this? To me, it looks like black should be fine. White should be fine. The bishop coming on b2, g7 is a target as well. Perhaps a position that neither player needs to worry too much.
Well, I mean, if the bishop really gets to b2, then I think that white could hope for something, yeah, because the pressure on g7 with a more active queen on g3 looks tempting. By the way, you called it out because you mentioned after a4, b4 that white should try to move the rook and then get b3 in. This is exactly what Magnus was trying to get. He opted for rook a2, knight e5, we see Levon immediately jumps with the knight, takes, b3, bishop d6. Yeah, that's one of the key moves that black develops with a tempo. Yeah, I guess this is Levon's idea. f4, queen e7, bishop c4. So Magnus did reach the c4 square, the wonderful c4 square. Castles, he goes queen g4, king h8, getting ready to play the move f5, rook e2, f5, queen g3, and rook a d8 on the board. So basically what Levon is signaling that I can't really do anything on the e file. Let me try to move my bishop somewhere to c7 or b8 and eventually go bishop d5, because if black will be able to eliminate this wonderful, powerful bishop on c4, then actually white's pawn structure on the queen side might be vulnerable. Yeah, and this is what Levon is doing, rook a d8, bishop c7.
So even though one might feel that the bishop on b7 is a big strength to black, putting pressure on g2, but actually it's a lot more strategic for black to trade off this light squared bishop to create weakness on the queen's side. Very interesting. I would be so tempted to keep that bishop, try to get rook d6, rook g6, but Levon going for your idea, Peter, he goes for bishop d5, trading this strong light squared bishop of white as well. And now rook takes d5. Can white go h5? Well, he starts with e4. So first breaking the center, but wait, what is his idea? After f takes e4, you go rook e4 directly.
Exactly, yeah, that's the idea. Otherwise, the trade of the light square bishop would have been fantastic for black, but that was the reason why Magnus did not worry about it, because he had this tactical idea. And the big question is, did actually Levon miss it? Because Levon was blitzing everything out. I mean, one thing we noticed that Levon likes to play from feeling. Yeah, he just relies on his intuition and then let's go, which usually is a very good idea. But playing against Magnus, I mean, Magnus also has a good intuition. It's okay. We do see that Levon is 8 minutes up on the clock. Okay, not anymore, but there was a moment when he was 8 minutes up on the clock. However, I think for Magnus, it's very important that he knows that he has the position under control.
And I think, again, a position with a lot of concrete lines, moves are being blitzed out. So he traded on e4. That's the pawn structure decision taken. And now queen f7 to keep the defense on g7. My first question, what happens if white doubles up on the e file? Rook e1 is the move that comes to my mind because you can't take on f4. Bishop f4 runs into rook f4. g7 is still a big weakness. You get mated. This is game over. And after rook e1, I am threatening a big rook e7. How are you going to fight that? Rook
I guess
d7,
I have to retreat, yeah?
and
I mean, you want some rook e8, yeah?
How did you know, Peter? That's what
Well, I know you, yeah? I know you. You are aggressive, yeah? You want to go rook e8.
But at least you can maybe take, I mean, you can't, let's just show what happens if you take rook e8, for example. You go queen g7 to be even a more fancy, and then rook takes e8 ends in mate.
Yes, this is a wonderful mate.
Wondering after rook e8, maybe you just take it with the queen, no?
Yes, because the rook protects the g7 pawn. So,
beautiful, but doesn't work.
Exactly, beautiful, but doesn't work. The other question is that is a move like bishop, rook fe1, for example. Rook d7 would be a defense. Other one is something to try to get the bishop quickly to the diagonal. Yeah, rook fe1 played.
We're going to find out what
and
answer.
Levon does none of it. He goes bishop d6.
Interesting. Maybe, Peter, what Levon might not, bishop d8, maybe rook e8, but I'm so tempted about this idea, and I'm just wondering what he has in mind for rook e8 now. Well, he defends the f8 rook, and that is the key point of bishop to d6.
Exactly.
Because after rook e8, we had a devious threat of going queen g7, rook f8 mate. But now with this bishop on d6, that's not possible anymore.
Exactly, yeah, that was the justification, and this is the typical way when you are playing the game, you already foresee ideas, yeah, and that's why Levon was not really worried of this opening up the e-file, because he knew that bishop d6 gives him stability, and it's now Magnus's decision. Yeah, we see that according to evaluation, but the position is equal, and that's so basically he might feel that there is something in the position, but there isn't anything, and he's low on the clock. So maybe it's also time for Magnus to give up on his ambitions and be practical.
Okay, Peter, we've got a few more minutes before Crazy Time Scramble starts. So let's do a quick middle game tour this time of all the games. And let's go over to the Vincent Prague board and get an update from you on that one. This is like some opposite reversed Queen's Gambit declined structures.
Exactly, yeah. It's a big strategical battle. I guess it's more or less equal. Yeah, I mean, usually this is the dream position for White's knight on d3, yeah, basically making sure that b2 pawn is very nicely protected and you just keep the structure. But here now there is this psychological twist that Vincent is white, yeah. So basically he feels that he shouldn't do something with his position, and let's see how it will work out. Yeah, sometimes this puts some pressure on the, because if you would just be defending, yeah, then you would be very happy. But if you want to create something, it's a different story. And I think that, okay, because here this is dynamic equality or strategical equality, let's move on. And wow. Liem is in total control against Hans.
I mean, he's just won another pawn, no? He's just picked up a second pawn here. Queen takes d3. But even though he's picked up the second pawn, well, the material is equal, but the whole point is that this d4 pawn is super strong, that knight on c5 and this pawn on d3 was very critical to White's position.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, basically everything worked strategically perfectly. Yeah, the plan of getting the knight to c5, then Hans was trying with e4, yeah, trying to offer the chance of please take on e3. Then after queen takes e3, White will eventually have d3, d4 once the knight lands on c5. So Liem said, thank you very much. Knight c5, e5, and then he breaks with f5. I mean, breaks because he kind of invites the break with, I mean, the trade on with e takes f6, otherwise he will have the chance of breaking later with f5. You can't, I mean, with g5, you can't let that happen. So Hans needed to take rook e1, rook c7, rook e2, and that's how we are getting the position. The h pawn was traded for the d3 pawn. Now rook takes e6, takes. Yeah, Hans goes for the exchange sacrifice. He knows that he's in trouble and he wants to get practical chances.
But are there any, I mean, rook e6, definitely a sign of desperation in the position, but that's what it calls for. A very difficult moment here for white. Rook f4 played, attacking the bishop and the pawn. Peter, this looks busted. Hans is trying to create chances, fight in it, but I don't see any real chance of surviving this one.
Yeah, now that he has to go passive with the bishop, he had to pay attention to the d pawn. Yeah, otherwise bishop d5 would have been so tempting. But probably then black just goes king g7, steps out of the pin, and then starts pushing the d pawn if white collects on b6. So Hans needed to retreat the bishop, and then it's very hard to imagine that this could be enough. But he's trying to get the bishop to d3 and target the g6 pawn. The b6 pawn is about to fall. I do see that according to computer, black is completely winning, kind of, but practically speaking, this is still not over.
All right, well, g6 and b6 pawn, like you're mentioning, under fire. So Liem will have to give up one of them. Peter, there's no nice way of defending the b6 pawn, right? Rook b7 is really not a move that anyone would want to make in this position. So yeah, either king f7 or king g7. King f7, I like hitting the rook. And let's say you go rook b6, you attack the bishop on e2, and bishop d3, you give a check first. King
exactly,
f2.
yeah, to protect the g6 pawn, and then next rook e3 enters. I mean, it looks very nice because
Peter, big update, big update. Sorry, we finish what you were saying here, and then we go to Lev's game immediately.
Yeah, we can go immediately because I just said that the bishop is in trouble, so it looks like a good idea. But what is happening with Magnus? Position is collapsing, right?
Position is collapsing. Levon's just doing what he promised to do. He is a different Levon in the knockout stages. But Peter, you say the position is collapsing. Let's try to understand why. Material still equal, but look at that b4 passer. A very strong pawn. Also the queen on c4, rook on c2, piece activity on point for black here. Meanwhile, white really hasn't managed to create any targets.
Exactly. And also white has a vulnerable king. I mean, of course, black also has a vulnerable king, but the queen on c4 very nicely protects the only vulnerable diagonal. Yeah, the a to g8 diagonal is very nicely under black's control thanks to the queen. And the b pawn is marching. And another problem for for Magnus is that Levon is way up on the clock, has 10 minutes versus Magnus is 1. And Magnus needs to create some cheapos in the position. I mean, some tactical tricks. But I don't yet see them.
The only thing that I would be worried with black here would be some timely f6, and that's the only thing that scares me a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, let's just calculate if we push, for example, b3. No, okay, Levon goes rook c3.
He goes rook c3, so he decides to first hit the queen. That's also a nice move because it needs to stay where it can defend the bishop on f4. And if you go queen g4, is something immediately happening with a pin?
Well, maybe not necessarily immediately, but actually, I mean, f6 is still not like a very big... Ah, wow. Tania is mentioning, yeah, this is a voice of a reason. Yeah, queen g4 is met by queen d4 check. And after the king sidesteps, rook c4 is a very nasty pin.
This is, Peter, there was a feeling, you put your queen and bishop that there should be... I was thinking about h5, but that doesn't work. But queen d4, a nice check with rook c4.
And it's on the board, yeah.
On the board. Levon on fire right now. Queen d4 finds this idea. Rook c4 to follow. And if white's pieces are going to get stuck defending this pin, then black's b pawn just advances. And g3 just weakens the king too much. I mean, queen f2, rook c2, that should be checkmate.
Yeah, you lose the rook also immediately. And yeah, basically it's game over. Yeah, also just b3, b2 is also coming. Yeah, Magnus down to 10 seconds, but the clock is not his biggest problem.
Also, after a move like rook f1, even bishop d6 looks possible.
Yeah, bishop d6 played. Okay, I wasn't 100% sure if we need it, but if it works, now white will play g3. I mean, do we give checkmate? Probably we do give checkmate. Yeah, rook c2 check and then queen e4 looks... I know, Levon just takes on f4.
Levon has a very clear idea and he's not spending any time looking for alternatives. It's almost, and now I think he doubles up on the second rank, and Magnus doesn't even have a check. He's trying to run to the g4 square. He trades everything and now the b pawn will go marching down, but watch out for f6.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Yeah, definitely Levon has
Let's see
Special
what happens.
idea. We see the computer says it's completely finished. So apparently there is a direct way to win. But
can you try to force a queen trade with queen? I was thinking queen e1.
wow, could that be? But then queen f3. Yeah, then I'm coming back.
Oh, it was, yeah. No, then queen c3. Then queen c3.
Oh wow, queen e1. You know, but this is I'm almost speechless. Yeah, if you can force me the trade of queens. But he opted for queen d7. You know, but what I don't like in Levon's case that he has 10 minutes on the clock. There was just no reason to rush so quickly. I mean, it was clear that there should be a win, and instead he goes for a queen endgame. Okay, it could be winning, but at least Magnus gets some chances.
That shows us a way. Instead of queen d7, apparently we're just going to mention that h5 was the winning move. Probably more ways than one, but h5 was the computer way. And queen d7, queen... Yeah, let's just show it one time. And the point is that if you go queen h5, then after queen e3, you first control e8 check. And then you go b3. But Peter, nobody's going to play h5 and just give up that pawn.
Well, I mean, it was the first move on my radar, but I just didn't exactly understand what it will give me. Yeah, I was looking for some computer move, but these queen endgames are always very tricky.
All right, let's go to the live board. Let's go to the live board and take a look at what is going on here. Black has an extra pawn, e8 under control, e6 check under control. But Magnus creating possibilities. Don't go b3 right now. Queen b8, queen b3 will pick up the pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Just highlighting the blunder. So yeah, and we know we have been praising Magnus quite a lot when he's up a pawn in queen endgames, then he's merciless. Now the big question is that is he such a wizard also when he's on the defensive side? Now the big question, for example, after queen c2 check, he needs to get back to the first rank. However, with his very active queen, then queen e8 checkmate will be a big threat, and also queen b8 check taking the pawn on b4. So not an easy spot for Levon to find a good move here.
The thing is, right, when you get these kind of big advantages and this kind of a position against Magnus, you really need to make the most of it in a match situation. I see that the eval bar still loves Levon's position, but not as clear as it was. Levon cannot blow this. It's so important for him to win this, Peter, to be on his way for a victory against Magnus. You blow these kind of chances and then you don't get them again.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, he had 10.5 minutes versus 10 seconds for Magnus, and it looked like he definitely probably has a very big advantage, maybe some forced wins, and he blitzes out everything, goes for this queen endgame. I mean, there was just no reason to do that. Yeah, it looked like you have so many other options. I don't know exactly what was that, and now he might be paying a high price because we do see the evaluation bar that black is clearly better still, but the psychology of the battle is changing. Magnus feels that, okay, this is the best position that I had in the last 15 moves. I have chances to survive. I got out of this big, yeah, queen c2 check is played.
Don't come on the third rank. Queen c3 is game over, so he needs to go back. He goes king g1.
Yes, king g1, and okay, now we have double threat of queen e8 checkmate and queen b8 check picking up the pawn. And
stopping both of them, queen c8. Clever.
Yes, clever, but somewhat also okay. Yeah, he needs to create some luft and then try to put the queen on b7, but it's not so easy. Yeah, easier said than done.
Attacking b4, so b3 is still met by queen d5 picking up the pawn, but perhaps Levon can simply go a5 and first just secure that b4 pawn.
But okay, then I take this a5 pawn, right?
Queen g4 check, and I pick up a pawn with check, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, you pick up one of the pawns, but maybe I can live with that. Yeah, just I step here.
It's a game. Queen h4.
Yeah, and okay, I just sit here. Yeah,
I'll have to go queen d1. Yeah, it's tricky. Queen d1 check.
Yeah, actually we will be seeing this. Yeah, it's on the board.
It's happening on the board. It's happening as we speak. These are the moves being played. Queen d5, king h8. He will pick up queen a5. Peter, do you see something better than black picking up a pawn?
Well, I mean, okay, with so little time, these queen end games are so tricky. That is also a big question. Can we play queen b8, for example? Yeah, that's a very big question.
He's gone for it.
He has played it, yeah, queen b8, yeah, because this looks very natural. Put behind, just like in the rook end game, put the rook behind, and then start pushing.
Okay, well, I need to stop your pawn. I can't go queen e5 for the queen trades. So queen d5 runs into b3. I have to go queen f5, queen b1. That looks absolutely ugly, but I might not have a choice.
Wow.
I mean, queen b5, I'm not in time. You trade and you're the first to queen.
Yes. Well, and wow, and then the back rank issue. If black would have pawn on h6, he might be winning. But like this, Magnus can push the pawn to a5, go queen b1, and just push the a pawn, and maybe it's holdable.
All right, Peter, can we just quickly with arrows do a little bit of calculation and try to predict how this game will play out? So b3, a5, b2, queen b1.
And then, for example, just to illustrate, like queen b3, a6, queen c3, a7, queen c1 check, we can just move with the king because there is a8 queen at the end.
And you take the queen and then white checkmates with a8. Chat, what a line that is.
Exactly. I mean, when you spotted queen f5, immediately, you know, I was cocky and I said, wow, then this a8 queen. And that's why I said that if pawn would be on h6, black would just easily win. But with the back rank, it's not trivial at all.
So are you saying that Lev is going to miss this by just one move?
Could easily be. I mean, there is also maybe a chance that we will end up, you know, that this famous position without the f4, h4 pawns, so the two pawns on the king side, because these pawns are just too vulnerable. Yes, so probably Levon will have a chance to pick them up, but that is some kind of a theoretical draw. Practically, it's hell, but theoretically speaking, it's possible to hold. I think we also just had in the Singfield Cup this incredible endgame between Vasila Graf and Fabiano Caruana. I think Caruana had a winning position, then he missed his chance, then he went all the way back, then it looked like it's a draw, and at the end of the game, he nevertheless managed to convert it.
Okay, Peter, I have one question. I have a line. Queen b1 played b2. You have to go a6, right? That's what you want. Otherwise, I'm going queen b3 and the idea follows.
Yes, so I have to play a6.
Okay, I go queen b. I go queen b6 check.
What? Magnus goes king f2?
Wait, what? Can't you just pick up f4 with a check and go queen c1? What is king h2? King f2?
I don't understand king. I mean, king f2 looks like a horrible blunder.
No, you just go queen f4 and you just go queen c1. Queen f5, you go b1, queen c8 is defended.
Yeah, that's it, and resigns. But why on earth? I mean, why did Magnus do that? I mean, if he pushes a6, what would have happened? Okay.
Not sure. No, queen f4, you go queen b2.
Yeah, queen f4, queen b2, yeah.
Peter, maybe we look at this when all the live games are over, but definitely king f2. Maybe he intended king g2 and it was a mouse slip. We don't know what happened because king f2 loses on the spot. Peter, let's go to our live action and get an update on the Vincent board.
Yeah, very sharp battle, down to 20 seconds versus 30. I mean, okay, this will be dramatic. Anybody's game. We see that it's a total mess. Those complex middle game cards, but structures. Vincent is going for an attack, but also black has his own counterplay. White's structure is compromised, so takes on e3, takes h6. How is Pragg trying to defend against h7? I mean, he first needs to react against hg, but I mean, I thought like after g6, there will be some sacrifice and h7 should be winning.
I would be terrified of allowing h7. And if you go g8-6, queen h6, I don't think you can survive that. h7 played, and now you can take knight f7.
Yes, now you can, and even knight g6 checkmate comes. That's it, finish.
Wow, and I think Pragg missed that. He thought that he just gives up the exchange on c3, but he missed that after knight f7, knight g6 wins on the spot.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's clear. Look at the reaction of Pragg. Yeah, I catched it. He just couldn't believe because he probably thought like, yeah, as you said, just takes. And then here there is still a lot of battle ahead. Yeah, black is very active with his knight. I mean, this is not over, but it's checkmate on the spot. Wow, big win for Vincent, but what a big fight. Yeah, in time trouble, anything can happen.
Amazing stuff. We've had 3 decisive games. So all the matches start with a decisive game. And Peter, this is the final one remaining of game 1 in our matchups. And it's an end game. What is happening here? So a knight trade to follow. It's equal material. I feel this should be a draw.
Well, yes and no. I mean, still with this structure, I mean, white has some chances. It's still black needs to be super careful, and with 20 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure if this is so easily doable. Yeah, rook b2 played. It's logical, but yeah, this is the point. I mean, you finally end up playing against. You will have to probably play rook b3 and then take on a3, and white will take on b5. Another question: do you take on e4 or do you try to play for the initiative with king f5? Yeah, king f5 played.
Arjun going for the initiative as he usually does.
Yes, yeah, because after, but what does it mean? So after rook b3, he wants to give a check, or does he want to push?
Probably start with the check and see where you go with the king first.
Yeah, but the point is that the e3 pawn is... so he... Okay, now I understand. Yeah, after rook b3 just wants to give a check, and after king moves back, probably he just takes on e4, and he forced black's king. Yeah, this is what we are witnessing.
King g8 played, and now king takes e4, you mentioned. And black will take on a3.
Yeah, take on a3, you have to take on b5, and then we immediately probably put the king back on g, or we just go rook a1 and push the a pawn. It should be a draw.
King e4, rook a3. If you take rook b5, maybe black comes forward with the king. He goes rook a1, so creating counterplay immediately by threatening to push the pawn. The eval bar, by the way, now says that white should be winning this endgame.
Well, this was the position that I immediately had in my mind, you know, when we got to this endgame. Yeah, I thought like it's logically, it's kind of the big question, is this now winning or not? And it does look very scary for black. King f5, yeah, trying to get the king to g6, hide it behind the g pawn, yeah, and then, wow, yeah, king, that was the point of Arjun's idea of giving this check, and maybe, and that's why here of course, Krzysztof should have played king g7 instead of rook a1, because if you play king g7, you can't move the king yet because the e3 pawn is hanging, and then you make sure that your king won't be shouldered all the way. Yeah, now king g6, and it looks very ugly.
All right, king g6 played. What does black do now? Do you go king f8, or do you not care? And because a3 runs into rook a5. So
yeah, no, but now we are in this famous rook endgame, which is winning. Yeah, just I think Arjun will simply win this. Because we talked about yesterday about this g pawn, yeah, that normally if it's only the g pawn, then with king on g8 and with the passive rook on the back rank, you can save the position. But now black was forced to move the king away, and yeah, white pushes g5 and will simply give a check, get the king to g7, get the rook behind, and any kind of pawn trade for the a pawn for the e pawn will just give a win for white. Down to 3 seconds, Christopher moves a3.
And now you can start with rook a5, forcing rook a1, and then either go
and then you just give a check.
Yeah, rook a8 and king e7, and then as you mentioned, go king g7.
King g7 and then g6.
But Peter, whenever you go king g8, there might be rook g1, right? So if you can just have some arrows, let's just try to
yeah, of course. No, but we will put actually black into Zugzwang, yeah, because I even analyze some positions like this, yeah, then slowly the e pawn will be marching, yeah, because actually there is no reason to go king g7. We can just put rook a6, and when black king is on e7, we push e4, and white is, yeah, rook a7, immediately it's also the same idea. Black will run into Zugzwang. That's it, it's finished.
So let's say black plays a2 now, and
yeah, and then just e4, it's finished.
And if you trade the e for the a pawn, then you give a check after picking up the pawn and push the g pawn.
Yes,
Simple.
Exactly.
Nice.
And now the point is that after e6, and you only need to make sure that, because this position would be now the Zugzwang, yeah, after e6, e7. Yeah, now black will play king e8 and then e7, and that's the end.
And basically black is forced to move that rook and lose the a2 pawn.
Exactly.
Nice technique there by both Peter and Arjun.
Well, yeah, here poor Christopher just he got tricked. It was a devilish trick, to be honest, by Arjun, that he went for this king f5, seemingly losing a tempo of picking up the pawn on e4 first, but probably he has foreseen that actually black has to play this very counterintuitive king g7, king g6 idea first. Yeah, and this is not designable. Yeah, Christopher does not even take the pawn, but now white can simply even protect it. That's it. Yeah, rook e2, and there are no stalemate ideas. Yeah, so you just slowly convert, no matter how. Slowly you are moving.
Wow.
So we're gonna have 4 decisive games.
4 decisive games, Peter. This one looks like Christopher won't be able to save it, as you mentioned now, just king h7, king g8.
Yeah, no, it's just over. I mean, Arjun knows that he's completely winning. That's why he treats it with some respect. Yeah, because, okay, not winning the completely winning would be the most embarrassing thing of all. But I think this is the position that even if you don't want to win, you cannot not win. Yeah. I mean, okay, first you get the king to, okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so he even wants to immediately get the famous position.
The Lucena position.
The Lucena, yeah, with just king f6 and then, or king h6 with the bridge business.
And now you go, but now can you go rook h5? Do you
Yeah,
have
you
that?
can, of course. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and just trade. And there he has it, king e7, king h6, king h7. So you can't trade. Rook g2 played. And now he has to be a little careful, Peter, because g7 might run into king e7, king h7, king f6.
Yeah, this is the only danger you have to pay attention to.
No,
Yeah,
king
but
f6, there's g8.
king f, no, then that's it. Yeah, and king f7 runs into rook f. No, I mean, okay, this is so hopelessly lost that you can't.
And it's being played out, and now king h7. Unfortunately, king f7, there's rook f5, king f6, you queen, and there's nothing that black can do.
Yeah, the only position with king on h6 and king f6 that would have been the problem for white. Otherwise, it's completely winning. You know, this is exactly the point why I was not sure if we need this 5th rank business, because this is what you could have gotten in any case. And okay, now just rook h1 followed by king h8
on the board. So if you give a check on it, then king h7, otherwise king h8, g8 to follow. And if you go rook g2, then you anyways go king h7, and this time with king f7, you give a check from f1 and queen.
Yes, I mean, okay, here every single move is winning. King f6, king h8, and I think Christopher will design.
Very nice technique, a big fight by Christopher, and but in the end, Arjun playing, well, quite a nice conversion of the rook pawn endgame. Christopher thinking if there's anything to be done, but black really cannot stop the pawn from being promoted anymore.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Christopher is not thinking about this position. He might be thinking before that what happened. Yeah, he resigned. Because Yeah, that after winning with white, winning with black and losing with white, then how do you approach this game now? Who is playing for a win? Because basically if Liem can now use his white color and wins the game, he might be sealing the match. Yeah, and on the other hand, Hans might know that, yeah, Liem has a very solid repertoire. Beating him with the white pieces or getting a chance with the white pieces at all, it's very tough. So he's also trying to little bit go for very complicated positions from the black side to maybe will I get a chance with black, but that's a very risky strategy. Let's take a look what happened here. So this is a Queen's Indian, classical Queen's Indian with Bishop East. Okay, Bishop E7 is not very classical. usually the black plays here the move Bishop B4, Bishop D2, Bishop E7. That's the usual classical setup. But Hans went Bishop E7, Bishop G2, D5, takes castles. And now suddenly white gets the chance to putting the bishop on B2 immediately. I do remember that when you give this Bishop B4 check, provoking Bishop D2, it's one of the ideas from white even then to just get the bishop back to C1 and then go put it on B2. So I'm a little bit surprised by Hans that he let this happen. Knight B7, Knight E5, Rook E8, Rook C1, A6, E3, Bishop D6, F4. White has everything that he can dream of, and Hans is playing very quickly. I told you yesterday, yeah, that when Chucky plays very quickly, it means that he is very nervous. And now I don't know. Hans playing very quickly the first game and then blundering this H3 pawn. At least we have the feeling that he actually did blunder his H3 pawn in that very first game. Now blitzing out everything in the opening, and definitely not something he had prepared. This is not preparation. This is just over the board impulsive play because white has a clear advantage.
Yeah, but Peter, with Hans, it's also very difficult, right? We've been talking about this, that once again, with everything going on, it's so difficult for him to also focus. And this has been one of the biggest downsides of the whole situation. And it's a difficult position for Hans to be in. And this is the point that Maurice was making in his pre-show as well, that the effect that it has on him, on his chess, even just the fact that he's showing up is, credits to him for the fight that he's putting out right now.
Yeah, well, also we heard Levon's interview saying that it's also very difficult to play against a player like Hans at this moment. Yeah, it's just in everybody's mind. But when I saw the pairing and when I saw that Hans plays against Liem, I exactly felt like, wow, Liem is the most unpleasant player for Hans, in a regard that I think that Liem is very good on just focusing. He forgets everything. I'm completely sure that he doesn't think about anything apart of just the game and the possession. And in this case, it will be very tough for Hans, yeah, because probably he's the one who is much more affected than Liem here.
100%. It's very difficult for him right now.
Yeah, well, and okay, one has to also give credit to Liem that he's able to just focus like this. Yeah, we have seen it during the whole Champions Chess Tour, having one brilliant result after another. And his characteristic was always this, that he never makes an unforced error. He always uses his chances. He shows great preparation. And now we see that not only great preparation, but great understanding of the structures that he's playing. Yeah, because this is the key. We cannot talk about here about move pair, move preparation. He just understood that, come on, guys, I was allowed to get the bishop to B2 immediately. This gives me the extra one tempo, which I need, that I will be able to get my knight to E5, which gives me chance to go F4. And everything else is already, go with the flow. He gets all this initiative. So now Hans in a lot of trouble.
And Liem had a tough start in the tournament. The day one, the way it went, then he put out that tweet that he's going to be back, and the fight that he put on then convincingly made his way through to the quarterfinals and won the first game. The second one, a great position with the white pieces here. It all comes to this knight on E5, which is dominating. Black can never really pick it up, trade the bishop for the knight because of the dark squared weaknesses. Once G6 is committed, the attack will be absolutely disastrous. The bishop on D5, no future at all. Meanwhile, the bishop on G2 targets the E4 pawn. F5 ideas. This looks like big trouble for Hans Niemann, and he is currently trailing the match. Peter, let's, do we have the other games started yet? Or?
No, not yet. Yeah, this is the only one that started so far.
The Magnus game will start.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, it's, no, it's just such a tricky stuff. Okay, everything fine. All right, so Hans in a lot of trouble and Magnus in a trouble in the match situation. Yeah, he lost with the white pieces, just as Hans. And then how do you approach this game? He does a very professional reaction. He just plays the most classical line. I mean, this trendy Tarash. I mean, he just wants to make sure that, no, but after CD5, he takes ED5. What on earth is this? I mean, usually the whole world is playing knight takes d5, the semi-Tarash, or the very modern c takes d4, queen d4, ed5. And Magnus says, I want none of it. I need to play for a win. And he takes ed5. Then I'm taking back, I'm taking everything back that I said. Then this is not a professional approach. It's a gambling approach.
And with a smile on his face and a slight smirk there going on, it looks like he also knows that it's a bit of a gambling approach, the current position that we've got. Levon down to 13 minutes, so it looks like it took him by a bit of surprise while Magnus had prepared this. And Peter, e4, he took on e4 and then goes queen f4, attacking that knight. What is this position? And after knight c5, let's just point out, if you go for the pawn, black can actually go bishop c5, d takes c5, and then queen b4 check, solving all problems.
Yes, winning back the pawn. Yeah, so queen d2, queen takes c5 looks to be working.
Rook c1, although it kind of continues the line, I'm not really sure. But
yeah, but after all, we are controlling the c8 square. Yeah, so after rook c1, probably we can just fall back with the queen to b6.
And we just need one more move. Go knight c6, castle, and black is totally fine. Well, we might be seeing this, by the way, because after queen f4, knight c6 has been picked up.
Yeah, knight takes c5 had been played. I'm wondering if Levon, yeah, but no, he can't include some check on b5. It doesn't work. So he will go along these lines that we discussed. Yeah, bishop c5, dc, queen b4 check. Okay, maybe Levon says, you know what? I won the first game with black. I will be as solid as possible. Also a strategy that Magnus has used previously in the Champions Chess Tour after winning the first game with the black pieces. Just rely on very solid.
And look at this, Peter. We're getting an update from Tad that in fact here, he doesn't even need to go very solid. The best continuation for black is to fight for the initiative here. So you start with knight c6 instead of queen b4. And after a3, stopping the idea of queen b4, you now just go short castle and claim that you haven't developed. My rook is coming to d8, attacking your queen. My rook is coming to e8. Probably pinning a piece on the e file, enough comp.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. The point is just to highlight that why it's so important to develop the knight first, because if black castles, white gets the stabilizing queen d4 move, hitting black's active queen, and that's a very big tempo. So wow, actually, then Magnus, yeah, now Magnus plays knight c6. He got a game. Magnus got a game.
As you mentioned, you know, with black, what is his approach? How does he create chances? Does he create chances or does he stop the bleeding? And, you know, Peter, this is the other thing. I think we've discussed this before, but one of the very fascinating things about watching him play is that after he's had a tough game, how he immediately manages to at least create something, whether he's playing white or black. And we've often seen him to not take that safety first approach, calm down, stop the bleeding, and then go for it. But if he gets the chance to go for the initiative or create an imbalance in the position, that's the approach he has.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, thanks to his very wide repertoire, yeah, he's capable of playing any kind of opening, any kind of move order. Obviously, this e takes d5 came like a huge shock. I mean, first probably as a pleasant surprise to Levon, but definitely something that he did not expect. And then he reacted the way he reacted. I don't know exactly. It seems to me like he was not consistent enough. And now, wow, bishop d3 was played, which is according to computer, a horrible blunder. So maybe can black just play the move long castle and is Magnus winning?
I mean, it's super tempting, no? You pin the bishop on d3. White doesn't have the time to go short castle because bishop c4 follows and you win the piece. So what does he have in mind after long castle?
Wow, yeah, because I mean, with bishop on d3, he allows the move long castle, yeah, which is also...
Knight b4 coming in.
I mean, everything, all the pins are coming in. Okay, during the game, of course, nobody signals you that you are winning, but it still feels like, you know what, we wanted to play rook d8 and short castle, and we can do a move which combines both ideas. It's just so tempting.
But do you think this because bishop d3 just kind of doesn't make sense? No, maybe he wanted, did Lemon, do you think, intended to play bishop e2 instead?
No, no. I mean, you can't, no, because if you want to play bishop e2, then your mouse move is much slower. Yeah, I mean, you can't be putting it on this, in my opinion. I don't know, but it looks completely crazy. But imagine that you beat Magnus with the black pieces and then you end up losing in 50 moves with white. That's a total catastrophe. And Magnus plays long castles. Let's see Levon's reaction now.
He doesn't miss these chances. Long castle played, Levon expressionless. But I think he realized it after he played bishop d3 and before Magnus went long castle that he was in big trouble.
Yeah, no, now he's shaking his... Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, it's just lost. I mean, this is the most shocking development I have ever seen in a top level match. Yeah, you win a great game with black and then you lose in 10 moves with white. Wow. Wow, shocking.
And I'm just wondering, Peter, if the reason for bishop d3 and this big miss was that this idea of long castle, perhaps Levon just considered the move rook d8. And if we just back up and see rook d8, which also looks tempting, but actually after rook d8, there's no way for bishop d3. And let's say instead of long castle, you play rook d8, similar ideas. But now perhaps white does have the time to get his king to safety. Exactly. Because bishop c4, you give a check on the e file. And knight b4, you've got queen, you got bishop b5. Queen a4,
yeah, queen a4, bishop b5, yeah, doesn't matter. You anyway have a check, yeah.
You have a check and you kind of get out of the situation. So perhaps this subtlety that you can get the rook to d8 and get your king out of check in one move could have been the miss here.
Well, I mean, to be honest, if you would ever be asking Levon, okay, could you ever miss something like this? He would say, no, never. I mean, real honestly, I mean, come on, Levon, the most creative player and who is also tactically so alert and everything. This is really the one of the biggest mistakes I've ever seen from him. Yeah, castles now, knight b4 or bishop c4. I mean, now it's the question, how do we just finish it off on the spot?
I'm just wondering if there are any tactical tricks. For example, if you play bishop c4, can white try to take advantage of this pin? Let's say, although knight b4 looks simpler to me, but let's say you go...
Well, but after knight b4, at least you have some queen a4 move, yeah? I even don't want to give you this.
Knight d3, queen a7. But Peter, after bishop c4, can white go queen a4?
Queen a4, okay, rook takes d3.
And I wanted to try to make b3 work.
But I'm gonna hit rook takes f3 and finish. I mean, no matter what, you can play rook c1, rook fc1, bc, whatever. My next move, I can guarantee you, I will just take on f3.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, just to illustrate rook c1, rook takes f3. No, hang on, because I wanted to illustrate rook c4, queen g5, but it runs into rook g4. So the only way to mess things up is exactly by what I had in mind.
But then maybe rook c, but after rook c1, because b3 would attack the bishop directly, but let's say rook c1, let's just back up here. Queen a4, rook d3. Rook c1 is very important because after b3, your idea of rook f3 works. But
yes.
Rook c1 gives this additional option of rook c4 or rook g4. But does black have knight d4 here now?
Yeah, well, knight d4, you might also have rook d4. I mean, I cannot believe that black is not completely winning. That's also kind of the question that I had, that which rook should go to c1. Yeah, it's also slight, but I think that it's lost anyway.
Or he might just say, I don't want any of this and go for knight b4, give that a7 pawn, but just be a clean piece up as well.
Yeah, that's also possible. Yeah, that's...
All right.
But I think that Magnus already wants the maximum. Yeah, I mean, he really wants to finish the game on the spot.
Wow, Peter, you know, okay, this is a pleasant choice, bishop c4 or knight b4. By the way, Tad is saying that knight b4 is the accurate move in this position according to our engines. Peter, let's quickly jump to the...
Wow, no, sorry, just to show that after bishop c4, there is queen c1, a stunning resource, because after queen takes c1, there is bishop f5 check. Okay.
This is amazing.
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, so basically bishop c4 doesn't. Where do we jump?
But Peter, Magnus needs to spot this, and it's something that he can potentially miss to the hands game, because there has been a big turnaround there. Look at this. And why I'm trying to understand, because I saw the eval bar and I felt like we need to go here. It says that black is clearly better, but now that we are here, I'm trying to understand why.
Well, I mean, simply now there is no attack. I mean, after the knight on e5 was traded, now there is nothing to worry about. And actually, this is what Hans is signaling, that, you know what, I'm not targeting your weakness because you just can't do anything to my king. And this is a really shocking development, because there was a moment when I actually immediately felt that there is something. It was this moment that after f5, Hans played the move knight d7, and as a martial instinct, you know, as a martial instinct, I thought that I just take fg6, and I will land, for example, h take g6, I will take on f7, and I'm crushing or something like this. Yeah, bishop f7, rook f7, king f7, check, and I cannot believe that black can survive this. So I was trying to make sense of this position, that maybe after fg6 you can start you can play f take g6, and I was trying to find the win here, that can I put something on f7? Yeah, even here a move like knight f7 was interesting, but then you just ignore it. You just play queen e7, and those were my thoughts. We were talking about the Magnus game, so I did not get fully into it. And suddenly Tadeusz was mentioning that actually white can just take bishop takes e4, and after bishop takes e4, go knight takes f7, and you are kind of crushing on the spot.
Wow.
There was this incredible, beautiful way of just winning the game and maybe sealing the match.
All right, but Liem missed this opportunity. Peter, let's catch up with the live action, because a lot is happening in the current position.
Yeah, well, okay, now it's just a complete gamble from Liem's side. Yeah, that, okay, he has lost the pawn, there was no defense. The bishop on b2 is kind of dead. He has to go all in, but I mean, all in for what? There are no threats at all. Black's king is perfectly safe. The rooks are not joining the battle. Yeah, the queen on h4 is completely misplaced. I mean, it's hopelessly lost now.
So f6 played queen d8, so queen h6, there's always bishop f8 and rook a1. So what white is trying to do is dream of trading off this b2 bishop with the d6 bishop, because then the g7 weakness will tell. So bishop a3 looks like the idea here. And
yeah, but it will always be met by rook a5, so you can't really get that. But even rook b3, yeah, targeting e3 pawn.
And he just kills the idea of bishop a3, and now attacking e3. Hans is back in the match.
Absolutely back in the match. I mean, but such an uncharacteristic mistake from Liem's side. I mean, he had quite a lot of time. It was a middle game position. He had to sense that this is a golden opportunity. Of course, okay, we understand that this bishop takes e4, bishop e4, knight takes f7 is a wonderful but maybe very difficult idea. On the other hand, you really feel that something connected with knight takes f7 should be the key. And we don't know how much time he spent, but he definitely missed this golden opportunity. And okay, so let's take a look. Let's jump back to Magnus's game. Magnus did not fall for the cheapo which we have been falling for. So no bishop c4, blundering queen c1. That was our kind of blunder. Magnus goes just knight b4. Give me this bishop. Queen a4, knight takes d3, queen takes a7, bishop d5. Yeah, that was kind of the key, that you just activate the bishop to the long diagonal, protecting b7, putting pressure on the f3 knight. And queen is also defending back to b8. So what did Levon do? Knight e1, kind of a desperate move. Knight e5, rook d1, and that's the current position. It's just a piece up, and black also has the very active pieces. I don't really see here Levon creating anything.
Peter, there's one threat in the position. For example, if this position was white to play, let's ask chat. Peter.
Oh, yeah, you should have warned me. Yeah, you should have warned me.
All right, next time we'll ask chat. But as you were pointing out that with rook d1, there is a threat on the board. Rook takes d5, rook d5, queen a8, picking up that rook on h8. But it should be easily spotted by Magnus. But the question is, what's the best way to fight it? And Magnus retreats with the knight.
Of course, yeah, knight c6. I mean, it's very natural. I mean, okay, you just want stability. By the way, after queen a8 check, now with the knight on c6, you can just ignore it and play king c7. Keep your queen active. It's just a completely winning position.
And white's queen will have to retreat to a3, which really doesn't do any favors to white's position.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, look at white's pieces. I mean, everything on the back rank, no pieces to attack, and black is dominating all around.
So wow,
he will
so
also get rook h8.
Strike immediately after the first round loss.
Yeah, no, of course, it's a fantastic comeback by Magnus. I mean, if he wins this game, then he will shrug off that horrible loss from the first game on the spot, and he will be the one who gets the psychological advantage immediately.
All right, Peter, here Magnus is a clear piece up against Lev. I think we can move on from this and trust Magnus with the conversion of this for now. We'll keep an eye out if something inexplicable happens. But let's move on to the Arjun-Christopher board. Christopher is trailing Arjun in the match after the first round loss, and he plays with the white pieces. Arjun's extended his king side. It's an opposite side castling, and when that happens, usually you don't advance your own pawns in front of the king. But can this h6, g6, f5, e5 stuff backfire for Arjun, or are his pieces placed well enough for any counterplay that white has against the king?
Well, it's very important for him to get f5 in, because you need to kick that monster knight from e4. Yeah, that's the key. I mean, basically, if white would get another chance, yeah, and we see that immediately Arjun was good, because this is a dragon line, which has a very good reputation for white. I think it's basically one of the main reasons why black is not really playing the dragon lately, that always in this long castle variation, when black has to play d5, black is struggling to fight for equality. And the big question is what Arjun did. So takes bishop c4, bishop e6, king b1, rook e8, and after knight e4, he immediately goes f5, because if you play the move like h6, stopping, I mean, preparing f5 and then to take away the g5 square from the knight, then white will play the move g4. And whenever you push f5, then it means that you have to open up the g file, which will be horrible for black's king. So that's the justification why why Arjun just goes f5 immediately, invites knight g5. He even loses the tempo to get the bishop back to c8. The knight on d5 is still protected by the pawn. Now he wants to get h6 in. So h4, h6, knight e4, and bishop e6.
Wow.
Knight c5, bishop f7, g4 on the board, the razor sharp position now.
And this was the point, right? Very interesting past sequence of moves with the knight jumping from g5 to e4, black going bishop e6, bishop c8. But with this overextension of pawns, g4 is what I was thinking about, Peter, targeting this f5. If you go f4, then you leave this e4 big, beautiful post for the knight, which you mentioned is just super important. f4 looks strategically a very bad decision. You block your own bishop on g7, and after bishop f2, I would love to be white here. But if you don't play f4, then white opens up the g file anyway, and this could be dangerous, extremely dangerous for Arjun.
Yeah, but before we get into all the details, probably we should jump back to the Liem Hans game, because just when we buried Hans, yeah, it looked like Liem is about to take the second game as well. And we were worried. Then Hans bounces back. Now he's completely winning. There is just no way for Liem to escape. It's in fact a matter of time when this game ends, and then we will have an incredible match.
Wow, so this you're saying is over now, because, well, Hans has got 2 extra pawns, no attack on his king whatsoever, and it's white's king which has to run for its life, and it doesn't look like it's going to be running for too long.
Exactly.
There is this f7 weakness where ideas like queen c4, for example, can come, and Hans plays queen e6, just making
Yes.
sure that there's no problem on f7 ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's very natural. Yeah, just put the queen on e6. You can follow it up by rook c8. I mean, okay, you have the better structure, you have the better king, you have the 2 extra pawns. What else can you ask for? It's
And you've got 7 extra minutes on the clock.
yeah, I mean, okay, it's basically game over. So now we can move on. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, it's now absolutely clear that Hans is bouncing back.
After a very difficult opening, I mean, he got into big trouble, and it looked like White got everything, but that miss that you pointed out, that missed opportunity, and the tables have turned. Bishop a3, trying to trade off these bishops, but it's too late, and Hans can just start with rook c8, hit that queen on c3.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is such a hopeless position. I don't even really want to give lines here, because if I'm giving some lines, I will make much more of an intrigue than it is in reality, because I think that this is just almost resignable.
All right,
So,
well, Peter, do you want to stay with this till the end? Because it's just going to end soon, probably.
probably it ends soon, but we have so much action going on as well.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, very quickly, just to state that Magnus has traded the queens. He's a piece up, and soon he will also collect the b7 pawn. So he's also completely winning. So we assume Magnus bounces back, Hans bounces back with black. So we will have 2 incredible matches running there, which will have a 1-1 score.
And Arjun against Christopher, I have to say, it looks like Christopher also has, Peter, the position that we were talking about, Arjun took the decision to go f4, and I was mentioning that I don't like this, and the eval bar seems to confirm it, that now after f4, that knight on e4 will just be a monster, the bishop on g7 dead forever, until Arjun plans on sacrificing the e-pawn immediately. For example, let's say you go bishop f2, you have to fall back with the bishop. I assume f2 or c1. You want to go c1. Okay. After bishop c1, as well, the move e4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it has to be connected with this. No, but first of all, Krzysztof went bishop f2, but Arjun just played the move queen e7. So he gives the chance for White to come back with the knight to e4. It looks very strange.
Come back with the knight to e4. It's strong there. Bishop can jump to c5 at any point, and White's completely dominating the position. This is a dream scenario when you're about to make or wanting to make a comeback in a match.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, the only confusion for Christopher is probably to see that Arjun is blitzing. Yeah, so basically he's signaling that he knows what he's doing. On the other hand, White's moves are so natural, and Christopher opted for knight e4, of course, getting ready for bishop c5, also getting ready to push g4, g5, after which we will have a eternal great f6 square for the knight eventually. Always black has to watch out for these tactics. I mean, I'm not really understanding what Arjun had in mind here.
Probably just a tough decision after g4. Do you allow the g file to open up, or do you go for something that's, well, looks strategically difficult, but at least you're not going to get checkmated? Peter, meanwhile, I think Liem is about to get checkmated. Let's quickly see the end of that. Bishop b2 has been played. Just the final trick here by Liem. Let's have the position on the board.
Hang on, but now rook c1 checkmate, no?
If queen b2, let's just point out that... Sorry?
I mean, rook c1 check, bishop takes c1, bishop c5, isn't this checkmate?
And it very well might be. Okay, let's say... But Peter, is there some option like queen c5, bishop h6 here?
Yes, you will have to. Yeah, you will have to. But I mean, okay, I don't believe in this, yeah, because okay, it's not an eternal box, and you don't have any threats. I mean, it's
and way too many pawns. But Peter, can we just have the current position with bishop b2? Let's just take a look at this. You're pointing out he goes queen f4 instead. So
he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't give the checkmate. Yeah, interesting.
But was there a checkmate after bishop c5? Because there's king g2 as well. I just realized.
Well, then queen f3 checkmate. Yeah, that was the whole point.
F2. I'm only thinking queen f2, king h3. Queen f3 is game over.
Yes, but okay, I mean, maybe Hans thought like, okay, I'm completely winning. Why should I bother about anything? He goes queen f4, and after rook a8, he gonna do something.
He's going to do something is not weighing at all, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he decided not to give a checkmate. He just, I mean, he can give bishop c5 check, and after queen c5, he has queen g4 check, and that's also good enough, yeah?
Peter, was rook c1 just a mate in 2?
Yeah, but you see, he's systematic. Yeah, just queen takes c5, now queen g4 check, and that's it.
And the king moves, and you go b takes c5, and that is it. Liem resigns. Hans is back in the match. Their score is 1-1. Meanwhile, Magnus also looking to making a comeback with an extra piece on the board. Peter, the one game we haven't had an update on is the Praggnanandhaa Vincent board.
Yes, well, actually, it's kind of a slower game. We didn't, I mean, we missed out on some strategical finesses, but the battle is still, I think, only beginning. White is somewhat better. I mean, White has some pressure here against Black's pawns. It's very important that White was able with queen a3 to force Black to go a6. And now Black's construction on the queen side is not as stable as he would love to have. Pragg has, I mean, so far we have witnessed three. I mean, okay, the Levon game is not yet over, but basically we assume that Magnus will win. Christopher has a great chance. I mean, everybody has a chance to fight back.
Intense stuff. Okay, so bishop e2. Let's just try to understand this position a little more because Pragg again is trailing the match. We see the eval bar does like White's position here, Peter, and it's connected to this d5 pawn.
Yes, to the d5 pawn and the weaknesses in Black's camp. Yeah, bishop takes e2, rook e2 played.
But this knight on c5, it just feels like this knight controls the position as well. And I'm kind of failing to understand why it's so bad. Is it knight c4 ideas that are in the air that will create some problems? For example, imagine White to play, you go knight c4, you target b6.
Exactly. Well, I would argue that it's not so bad. No, it's definitely not so bad. I mean, White is better, but yeah, Vincent is trying to be energetic. He wants to use the momentum that he still has this active knight. Yeah, before White will, as you mentioned, get the time to play knight c4 and then target the b6 weakness. It's a practical approach to break up White's construction.
All right, so Vincent creating chances on the king side while he has the momentum before any attacks on the queen side pawns happen. Peter, action's hot on the other board, so we've got some time to come back to this one. Let's go to the Arjun board.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, this is the typical position why you are not supposed to play the dragon, yeah? I mean, unless you come up with some very good preparation, move per move preparation, showing that actually in this line you have everything under control. You don't really, I mean, I do remember that there was a game Firuze against Arjun from the World Blitz. And when Arjun played it, I was even criticizing him that why did he play the dragon? And he lost that game, but actually in that game he was completely winning. And so I was expecting that he's a very big specialist, but so far in this game I haven't seen that great novelty or that great preparation. So queen c5 on the board. Yeah, that's the problem for Black, that even endgames are very unpleasant.
Very unpleasant, but this is a big opportunity for Christopher to really try to neutralize the score. He's got a dream position out of the opening, but still a lot of work to be done is the feeling. You know, you love this knight on e4. We really like the activity of the pieces. It feels like Black's in trouble, but it's not very clear where the win is or the path to the win yet.
No, of course. But I mean, you are just enjoying that with the white pieces in modern chess, you get advantage. You have chances to win the game. That's already something. And we are still talking about a very early middle game of an opening line. So exactly. something really went horribly wrong for Arjun.
Went horribly wrong, and the eval bar doesn't like queen e6, says a massive advantage. Because the point I was trying to make was that regardless of what the eval bar says right now, it's still game on. Christopher is clearly better, but it's far from over. While yeah, it's not that easy as much as the eval bar is making it look right now.
Yeah, no, of course, the evaluation bar is just heavily exaggerating. Maybe for a computer, there is a very clear way of, how you can make use of it. And in fact, we have seen that computer was also criticizing White's very natural queen c5 move, which Christopher was so happy about. Now he goes queen h3 and opening up the c5 square. Now knight c5 is a big threat. So I'm expecting the move bishop f8 to be played, and then maybe just bishop c5.
But bishop c5, then you're... Yeah, I like bishop c5. I first thought knight e3 stuff, but that's never going to be possible with this bishop on b3. I mean, e3 would be a beautiful square, but for that, black will have to sacrifice his exchange on b3.
Yeah, that's the whole point of White's play. Without the bishop on b3, black would have excellent compensation. I mean, counterplay on the b file. But this cemented bishop, it's always this dream bishop that, you can't really kick away. It gives the stability for White's king. It's just unimaginable that White's king can come under any kind of attack. And now after queen h3, Arjun has to deal with knight c5 threat. He opts for queen e8.
I mean, he goes for queen e8. All right, so not wanting to trade the bishops on c5 makes sense. And once again, how does Christopher build on the advantage? Because you always feel, you kind of don't want to push h5 because White will react with g5 and White is fine there. Do you want to push g5 here to try to get that f6 square?
Well, it's a big question. Usually if I push anything, then probably I will more push g5, but I don't want to touch anything at the moment. I'm happy with this status quo. Yeah, White goes bishop c5. I really like this move because you get access to knight d6 threats. Also, you are just probably intending to play rook he1, putting some more pressure on the e file. It's such a difficult spot. And what is black's move? I do remember that once I had a chance to play against Lawrence in Isle of Man, and he played the dragon, and I played exactly the same variation. And I got this dream position, and poor Lawrence was going crazy because he plays the dragon to get counter chances, to get some attack going. And then it was so miserable. And then we went to analyze a little bit. We discussed, and then he just said, "Fine, no, this is horrible." And then we just started chatting about life, but not about the position anymore.
I never in my life thought I would hear anyone sympathize by saying poor Lawrence.
Well, I mean, he got this horrible position. Definitely, I sympathize with anyone.
All right, bishop c5 on the board, knight d6 as you're pointing out. So there's no idea of rook b7 as well. It does look like it's just very difficult for black to find moves. You can't go bishop f8 anymore because suddenly rook d5, knight f6. Always watch out for knight f6 now. The bishop can't move from g7. Rook b7 not possible. Can black go a5 and do desperate things?
Well, probably. I mean, sooner or later he will need to. Okay, the move queen d8 is logical. That sidestepping knight d6 at least also hinting at something. I mean, hinting at least also on the h4 pawn. That you can't just play the reflex move like rook he1, and also setting up some kind of tricks on the d file, which doesn't seem to work at the moment because knight c3 check can be simply met by knight x3, protecting the d1 rook. But I mean, it's kind of a move that you need to play in a rapid game because maybe you can hope for some confusion.
Yeah, and maybe he wants to go a5 next, a5, a4 ideas as well. So he's defended that pawn, double up on the d file. All right, it's still game on. Meanwhile, Magnus has made his comeback in his match as well, winning that second game with the black pieces. We've got this game and the Prague game remaining. Let's jump over to the Prague game briefly. Wow, Magnus just checkmated Levon.
Yes, this is a checkmate.
And I think we've just lost Peter. He will be back with us shortly. Let's just see if we can have the board. All right, while we are fixing that, let's remind ourselves of, the matches that are going on and where we stand, chat. Magnus Levon. Magnus has made a comeback, winning that second game. And we've often seen this narrative with him where after losing, he immediately strikes back. No taking his time to calm down. Somehow that one big miss by Lev on bishop d3. But that was a very uncharacteristic blunder, which led to the big loss. Now, Vincent has his lead against Pragg. That game is still on. Hans Niemann, just like Magnus, bounces immediately back against Liem, again from a very difficult opening, a difficult position. He was clearly worse, but a miscalculation by Liem landed him in big trouble, and Hans Niemann scored the point. Christopher Yu, who's trailing to Arjun, currently enjoys a big strategic advantage and very well might be on his way of scoring a comeback win. Let's also run a quick poll on our chat right now. Once again, we're just trying to fix some technical issues right now, chat. What do you think? We haven't done predictions today. I'm going to pull up chat while we do this. We haven't done predictions today. And I'm going to ask you about the Magnus-Levon match, especially because right now the score is 1-1. Let's run a poll and see who you guys, I know, especially with Magnus's form, it's kind of hard to bet against the guy. But let's see what chat thinks about that. What's up, chat? I actually haven't had the chance to look at chat. Tania, shocked. I'm a little shocked at what just happened with our entire setup right now. Everything looks like it's just crashed. Okay, at least we've got a different screen on right now. Chad, what do you think about this whole situation? Who do you think will make a comeback in this match? Well, we've got two players already. Do you think, Christopher, you can win this position? I wish I could pull up the board, but it's really not in my hands. Maybe you guys can actually give me an update on what's going on in the positions. Commercial break incoming. I'm not able to fix this in 30 seconds, that's a great idea, because I really need to get at least the board up. Good adjustment. I try. I felt that was a bit of a disaster, to be honest. I am flying blind. Can you guys just be my eyes and tell me, why doesn't chat become the commentary team right now? Chat, you can see the board. What's going on? Tell me. There we have it. At least we have our live board with us. All right, let's take a look while Peter is still joining us. Pragg and Vincent. All right, well, this one to me looks like it's going to end in a draw because we see 4 pawns each, queen and rook. Don't see a big weakness in anyone's camp. And once the rooks perhaps will get traded, and it should be fine for both players. So if I had to make a prediction right now, I would say that this will end in a draw and Vincent will still keep his lead after game 2.
And I'm back, Tanya, I'm back.
And we have got Peter back. So Peter,
yeah, it was some horror crash. At first it looked like, only the live viewer disappeared, but then in fact everything crashed. So
don't worry, Peter.
I'm happy to be back.
And we had chat with us. They kept it entertaining. They gave me company while I was waiting for you to come back. So it was all good.
All right, great. And so Vincent is probably holding now, yeah?
It looks like that, no? That whatever little pressure there was that white had with black's pawn structure has been neutralized. We might be seeing, okay, no repetition there. So A4 trying to create a weakness, but hard to imagine that this will end any other way except a draw. Peter, let's go to the Arjun board because that's super important and a very critical position as well. It still looks like white has all the trumps and black is still struggling.
Yeah, black is heavily struggling. I mean, nothing really changed. Yeah, white is slowly making progress. Now he even moves the bishop to A4, which signals confidence, yeah, because usually you never want to move that bishop from B3, but it's a concrete idea, hitting the rook on B5 and hitting the pawn on C6. And one thing we do know from Christopher that he is fearless. I mean, if he sees that he can move the bishop and it's good enough, then he will move it.
I think, Peter, it goes without saying that all these kids, they're all fearless. I don't think they care who they're playing against. They don't care whether they are white or black. They yet haven't discovered this word fear. They don't have it in their dictionary. And that comes more with age.
Yeah, well, yeah, or that we start to worry too much. Yeah, they are still completely worryless. They just enjoy what they are doing. They are so happy playing chess. And I mean, okay, here it's just so happy and nice to be white. Yeah, with the nice knight on e4. I mean, Levon would call it horse or horsey. Yeah, it's just wonderful.
Levon would call it a horsey. It's always a horsey with Levon.
Yeah,
Or
well,
maybe
especially against the nice horsey versus this horrible bishop on g7.
Or no, I think it's the other way around. It's like when the knight is in a really bad position, like it was almost lost in that game against with I think it was Levon against Vasil, right? Where the knight on f2, knight was going to be lost, and that's when Levon called it a horsey. But this one is a pure horse because it's full of fire. When it's a strong one, it's a horse. When it's a poor little innocent piece, then it's a horsey.
Yeah, then okay, this is a monster horse. Then yes, this is this is just too much to handle. The big problem is that I mean, not big problem. The only slight problem for Christopher is that he's spending too much time. Yeah, he's tempted to maybe collect the pawn, but he shouldn't. He just needs to stabilize the position. Now the position transformed because Black's knight was traded for the bishop. And I mean, this whole horsey business just got me completely out of my usual balance. I mean, this is a monster knight, and that's it.
Peter, we've got to let chat settle this. What do we call it? What do we call this piece? Is it a knight? Is it a horse? Is it a horsey? Or I'm also seeing that some people are referring to it as pony. So chat is being very creative. Let's run.
No, that's too much. I mean, okay, this is a monster knight. Yeah, this is the winning piece on the board.
Peter, chat is just hilarious sometimes. Anyway, we're gonna run a poll. I really want this argument to be settled. Chess 24 mods, please run a poll on what is this piece. Is it a knight, horse, horsey, or do we call it a pony? All right, bishop b3 played. Let's get back to the chess while chat decides.
Yeah, because this is what I like. Yeah, that okay, no fooling around of this pawn on c6, because maybe Black will get counter chances. We already have the strategical advantage thanks to this knight. Let's settle on it. Yeah, just I mean, any kind of trade on b3 would make our position even better, because then the king would have Luft as well. So Black will never trade. Usually you are forced to play something like bishop d5 in order to be able to capture with cd5, but after bishop d5, clearly white will simply follow it up by going rook d1, and then Black might go rook d4. That's basically, I think, the two logical moves in the position.
Wow, and I see the Liem Hans game has already started, by the way. So we can quickly just get an opening update on that one from you.
Wow, they are really rushing. Yeah, because in these quarterfinals, yeah, we don't wait for all the matches to finish, and they continue their theoretical debate, because this was the position that they had in the very first game, when I think Liem opted for knight h6 immediately. I think he played knight h6 immediately. Now he goes d6 castles, bishop f5. It's another traditional way. When I first time saw it, I was like, what? Why on earth? Yeah, because at that time I was the type of player who always played e6, knight g7, and I never understood what's wrong with that. But lately it became a little bit more complicated than people wanted. And in 2018 in the Chess Olympiad, I think I played bishop f5 myself, a move which I would have never done in like 2010. But by the time of 2018, I started to appreciate the move of bishop f5. b3, queen d7, bishop b2, bishop h3, trying to trade the bishops, and Hans goes queen c1. I mean, Hans is not impressed. He just says, you know what? You want to trade the bishop, please trade. I'm setting up a move like knight d5. I also gonna trade that bishop. And then who lost more tempi? After all, white has already castled. I'm a little bit confused that computer says that Black is better. I mean, why would Black ever be better here? I can't really understand.
Should Black at all be worried about h5, h4? Ever since the Prague Magnus game of h4, h5, that's the idea that comes to mind. But no, that's not what Liem wants. He plays knight h6, so continuing with development, always eyeing a jump from the knight to f5 for that d4 outpost after bishop g2. Now knight d5 played, so bishop h3, knight c7 is a threat. Black needs to watch out for it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, knight d5 is played. The same applies to h5. Yeah, if black would have played h5, he's just not in time to get the attack going because of knight d5. This is now very timely. And after knight h6, knight d5, I feel like white has some potential here. I mean, black has not yet castled. Okay, now he goes for castle, but white will have some, I mean, for example, trade on g7, a check. Yeah, takes, queen check on c3 or b2, it depends. You have to think about it. Where do you want to have the queen? And then eventually also maybe just opening up the position with d4.
Yeah, and it's kind of like uncomfortable for black, right? After you give it check, I'm trying to think what I want to do. Do I want to go back with my king to g8, which feels a bit unstable with this knight on d5, queen b2 check played. f6 is also not a happy decision. It's a difficult call to take for Liem.
Yeah, very, very tricky. I mean, okay, why on earth would you end up like, I don't know exactly. I mean, this whole idea of playing bishop f5, queen d7, bishop h3, but Hans was very clever also by simply trading these bishops, and it seems like he wants some tempi compared to the traditional positions.
Because this is still in its opening, going into middle game phase, it's a long way to go. We'll come back to it. Let's go over to the Arjun board. It's a very different position from where we left it last. And the clock situation, Christopher down to about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Arjun 3.5 minutes. Arjun's chances of surviving this one, to me, it feels have increased.
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, everything goes on the usual pattern. Yeah, the good knight against the bad bishop. Now, Christopher plays c3 after rook d3. He would just trade everything with rook d1 because we can, with white, we can trade all the pieces. So this is what Arjun is doing actually by putting his rook on d5, that he needs to cement his rook on d5. Yeah, so any kind of rook take will never happen unless white takes on d5, which he will never, because then c takes d5 happens. And otherwise you keep that rook on d5 as long as possible.
Peter, the chat has spoken on our poll and they all agree that this one is a knight. It's not a horsey, it's not a pony, it's not a horse. 37% for knight, horsey by 26%, 24% for pony. So pony is not far behind, and 10%. There were some interesting discussions, by the way. Even unicorn was suggested. Very creative chat we have today with us, Peter.
Yeah, but I'm very happy that finally we settled on a knight, yeah, because this is really monster knight. And h5, g5 happened. Now we see that also the light squares are opening up against black's king. Christopher goes back knight d2. Now he might reshuffle his knight in order to get access for his queen on e4. I don't know exactly. Okay, maybe he also just wants some rook a4, rook c4, also bringing that piece. The position is horrible for black.
And it's interesting that, you know, with equal material, just because of this incredible knight, as you went to insist on it being called, and as that should be, white has this massive advantage. The light squared weaknesses. White's queen is going to penetrate at some point, queen e4, queen g6 ideas. And because of that bishop on g7, Arjun's position is so horrible, regardless of the fact that the material is absolutely equal.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that, first of all, this pawn on a5 is also very vulnerable now that the knight is on c4. And Christopher very nicely regrouping the pieces. Yeah, knight from e4 has done its job, so it aims to c4. The only reason why I did not mention this queen e4 business was that exactly black will immediately try to create some counterplay with queen f2 check. And I don't think that I want to give any kind of counterplay for black.
Is counterplay the worst thing according to you, Peter? Because I feel like in your world, there's no bigger crime than giving counterplay to your opponent.
Exactly. I mean, okay, if you don't need to. By the way, however, it just seemed to me that maybe b4 was, I know, b4, a4. I wanted to, you know, play queen f2 check, king b3, and then opening up the a file and get checkmate on a8. But of course, after b4, black would have pushed the a4 and then threatened with queen f2.
But can't you do that now? Rook e1 has been played. Can't you anyway go a4? Because I can't imagine anything else except b4 after that.
It's a fair point, yeah. But in any case, White is super happy. But the question will be, how will he really break? Yeah, because as long as you have a rook on d5, you feel that you have some chances. I mean, you wait for White to break through. Otherwise, you are just holding on.
And Christopher's got a minute to win this position. You know, and the time when it runs low, he's now down to seconds. It gets that much tricky. And as you're mentioning, the rook on d5 keeps everything under control. He did not go for this a4 idea. Queen c5 played. So just holding on. And Christopher still has to find a way to break through. His pieces are beautiful. Black's bishop is horrible. The queen on e4 is super nice. But how do you make more progress with a minute on the clock?
Yeah, well, he's indicating that he wants to transfer his king to a2. Which makes sense, yeah, because we have seen that Black's counterplay was often based on queen f2 check. By the way, I think the Vincent game has just ended. Was it a draw? I think it was a draw.
Yes, we're getting a confirmation that ended in a draw. So Vincent still leads the match with his first game victory. This is where the action's at. Peter, let's stick to this one as the players have run down on the clock.
Yeah, queen b5, king a2. So Christopher continues on this direction. Yeah, that he wanted to have his king safe. But okay, as you mentioned, yeah, always this one needs to watch out for a5, a4 ideas.
And you have to reply it with b4. I mean, once a4 comes in, you can't really afford to give any counterplay. And Arjun, they're playing queen c5. Passing the ball to Christopher and saying that, well, I know I can't do much and you've got a pretty position, but what's next?
Yeah, to be honest, I was really tempted from Black side to maybe create a counterplay with a4, b4, and then rook d4, sacrificing the exchange, cd4, queen takes c4, and then getting some a3 counterplay, whatever. But probably Arjun feels like since his opponent is not really making any progress, he doesn't want to change the character of the position since Christopher is very low on the clock.
And that's my point, Peter. I'm still, you know, it feels like Arjun's getting closer to saving this one. He's had a bad position for a long time, but with 20 seconds now, I don't see a way for White to make progress here.
I mean, okay, you just have to keep your nerves, yeah, and start shuffling it. Probably this whole idea of bringing the king to a2 was not the best. Yeah, he might need to bring everything back, but not so easy. Down to 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Would a trade of rooks help him? Let's say he tries to trade the rook with the queen e2, rook d1 idea.
No, but I mean, Black will never trade. Yeah, he will always keep it on d5.
And if you take, then cd5 is a massive improvement for Black.
Well, unless the e5 pawn is falling. Yeah, so maybe it's an idea, but it doesn't. Yeah, he goes rook f1, queen b5, rook c1. Okay, he just wants to win some time. Yeah, that's the point. He has such a stable position. He can just go back and forth for a few moves, get those 20-30 seconds, and then he will have time again to finally the rook moved. Okay, so Arjun insisting or implying on some rook b8 counterplay.
Rook b8, and if you go queen c2, maybe queen d5 hitting on f3.
Yeah, or then a4 also. Yeah, it's very tricky because yeah, Christopher is down to 10 seconds.
No, this is getting tricky now because suddenly Arjun has a threat. Rook b8, a4 ideas. He goes rook e1. So after rook b8, he can come back with the knight to d2 because queen c2,
exactly.
a4 is a mess.
Yeah, rook b8, knight d2, and then get the rook somehow to e2 or somehow protect.
Can Black actually go queen d5 here so that queen d5 you have no, but then a5 is hanging. Queen d5 is not possible.
No, it's possible. I mean, you don't underestimate any endgame because maybe the f3 pawn will be vulnerable. Who knows?
All right, rook e1, and he goes rook d5. So Arjun saying that he's happy with a draw, even though Christopher is down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Okay, but he has a bad position. He's actually, I think, hoping for some threefold repetition. Yeah, because
it might be after queen c5. I'm not sure, Peter. If it's a threefold,
well, not with the rook on e2, but with the rook on e1. Actually, it might be a threefold. So Christopher needs to be very alert.
Maybe rook d2 now.
Down to 7 seconds. He needs to change something.
Rook d2 might be the move. He goes rook c2. So Christopher is not sure about this trade.
And wow, he did it without a single second. He jumped back on 10 seconds. Oh my God.
Yeah, when a player gets 10 seconds after a move, that actually means he made it on point something, 0.1 second, 0.2 seconds.
Exactly. I mean, it's enough reason for me to almost get a heart attack. I don't know all the relatives, all the trainers, fans of Christopher, how they are handling this situation.
We can see how Arjun's handling it. He doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. He's so calm right now. Rook d2 finally. So we're going to see a trade of rooks. The idea that we've been discussing, it felt the only way to at least change the dynamics in the position.
Yeah, queen c5 and then queen e2. Yeah, because then you are starting eventually with rook takes d5. cd5 is met by knight takes e5. And if queen has to trade, then you get that knight back to e4 and you're going to win slowly. Queen c5 and queen e2. Probably this is the key move, yeah, that you need to bring that queen back. It's not so easy. Okay, king b1. Yeah, also getting the king back to c2. I mean, king on c2 was so much better than on a2.
All right, now Arjun's down to 1.5 minutes. Christopher playing on seconds. He, of course, realizes the position is clearly better, but looking for a way to break through. So, Peter, the plan that we are discussing is once the king finds itself on c2, you move the queen so that you can trade on d5. The only time you trade on d5 is when black can't take it with the pawn, so that the e5 pawn is hanging, which is why it's important to move back with your queen. But b3 is hanging, so king c2 right now.
Yeah, king c2, queen c5 played.
And now I think he's going to come back with the queen.
Yeah, should come back with the queen. I mean, he should just understand that, in fact, this queen on e4 is misplaced. It has nothing to do there.
Can he get ambitious with queen g6?
No, don't be ambitious. Yeah, with 4 seconds on the clock, you just have to be solid. You shouldn't be calculating anything. Just be, you know, as a rook, and not to let any counterplay happen. And then now you have a threat. Rook takes d5.
Rook d5 is threat. And very important, Peter, actually, for the queen to support the knight so that a4. Don't forget about black's counterplay with a4.
Wow. So again, back queen e4. Now queen c5 will be blitzed out. I mean, Christopher will go crazy if the computer suddenly stops the game by a 3-4 repetition. He has to watch out. It's only twofold, but I mean, it's very much in the air.
So what does he want? So the point was that you couldn't take rook d5 after queen b5. Clever move by Arjun, because c takes d5 was pinning that knight. So exactly. He didn't give him the opportunity to take it.
Exactly.
And now Arjun thinking, what happens after queen c5?
No, I'm wondering that is he now thinking about a4, b4 and rook d4?
No, Peter, he's going to go queen c5. He's gone queen c5, and look at our eval bar. It's shooting up, but of course it's so hard to see why.
Yeah, I mean, this evaluation bar was jumping back and forth for quite some time.
Maybe chat can tell us. Chat, what was going on after queen c5?
Knight d2 comes back. So now queen c4, yeah, he's trying to, but queen c4 will be met by queen b6. Wow. Oh my God, yeah, computer's plan is rook d2, rook d3, and then knight d2 back, and just slowly, very step by step. Okay, finally the knight is back on e4. You remember when the knight was on e4 and we talked about that it's such a nice piece. Why is this knight really moving away? But Christopher wanted to win with the knight on c4. It did not succeed. Now 30 moves later, he brings it back.
Yeah, I mean, this idea of rook d2, rook d3, what you're mentioning, as the way it's just so difficult.
Yes, I mean, it just does not cross the human brain, because apparently, I mean, to our taste or our mind, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's
amazing stuff. So knight d2 played, still shuffling around, still playing on seconds. Let me quickly keep an eye out on the other boards, because Magnus Lev has started as well. And Peter, do you want to just for a moment jump onto that game and tell us what you think? Because it looks like quite a crazy position out of the opening.
Yeah, I was trying to understand how did this happen? Which opening was it? Because I have never seen it. It's knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, d takes c4. And Aha, so Magnus actually had quite a lot of respect for this setup that Levon used. He's not ready for it. And now he tries to sidestep with queen a4 check, queen takes c4, and gets hit by e5. However, how much it was a preparation or over the board inspiration, we don't know. In any case, what we see at the current position, that Magnus is way up on the clock. And he's a pawn up. Of course, black has all kinds of compensation and very sharp position, but I mean, somehow it looks like Levon lost. I mean, if this f5 had to be played, and now Magnus will kick the knight with h3, and you have to go back to h6, then white is just a healthy pawn up. I mean, okay, there is some intrigue in the position, because how do you develop the bishop on c1, but I somehow trust Magnus to find a way.
All right, we'll come back to this, and let's not forget the clock situation. Levon down to 8. Meanwhile, Krzysztof is making progress. So let's take a look. Rooks have been traded off, Peter, and this is definitely definite progress. I mean, with this knight and queen and the king always having a safe square on a2, you don't have to worry about any checks. I think now it's harder for black.
Yeah, this is not a completely winning position. I mean, okay, it's now the rook got eliminated from d5 just very quickly to see how did he manage to trick.
And you lose a pawn, no? You lose a pawn. No, you have queen e6. Okay, or queen d7. But you lose a pawn because a5 is hanging as well.
Yeah, you lose a pawn and you lose the game. I mean, this is just a hopeless position. White will take on c6.
He's going to go queen g1 and try to create some counterplay.
Yeah, but the trick is that even queen takes f3 is never a threat because of queen a8 check, king h7, knight takes g5. Nice. So you can't even take, and now we just come back, and it's resignable.
Come back, and the c pawn will decide the game.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, this turned out to be a model game. How, I mean, basically not how not to play the dragon, because I have to say that the line has a bad reputation. So yeah, it's basically, if you choose it from the black side, you have to come armed with some very special move preparation to justify for all these strategical dangers. And in this game, Arjun just failed to do that. That was his big mistake, or big trouble.
Yeah, it felt like he was so much worse once this f4 was committed. And after that, it was a matter of, well, time and technique before Krzysztof could make the most of it. He's managed to do it finally, and he's got about a minute on the clock. The c pawn is advancing. Peter, I like the move queen d6 here, just keeping everything under control before you go c6. But Krzysztof says, I'm not making that move. I want to go immediately for c6. a4, trying for counterplay. You just shut everything with b4 now.
Well, or queen d3, or what? I mean, just it feels like one stabilizing move. Yeah, queen d3 on the board, and it just over automatically.
What a game by Krzysztof, making a comeback in his match. Again, 3 players managed to do that in game 2. Queen a6 played, attacking c6. You can just keep advancing it because queen c6, you've got queen c3.
Yeah, time to resign, and Arjun resigns.
Arjun resigns. GG's to Krzysztof. We've got another matchup where the score's been neutralized. And let's head over to the Magnus board. Peter, it is absolutely insane. What is Lev even doing? G5. This can't be right for black.
Well, I mean, okay, but the position is otherwise lost, yeah? So bad position requires drastic measures. And he's trying to create some G5, G4. Also, at the moment, he might be kind of hoping to take Gf4 because you can't take Ef4 due to the pin. And if Magnus goes something like king h1 or king h2, then black is probably trying to go g5, g4. Levon just tries to create mess because he knows that he's pawned down for otherwise nothing. Slowly, if Magnus gets time to go rook ad1 and then bishop c1 back, then it's just a matter of time how he will win it. So it's understandable that Levon is trying the all-in approach.
So if you do make a normal move like rook d1, what Lev wants to do is go g4.
Well, after rook d1, maybe g takes f4. I don't know, because I can isolate the e5 pawn. That's why I wanted to move the king in order to be able to recapture with EF if you take on F4. But then you will switch to G4 ideas, yeah?
Yeah, because GF4, Queen F4, even, yeah, probably the E5. But he goes King H2, so that GF, EF is possible, as you mentioned. And Peter, let's take a look at what happens if Black plays G4 here, because it's getting very concrete now.
Yeah, G4, I think the most natural is first, we should start with Queen G3.
Let's move our king as well.
Yeah, King H8. And okay, one can argue that I can, if I want, I can block it with H4, but I'm not sure if I want it, because then this queen on G3, pawn on H4 will be a very strange construction.
King H8 played.
Yeah, King H8 played first. Yeah, why to hurry them with G4? Yeah, you just keep all the options open. Yeah, probably Levon is trying to eventually also double on the G file. The position isn't so trivial, because the point is that if white is not able to break in the center, then actually black has quite some active pieces. I mean, his bishops are so much more superior compared to white's bishops, but of course white is the one who is pawn up.
Okay, Queen H5. This is the move I wanted to look at, attacking the knight and the pawn. Now, perhaps does black go knight f7, or is queen g7 a possibility? Because even if you take on g5, there will always be knight f7 at the end. Or do you start with knight f7?
Well, good question. Tough question.
I kind of like both moves here.
Queen g7, yeah?
I mean, I think it works, because let's say you go queen g5, I trade twice and I go knight f7.
Yes, this trade I'm not so thrilled for white, yeah, because now e5, g5 pawns will be vulnerable, the e3 pawn is vulnerable, black gets very active position. So after queen g7, I would like to keep the tension.
And if you keep the tension, then I want to go rook g8 next. If I get the chance, then I'll take on f4 and mate you on g2. If I get the chance.
Aggressive intentions, yeah. But yeah, the position is so strange.
Okay, so we are getting an update that not the best idea, because you can in fact take on g5 and he goes rook g8 instead. But let's just show this.
Because this is, yeah, Tania is mentioning, yeah, the brutal strong move e3, e4, opening up the position, solving the problem of the e3 weakness, opening up the bishop from d2, and yeah, it already, everything makes perfect sense. Okay, so Levon plays the move rook g8. What? So he sacrificed the knight on h6?
Yeah, wait a second. What is the idea here? Rook g6, and now what does he want to do?
Queen h5, rook 8 g8. Wow, this is one of the most shocking kind of sacrifices I have ever seen, because black did not get, I mean, he got tempi, I mean, 2 tempis, but nothing else.
Peter, let's just back up and take this in for a moment. The knight on h6 was attacked. Can we just have this queen h5? And here Levon just calmly made the move rook g8. And we saw the shock on Magnus as well. And at first you see, wait, is the queen getting trapped? No, it's not, because it just comes back on h5. Magnus happily snapped it up. Rook g6, queen h5. And no bishop f7, no idea of targeting the queen. But immediately blitzes at rook g8. And it might be lost according to our eval bar, but practical problems to be solved. G takes f4 is a big threat with g3, with g2 under fire. And let's say you make the move bishop f3 here, trying to keep everything under control. Then perhaps bishop f7, and your queen doesn't have a retreating square.
Yeah, wow, interesting. I mean, my intuition is actually somehow to play the move g4. If I'm not bundling my queen, I would love to play g4 in order to make sure that I won't be checkmated on the g file. But maybe it's also a mistake. I mean, the position is completely crazy. One needs to think, and Magnus also slowed down.
He needs to slow down. And Peter, let's just take a look at this idea. And g4, by the way, best move. Tad is informing us. That is what the engines one think is the right way for white to go, Peter. So your intuition is on point here. Let's take a look at it.
Well, I mean, my intuition is simply I don't want to get checkmated. I mean, okay, Levon has doubled. He has some ideas like G takes F4 and Rook takes G2. He might even have ideas with Queen G7 tripling on the G file. So basically the move G4 came to my mind like, you know, it's a defensive move. Let me just survive the attack and then piece up after all.
That is true. Let's take a look at some lines now. So G4, if I don't feel like taking on G4 because after F takes G4, allowing F5 just doesn't feel right to me. So
yeah, so maybe you take GF4 or what exactly?
Yeah, let's start with GF4. Let's start with GF4 and you take EF4, right? Or you take with the rook.
I don't know yet. I mean, I have some moves. Yeah, I know that I have some moves. I mean, also rook takes F4 is kind of an option, yeah.
All right, so rook takes F4 is a definite option. I'm trying to see if I can get to your queen. Rook G5, you have queen H4 and everything is fine.
Well, I mean, you at some point you will also have these bishop C7, bishop takes D5 ideas. I mean,
also, you know, Peter, nasty ideas like queen F8 or queen G7. I like queen G7 and rook H6. That's a nice idea.
That's a nice idea. So basically, maybe my rook F4 was slightly premature.
Actually, queen G7 is quite strong, I think, because with E5 under attack and rook H6 winning a queen, this might be trouble for white.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not what I want. So GF4, so this is it. Yeah, that okay, humanly it's very easy for me to suggest the move G4, but calculating it and understanding that after GF4, for example, how do I exactly react? Then maybe I should just but I also don't want to take EF, then the bishop opens up.
But Peter, the point is, at least after E takes F4, if black tries to trap with rook H6, let's say queen G7, then you have the move G5. And actually, if you get G5, the attack is stopped, your queen comes back and you're a piece up and you're a happy camper.
Yeah, but I was worried of some F take G4 and I don't know. I mean, this F5 is already too complicated for my taste to calculate.
But F5 might just be winning, no, on the spot.
Yeah, we hear from Tania. He says, yeah, F5 just works. Okay, thank you very much. I mean, if I can see this position during my calculation and I might just say, no, it's too complicated. I don't want to play like this. And Magnus is taking his time. It's so difficult. It's very tough call because he doesn't know that is this really serious or is it an incredible bluff? And he slowly starts to appreciate. Look at this. He has already burned more than 4 minutes.
So practically, regardless of what the eval bar says, it's very easy to just look at it and say, oh, this sacrifice makes no sense. But a fantastic practical decision by Levon.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, it might not work out against Magnus. Maybe it will even work out against Magnus, but the idea is sensational.
And, you know, only a creative genius like Lev can come up with something like this, like queen H5. We are thinking about move the knight, defend it with queen G7, all these moves. And Levon just gives it to get a tempo to double up on the G file. Essentially, that's what he got. Peter, your move is on the board. Magnus plays G4.
Yeah, Magnus plays the move G4, but I'm curious that how he will handle the situation after GF4 or, I mean, I'm guessing that Levon will take GF4. What else?
What else? What happens? Okay, what happens if you go queen G7 here? I want to go rook H6, but I didn't like that because of GF5. Yeah, GF5 is annoying maybe.
Well, queen G7 on the board.
It's on the board.
Wow.
G7. Okay, Peter, rook H6 coming up. Rook H6 is a big threat. Magnus has seen it all. He
and
goes E4 immediately. So rook H6, he wants to go queen G5.
Wonderful. Okay, let me mark this pawn structure because I'm not sure if we have ever seen it before. Oh my God.
6 pawns facing each other. This is
yeah, and also behind there is so much force. Yeah, all the tripling on the G file and everything. But the whole point is that Magnus probably is even planning to sacrifice his queen. Yeah, rook H6, queen G5, rook G6, and just take somehow on F5.
But you just go queen H4, no? Why do you want to sacrifice?
Okay, because it was just so beautiful. I mean, okay, we can even probably just sacrifice and then take, and the queen E5 runs into bishop F4. But of course, absolutely unnecessary. That's I agree. But just the move e4 is so beautiful.
Wow, it'll be amazing to see. Will Magnus go for this queen sacrifice with this dominating pawns in the center? Or will he play it safe by returning with the queen? For now, e4 played. It's quite an aesthetic position we have in front of us. And, well, time. At least both players have got 5 minutes, so they can spend some time in this critical moment.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus did spend, and this was absolutely justified, that he spent like 5.5 minutes on g4, but he has also forcing queen g7 e4 as he blitzed it out.
Wow, amazing stuff. All right, so we are looking at this position and trying to understand, chat. What do you think? Will Magnus go for a queen sacrifice after rook h6? Because, Peter, if not rook h6, do you see an alternative for black here? Is g takes f4 something that... Because gf4, you take ef5.
Well, my feeling is actually that now Levon really regrets playing the move queen g7, because this e4 is something that he would be so happy from the white side, that basically to know that, yeah, that's it. I trick my opponent, he doesn't have enough compensation. And basically all these kind of queen sacrifices are just so tempting humanly. I don't think that Levon is really a big believer in his position now.
It will be insane if after that super creative knight sacrifice that thrilled us all, Carlsen also returns the favor with this very impressive queen sacrifice if we get that on the board.
Well, I mean, we might be getting it, because what else apart of rook h6? Yeah, f take g4 doesn't look dangerous. G takes f4, it's already too late for gf4. F takes e4.
I think gf4, ef5 is just line over, because you can't. You go queen takes e5, and if nothing else, you at least have bishop f4 there.
It's not an option. So yeah, Levon is now burning his clock. And look at his impressions. I mean, his facial impression doesn't signal any happiness. And Magnus in the meantime is enjoying, yeah, because 2 moves ago he was under some kind of a pressure, yeah, also psychological pressure, that he didn't know how much bluff it was, and okay, if it's a big bluff, then why is he worried? He did spend all his time and then find this g4 e4 wonderful counter.
Okay, the only other option that I see in black's position here is to go f takes g4. But
F-g4, yeah?
But then I think, okay, you can't go h takes g4 because of rook h6. You can't go bishop g4 because of rook h6. So you probably have to go, what, f5? Or do you take on, yeah, because if you take on g5, there's queen e5. So maybe f5 here?
Well, but fg5, what was wrong with fg5?
I thought queen e5.
But then bishop f4 again, no?
Bishop f4 you still have, that's correct.
Yeah, this bishop f4 is always the stabilizing move.
Maybe, okay, can we just go back one move? So after f takes g4, fg5, does it give any counter chances to start with gh3 or bishop c7? Which one?
Yeah, maybe bishop c7. I mean, it's slightly irritating, yeah, because it should be losing anyway, but yeah, you are at least keeping some tension.
Tension is good.
Yeah, always good, yeah.
But there, I mean, we're not missing any tension. Have we seen the position chart with all these pawns and these options of grabbing one of them or rook h6? I am most interested to see that after rook h6, what does Magnus have in mind? Will he go for the queen sack? Let's just point that line out one more time. Rook h6, queen takes g5, and let's say rook g6. Here there's an option to go queen h4, and I don't know if there's a refutation to that or not, but Peter, your idea of just sacrificing the queen with taking on f5. And queen e5, bishop f4. So you win the bishop on e6. So this is not an option. And let's say not queen e5. And if I fall back with the bishop, we can just sit forever and admire white's pawns then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, bishop f4, then push e6 and so on. I mean, if this is not winning, then nothing is winning. Besides,
30 seconds. Levon has 30 seconds on the clock. How did that happen?
Well, he spent 4 minutes because he didn't know what to do, and finally he takes FG4, and Magnus blitzes out F5. He had all the time in the world to calculate these lines.
And this is what we were looking at, right? After FG5.
Well, okay, we were also speaking about F takes G5, but yeah, F5 was the other move. Just close it. Rook H6 now can be met simply by Queen take G4.
Exactly. And Queen E5, you just fall back with the king.
Yeah, probably just fall back. Yeah, so Rook H6 played.
Queen into G4 is going to happen. And probably he goes Bishop C7, so wanting to go Queen E5 with more power. Does he just go, well, F6 you can, yeah, maybe F6 is possible here.
Okay, F6, Bishop takes D5 check.
King H1.
Then Queen moves to D7. I'm not sure about that.
This is getting tricky because H3.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this Bishop C7 was a wonderful spot. I mean, it might be lost and it might not help at all, but it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's quite a tricky move because F takes E6, I'm calculating now. Then
Queen E5 check.
Exactly, Queen E5, and after Bishop F4, he's
Bishop
got
F4, then GF, and we open up the G file.
Exactly, and look at this move, Bishop E1, so that he can go Bishop
Stunning.
G. Super defense.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, Bishop takes E5, Bishop G3, curtains, basically. Yeah. Wow, what a nice reaction by Magnus. Yeah, G4, E4, and then finally also F5 and Bishop E1, Bishop G3. Very nice. Wow. That's why all those creative ideas from Levon work against many of the other players, but almost never against Magnus.
All right, Peter, because Lev is down to seconds, 4 seconds, I think we stick to this one for the time being, and then we'll quickly go over to the other games.
Yeah,
so,
I also expect him to design in 2 moves, yeah, because he's just trying his last chance. Yeah, takes G4, but for example, after Bishop takes G4, I don't see a move.
So you're suggesting Bishop G4 here?
Yeah, why not? I mean, okay, just take it and
the board, and
then Levon shaking his head. We might be seeing resignation.
Wow, Magnus.
Okay, Bishop C4, Rook F4, and Cemento and finish.
Cemento is always bad news for the opponent.
Okay, Rook G1, it's the same. Okay, Rook F4 would have been, and then the other Rook to G1. Yeah, just to, but it doesn't matter already.
Just to get all the harmony that you can imagine.
Yes. By the way, Liem saved the difficult position against Hans, so the match is tied 1.5, 1.5. Also, the other game started, but yeah, we wait for, okay, B5, no, okay, come on, Lev, with few seconds on the clock against 5 against Magnus, B5, okay, E5, this is designable.
And it's a piece and a pawn down and plus no attack at all. E5, knight E4.
And all the compensation, yeah, I think Levon will just design, enough is enough.
So white has the material advantage and the initiative.
Exactly.
Wow, if Magnus wins this, he takes the lead in their match after losing the first game.
With the white pieces, exactly. I mean, at that moment, it looked like a horrible scenario. I think that's the reason why Levon is playing this position. Otherwise, he would have designed it long ago. The frustration, yeah, that after winning the first game with black, now he will go into the last game of the match with a win-on-demand situation. Yeah, that's it.
And Levon resigns. A beautiful idea there in the middle game by Lev, but Magnus up to the task of playing it to perfection, taking the piece and then defending it precisely. Magnus leads in this match. Levon Aronian has to win their 4th game on demand to force a playoff. All right, Peter, let's quickly jump over to the other game. Hans Niemann, Leko Liem has ended in a draw. 1.5, 1.5. We've got 2 games going on. Let's first get the update on the Arjun board.
But the Arjun game started just recently because they are behind. Yeah, I mean, they had this very long game. I think it makes sense first to take a look at the Vincent's game. And then we're going to catch up with this. because they started earlier. And okay, we see that exactly. I mean, Vincent is just trying to signal, okay, let me be as solid as possible. I know that Pragg is very dynamic, and they are playing the same opening, takes bishop g4, bishop f4, and now Pragg takes on f3. I think in the previous game he played with e6. Now he gives up the bishop immediately. And yeah, well, it feels to me like Vincent just wants to play like Magnus. I mean, no theoretical duel, just give me this cards, but...
We all want to play like Magnus, but it's really tough.
Yeah, it's tough, yeah, but okay, you also need to have the kind of strategical feeling for that. It has to be suitable for you, and probably Vincent feels like, okay, I'm also a strategist, and let me try to play a slow game against Pragg, yeah, because Pragg is so dangerous, tactically so gifted, feels all the dynamics. And now we see Pragg is trying to break in the center, but Vincent has the two bishops. So basically this breaking up the center business is a very concrete approach. And he's also willing to part with the dark squared bishop. Wow, this is, I have never really seen such a strategical idea. I mean, basically now white can just take on e5 or go bishop b5, and the dark square bishop will be also traded.
Peter, I'm just looking at the cameras, the player cameras, and Pragg going back and forth so much on his chair. It's a good thing that Vincent is not playing this over the board, because otherwise it can be very, it can be a little, you know, not very comfortable to deal with.
I know exactly. Yeah, I never knew how to react to this situation. Yeah, should I tell my opponent that, okay, sorry, my friend, I mean, okay, just tranquilo. But you know, it's also kind of very tricky, because if you don't see anything but it disturbs you, then it's also not good. Yeah, that your opponent is nervous and then you take over his nervousness. You don't know how to react to it. If there is an arbiter next to you, then you can invite the arbiter, please, you know, show that, okay, there is something not exactly right, please tell something, because otherwise it's also not comfortable to talk to your opponent, right? I mean, yeah. It's just you feel like you don't want to interfere his aura, yeah, during the game.
No, I completely relate to that. I think everyone who's played OTB events has probably been in this situation. Very often it is the players shaking their leg a lot and the whole board shakes and the pieces are shaking, and it's your move. And you know, you kind of don't want to even go to the arbiter and complain. And then you do that thing where you kind of hold the board and just sort of signal to your opponent. It's a very awkward exchange.
Exactly, but yeah, this is usually the professional approach, that you kind of make a sign like, okay, it needs to stabilize. Yeah, I mean, okay, we need stability. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, I know. Yeah, and it was very nice to hear that you also know this trick. Yeah, this is the only way to deal with the situation.
It really is, right? Because you can't just start having a conversation and going, excuse me, I'm trying to think here. You know, it just doesn't. So we do that whole, I think everyone does that. And then they stop. And especially if it's your move. But the thing is, if it's their move, you can't really then, you know, disturb them too much.
Exactly. Yeah, basically then the other only medicine is that you just get up and go for a walk. Yeah, let him shake his board as much as he wants. Yeah.
Oh my God, tranquilo is important.
It's very important. Yeah, it's super. I mean, in chess, it's all about being tranquilo. Yeah, because we have to keep our nerves. Yeah, we are otherwise sitting. Yeah, people are underestimating. People think that chess players, just because they are quietly sitting there, are not nervous at all, or they are able to control their nerves. Well, we are trying, but I'm not sure. We all know that we have those situations when things get out of control.
All right. Well, right now it looks like, at least in this position, things are in control for both sides. But I have to say, Peter, that after bishop takes d4, because of this IQP, I'm expecting a piece to capture it. Probably queen d4 or knight d4, and white just has a slight advantage in the position because of the weakness on d5.
Yeah, a tiny bit. Yeah, but on the other hand, I think also it should be quite solid for black. I'm kind of expecting that this game will end in a draw, and then Pragg will go all out in his last white game. Yeah, so it's still, the match is only heating up. I mean, we have seen Pragg coming back, and probably that's also the reason why Vincent actually wants to put some energy into this position, that maybe he can squeeze out something after all. Then basically it would be match over, yeah, if he manages to win this. But I still don't see that he really can create any chances.
All right, we'll come back and see how much of a pull Vincent is able to create with that IQP. But let's get an update on the Arjun-Christopher board. And Arjun won the first game. Christopher strikes back in the second game. The score is level. What about the position?
Wow, I mean, okay, we see what about the position. Knight on G5 and knight on B5. To be honest, I have never really been seeing something like this at the same time. And also, black has the pair of bishops, but the bishop on B4 is slightly awkward. So I don't really like what Arjun is doing in general. Yeah, giving up the dark square bishop, and black has the pair of bishops and so on. But maybe there are some concrete issues. Yeah, so one shouldn't be underestimating. We also see that the computer signals that maybe white can hope for something. It's just so counterintuitive, but maybe this bishop on b4 is such a liability, but it still protects the e1 square. Yeah, that's also very useful. And after e3, we always have bishop a5.
And white still has to kind of finish his development, get the bishop into the game. Ideally, I would want it on the h1, a8 diagonal. Okay, bishop e2 played, maybe that's where it's headed. Bishop to f3, and then some slight problems for the b7 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand how white can hope to be better, but we see that the evaluation bar believes that white can. I mean, maybe connected with the bishop f3, quick bishop f3 hitting the b7 pawn, the knight might try to head to d6. And there is some pressure also on the a7, b7 pawn. So despite I'm not a big believer in white's chances of being better, maybe it's more to it than I really believe.
All right, I've just pulled up chat, and Daniel saying, nice to see the new generation playing. It might be a new generation, but when you actually see the games that they're playing and the quality of their play, you can't even call them kids. You can't even say that, you know what, this is a talent anymore. It's not a potential anymore. It just feels as if these guys are here, the new wave is here, and in just maybe a couple of years, they will start shuffling the top 10, Peter.
Yeah, very much. I mean, really very much. Okay, one shouldn't forget that this is an online rapid event. Yeah, it's a slightly different format. Of course, it favors the young kids, yeah, because it's all about energy, it's all about focus, the nerves and so on. And of course, they have wonderful nerves. They have all this, tactical vision. And they are used to playing with faster time control a lot on the internet, but I mean, they have already proven themselves also on over the board events that they are very much capable. Their ratings are rising, and I think this combo that they are successful in this online rapid format and having big successes already in the over the board tournaments, this combination shows that they are really coming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just the success in the online format that we've seen, even in recent classical events. Well, Olympiad, I think, has left such a big impact on us when it comes to this talk about changing of the guards and performance and this new wave of chess, which now feels like a tsunami. So definitely they are here and here to stay. All right, so bishop e2. Peter, we'll come back to this. Is there a chance for Hans and Magnus in chat? Chat is asking, well, the way the brackets are, the chances if both of them win the quarterfinals, both of them win the semifinals, then they play a match against each other in the finals. And these are our brackets. So the winner of Magnus and Lev will play the winner of Vincent and Pragg, while whoever takes the match in Hans and Liem will play Christopher and Arjun in the semifinals. So still a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And also here we already have now the last game of their match between Liem and Hans has started. So the match situation is 1.5, 1.5. If it's a draw, then the Blitz playoff comes and a potential Armageddon. However, it's still too early to call that, because in all these matches, there is so much tension. And whenever you play with the white pieces, you want to get something. On the other hand, black is, first trying to be solid. At the same time, if suddenly he feels that the opponent is a bit shaky or wants too much from the position, then black is ready to jump on his chance to create something. And look at this. The players, I mean, Liem not, but Hans is blitzing. I mean, like he's very much into his territory. This is probably some preparation. The reason why I'm highlighting this, because this isn't the most typical, I mean, it's typical position, but the move order is different. Yeah. Let me just highlight what happened here. So this happened c5, e3.
So it starts with a sort of a tirage, but goes into a Queen's Gambit accepted structure.
Yes, knight c6, a3, takes, a6, castles, b5, bishop a2, bishop b7, and here white opted for queen e2, and then black blitzed out the move queen c7 immediately. Okay, it's a bit confusing, and rook d1, rook d8. Okay, this is, I think, the old classical way. Yeah, this is the very old classical way how black is playing, but I thought like there were some new tactical directions with c takes d4 and then b4. Those are the modern lines. Yeah, and Tadeusz is mentioning that, yeah, we are in the Leko game from 2015. It was in Skopje, and I remember this game very well. It was a very nice strategical finesse. So in fact, my mind, because it's so much into the modern forced lines with, let me just highlight, yeah, after queen e2, I think it's c takes d4, rook d1, and then b5, b4. Yeah, it's an idea that I played in 2018 against Boris Gelfand at the Olympiad. And at that time, it was kind of a novelty, but Boris was also very well prepared. And I came under some pressure by not remembering the final point of my analysis. The reason why I got confused that I never had this position from the white side. I always think it from the black side, and it looked so different, right? That was the trick. But in fact, yeah, this is a classical traditional position. Queen e2, queen c7, rook d1, rook d8. White goes d5, takes, and now it's the question how you usually they take with the knight. Yeah, knight takes
on the board, and all the trades have happened. Hans looked a little surprised with this decision that Liem took. Peter, I think the speed with which Hans is playing, one can feel that it is part of his prep, and he sort of knows he's still in familiar territory. I did see on our camera him yawning a couple of times. It looks like Hans hasn't had much sleep, and yeah, it's understandable. And I want to just take this opportunity, Peter, to also just appeal to our chat that I understand with the situation, we all want to speculate, we all want to talk about what's happening, but also let's not forget just to try to do that, but with kindness.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, basically, ever since we heard Emil Sutovsky when he joined the pre-show and he mentioned that now FIDE is taking this matter very seriously and they will be coming out with statements and they are dealing with the situation. I think more or less that's the moment when it ended for me. Yeah, that there is just no need to speculate. It's not our job to speculate. We are here to commentate the games and let FIDE and also Magnus then sort things out.
Yes, but Peter, it is in a time of social media, I don't think we can stop speculation from happening, especially when such a big drama is going on, which involves the world champion, which involves one of the biggest talents in the world currently. But what's very important is to learn to be, well, fair about it and not to be nasty about it, because sometimes that happens. And unfortunately, it happens more.
Yeah, okay, you cannot control. Yeah, then you already cannot control it, of course. It's out of our hands, but for the moment I can say that, yeah, Liem is playing the classical ideas. Yeah, this GC, I remember it was maybe the Kramnik David Havel game from London 2011, or when this idea was first played by Kramnik and put pressure on, I believe it was David. I do believe, and ever since this is like a model game. And but basically, in general, black is fine here. I don't think that black has anything to worry.
All right, so we can conclude this opening outcome so far as good prep, control on the clock as well. Hans is doing well so far in this game. Peter, let's move on because I see the fourth game against Lev and Magnus has also started. Very early stage, but let's quickly just see the first couple of moves that have happened. Levon needs to win this game to force a playoff.
And what does Magnus do in that case? He goes for Rostolimo with black, I mean, probably signaling that he's ready to play the Sveshchikov, but knowing that Levon anyway always treats it with bishop b5, and he goes for this ultra complex and quite a rare line e5. It's a fashionable line. First, I think Fabiano brought it back into the elite circle, and then Magnus was picking it up as well. Or was it Magnus who first picked it up and then Fabiano joined? In any case, both Fabiano and Magnus are very much involved in this theoretical discussion. Castles bishop d6, it's a very fancy idea. You get the bishop out to d6, you want to go knight g7, and you try to treat it like if it's a Ruy Lopez Spanish, of course with its own special rules. Very interesting. How did Levon react? d3, knight f6, bishop g5, a6. It's all about move orders. I mean, you really have to be prepared here to understand what's going on.
Bishop f6 traded, queen f6. So the players are still blitzing out. Bishop c4. And after b5, you've got a d5 square. So the only issue with this e5, c5 positions is that the d5 square is often weak. And White's knight can find its way there, or the bishop, depending on the requirements of the situation. This one is, it's developing, Peter. Meanwhile, a lot of action on the Arjun-Christopher board. A lot has changed. White's knight is on b7, almost looking trapped if not for that d6 escape route that you have. Tension on the c4 pawn, tension with the e5 weakness, but look at that bishop on b4, controlling e1. But my question is, what happens after a3? And the answer to that is e4.
Yes, it's a very, very dynamic position because actually the idea of knight b7 was to trap the bishop on b4, yeah? And that's the reason why, look at this, the last move was knight b7, a very ambitious move. Now White is threatening to play a3 and win the game. The bishop is lost, so Black is coming with e6, e5. And after a3, he's gonna follow it up with e4. And where does this lead us? For example, a takes b4. You can even take on f3 probably. And you destroy the pawn structure. Yeah, this should be perfectly fine. Knight c5, f takes g2. And then also you're gonna take b takes c4. Black looks perfectly fine. So White will try to control the situation. He can't go into these big trades.
All right, so a3, e4 looks like the complications are working out for Black. Arjun's got about 8 minutes, so enough time to try to solve these tactical variations. Let's get an update on the Hans board, Peter. Has there been, wow, we've had moves.
Yeah, I mean, Hans has, I don't know, he's not able to control his nerves. Yeah, he's just rushing. I don't like it because this isn't such a dangerous line. You have to be precise with the black pieces. He rushed somewhere and he mixed things up and ends in a trouble. I think this is exactly the way how Kramnik got the upper hand against David, because now we see rook d7 is threatened.
Rook d7 is threatened, knight d7, knight c5 threats in the air. Well, rook d7 wins a piece, so Black first has to fight against that. And if you go bishop f6, then knight d7 jumps in, and that's disaster as well.
Yeah, that's a total disaster. I mean, now also, and after rook takes d5, you have to, okay, probably White takes with the rook. Also e d5 is interesting, but probably just take with the rook and then rook d8. That's a big question. That do you have a killer punch here, or will Black be able to neutralize White's initiative? Because so many things are hanging. Yeah, who knows? Maybe some queen d2 double attack. Queen d2 might be very strong, hitting the knight.
Exactly.
And after rook d5, we take e d5. Okay, no, the knight can still jump to b3. No, then it doesn't work. The knight jumps to b3 and then to d4 or protect.
Knight b3, queen d1, knight d4.
Yes, this knight b3, knight d4 I originally missed. So okay, then actually why can't we just take and
Is it e takes d5? Is rook d5, e d5 dangerous?
Okay, I wanted to play bishop d6. If I can.
Don't see. I mean, knight c6. Can we just follow the line and see what's happening after knight c6?
Well, knight c6, I have two options: knight c4 or bishop takes f4. Okay, first bishop f4.
Let's try bishop f4. So, knight a5. You go queen b6, which is annoying.
Yeah, queen b6, queen c7. I mean, okay, you can jump back with the knight to c6. I'm still not 100% sure also where to put the queen and also how to evaluate this position because the knight is quite a monster.
Bishop d6. Knight, we are being told that after bishop d6, knight c6 is a problem. Bishop f4, knight a5.
Yes, that's the other problem. Yeah, I was also worried of this, that just queen c7, just g takes f4 and then push d6.
And d6 is too
is
strong.
very
Yeah,
scary.
with the back rank weakness.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary, yeah, because white is just pushing the pawn and it's awkward. Very awkward. So this is the problem what Hans is faced with, yeah, that rook d7 is a problem. And after rook takes d5, e d5, it might get very forcing. That's why the reason was that I was thinking that can I play knight c4? It's kind of very crucial that can I play the move knight c4, but it might just...
Okay, I want to try this idea with bishop d. I wanted to go bishop d6, knight d6, and knight e7 check. Or okay, I start with queen e5. I start with queen e5, Peter.
Yeah, queen e5. So you force me to queen d7.
I force. Oh, by the way, rook d5 on the board, so we're going to be seeing it.
And rook d5 on the board, e d5, bishop d6, knight c6. It's a very tempting and very logical continuation.
So e takes d5, b d6. We were looking at this line with knight c6, knight c4, yeah?
Yes, exactly. But it's a tough call for Liem also. Both moves are very tempting, but yeah, if ED works nicely, then of course ED5 is stronger, keeping the rook on the board. Yeah, ED5 played.
Yeah, it's super tempting, no? With these two ideas of going d6 and knight c6, you want to play ED5. And yeah, it's been played.
Yeah, tough call for Hans. And now probably you see finally he's spending a lot of time. This is exactly what I'm always worried of. Yeah, if you blitz too much, yeah, in 15 minutes plus 10 seconds game, I don't feel that you should be blitzing, because if you get a position that you control, yeah, then even if you have like 7-8 minutes, but you know how to play the position, you can play fast and you are still very far away from time pressure. But if you don't control the situation, then you will be forced to burn the clock anyway, however, already under conditions which you might not enjoy.
Peter, I'm just looking at this idea that, and I don't know if it works or not, but let's try it. So bishop d6, knight c6, knight c4, and can we go knight a5? Or you take bishop f4. No, knight a5, knight b7 is hanging. What am I saying? So you can't take bishop f4. And if you take knight a5, I want to go bishop d6. Okay, this is the dream.
Yeah, so knight d6 and then bishop takes d6 and you win the pawn.
Yeah, because of your back rank, no?
Yeah, I mean...
Wherever you go, rook d8 or rook c8, you can't take on d5 also.
Yeah, well, I mean, the position is really unpleasant. Black is under a lot of pressure.
So this looks really tough, actually. Knight. Okay, there is a defense. That is informing that it was a good try, but after knight a5, there's queen d7.
What?
That this line that I was mentioning, bishop d6.
That knight c4, knight a5, and then here there is queen d7, yeah?
At least we pick up a pawn, no? It's something.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, knight takes c4, bishop f4, gf4, and...
Oh, we don't pick up a pawn because
no,
queen g4, we lose
probably. But hang on, can't you just include knight b6 and it's similar position? Okay, you have a slightly better version with the queen on b6 than on a5, but it's very much the same position than Or maybe this one tempo, because after this you will have some queen g6 annoying checks, might make such a big difference. I'm not sure.
All right, ED5. So big questions to Hans in a very difficult position. How does he counter d6? How does he counter knight c6? This position could just blow up for Hans, and not in a good way. Meanwhile, I have my eye on the other boards as well. He's gone for bishop f6.
Yeah, he gone for bishop f6. We see that the evaluation bar jumped. On the other hand, okay, I can't really criticize this move, because if bishop d6, knight c6 is running into very unpleasant forced positions, then it's humanly very natural and very tempting to just do something else and keep the game going.
So what's the point? What happens after d6, bishop f6, d6? What does he want? Does he want to take on e5?
Yeah, maybe we want to take on e5, but then you take with the queen and put the pressure on the c5 pawn, maybe, yeah?
Scary, no? To take on e5 and allow queen e5 with all these tempos.
Okay, but what to do? I mean, knight c6 runs into many things, but maybe I can play knight c6.
No, maybe then knight c6, you pin, and then you take on e5 if you pin.
Yes, but I mean, okay, this is super scary, because takes d7, I'm almost losing on the spot, because after rook d8 you have bishop c7. I'm not sure about this.
That's nice, Peter. Show the end of this line. After queen c7, there's a stunning queen e8.
Yeah, there is this mate. I mean, whenever this d pawn advances as a former Grunfeld player, the alarm bells are ringing. I'm like, oh my God, how do I stop this pawn?
It's really amazing how you're all about the pacchetto and the cemento, but you are so sharp with the tactics. You're often spotting them faster than the players. It's just incredible how you do it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to cement, and because there are so many dangers looming everywhere. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, if I would not be seeing all the dangers, I would not be cementing all the time. Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's your biggest gift, but sometimes also a curse.
Yeah, it's always connected. Yeah, and also let's not forget about some knight g4 ideas also. Yeah, hitting the bishop. Okay, then clearly black wants to put the bishop on d4. Yeah, that's the kind of idea. But
Peter, maybe black has some ideas like knight b3, knight d4. Now that you point out the d4 square, I don't want my bishop there. I want my knight there.
But it's white to move. Yeah, so I push d6 and then what?
Now maybe I can. Do I have time? Knight b3.
Knight b3.
d7, knight d4.
So trying to get to d4. Well, maybe not. No. Can I play knight g4?
I feel you can do whatever you want, because
I think I can. Yeah, knight g4 just wins the game. Yeah.
Does it knight d4? How are you?
Yeah, then I take on f6 with check, and then on d4. Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm gonna go bishop h6.
And
I mean, I assume that's it. Yeah, I mean, queen g4 checkmate.
Peter, 1 second, queen c8.
Yes. Okay.
I'm
okay. Good, but I mean, the position is still a total catastrophe, right?
I agree. I don't want to play this position with black against you.
Yeah, it's completely stuck. I don't know exactly if I can go for some queen e7 and then queen takes f6 ideas, because you will get some checks, and I know that I don't want to give you checks, but yeah, in any case, we can conclude that black is in a lot of trouble, and it's a very risky position. By the way, just very quickly to show, I think that Tadeusz mentioned an idea that computer was saying that even knight g4, bishop d4, and then some knight h6 ideas might be possible as well. Even such kind of things, at least in some positions. Yeah, it's very much connected, I guess, with the same ideas like takes, and queen g4, king h8, and then bishop h6 or something. Yeah, bishop h6. Wow, and at the end of the day, the a5 knight is lost. Yeah, for example, f5, queen d4 check, king g8, bishop takes f8, and after king f8, okay, I can win the... No, queen is protected by the knight. Okay,
but
so...
if you go queen b4, then can't... this is really nice. That after queen e7, queen a5, I can't go queen e1 and give you a perpetual because I lose the queen.
Yeah, the queen protects. I mean, just to highlight that how many ideas and dangers are there for black, but it's a practical game. It's also tricky for white. When there are too many ideas, you have to make up your mind, you burn the clock. It's much better if you just have one very simple move.
Okay, Peter, we will come back to this. We've gone through so much in this game, so many variations, and sort of understood it really well. We'll come back to this, but let's go to Arjun's board. Arjun's got about 2 minutes. Christopher down to 37 seconds. And what is the position? How do we... Knight e6 coming in, b5 hanging. Is Christopher in big trouble?
Yeah, Christopher is in big trouble. And, you know, it feels like kind of unfair because white has not yet moved his rook from h1. But still, somehow, this kind of construction is so special that this one knight jumping, yeah, you remember this was the knight that jumped to b7. This knight was all around the board already, causing so much damage. Let's just very quickly back down and just to appreciate the knight rule. So the knight is coming from c3 to b5. Then this knight continues the journey. It landed on b7. Then after e5, he comes back because provoked the e5 weakness. Then the knight jumps to f5 check, comes back. Then the knight takes this route. Then now the knight is coming from here, entering double attack on a6 on e6 square. Actually, Christopher was trying to sacrifice the exchange on d4. Arjun said, no, thank you very much. I'm not interested. And this is how they ended up in this position that we are having now. Unbelievable. I mean, really, I have never really seen this knight maneuver. I mean, now we can also ask what it was. Was this a knight, horse, horsey, whatever? I mean, that definitely, this was probably a horse, yeah?
This was jumping around quite a bit. I agree. But bishop g4 on the board, so a direct threat of the rook on d7. I don't believe you have time to go knight f2 because knight f2, bishop d7, and knight h1, there's rook d2, while knight d1, rook d1. So that wasn't possible. Rook f7 played attacking f2 and rook f1 defending it. Now there are all these big threats with f3, with hitting this knight on e4, bishop f3, and the d2 bishop is under fire.
Yeah, and Christopher down to 5 seconds, but the position is lost. Yeah, he's 2 pawns down. Yeah, he played bishop g5, but okay, he's just 2 pawns down and he has no compensation.
Trades, and he's going to go bishop f3. And put that bishop on d5 next. And imagine the a pawn passing. This is looking really bad for black. It's hard to even find targets to make a counterplay for. And if Arjun wins this game, this is the third game, right, Peter?
This is the third game. Yeah, then he will take the lead again. Yeah, it will be 2-1 for Arjun. Which means that Christopher will be again, I mean, not again, but he will be in a must-win situation. I mean, he needs to bounce back.
He will be trailing the match again. All right, so rook f4 played, and this looks like, well, Arjun's the one who's putting all the pressure up on the clock. Let's go over to Hans's board, Peter, and get an update on that because it might be finishing soon.
Yeah, it exactly went along the lines that we discussed after d6, knight c6, takes d7. So we already spoke that rook d8 runs into bishop c7. So Hans is trying to block it with queen e6, but it doesn't seem to have because takes bishop d6. He's losing the c5 pawn and being pawned down, plus white has this incredible passer with the bishop on c5. This looks hopeless.
And this is their fourth game. If Hans loses this, then it's match over.
Yeah, then Liem takes the match. So Hans needs a miracle, but I don't really see him escaping. I mean, how can you escape this position? Yeah, b4 played. I mean, black's only ways to get closer to the d7 pawn is to go e5 and then king e6, but that runs into rook d6 check. So it doesn't really help at all.
And there's just no way to get to the d7 pawn. So white can slowly play rook d6 anyway. And
yeah, but hang on. Okay, so Hans in a lot of trouble here. However, I'm seeing that Levon is doing some magic. Is he bouncing back? Is he crushing Magnus?
Wow, rook h3 is a massive threat, and I see Lev has one more time sacrificed a piece.
Yes, it started like this, and then he opted for knight g5, and after f6, boom, knight takes h7.
Wow. And queen h7, rook e3, a rook left, f5 played. So after rook h3, Magnus will definitely give up that queen, pick up the knight, and that's a lot of pieces.
No, but then queen h6 check. I mean, how do you do that? Rook h3?
So you pick up the knight.
You take fg4 and because I want okay, I understand. Yeah, this is not so easy then.
We're gonna see what happens. So he does go for fg4 and rook h7, king h7. The queen jumps into play. Usually rook and two pieces against the queen are a big advantage for the side with the rook and the two pieces. But Peter, here the king is a little exposed. The queen is strong, but do you think it's going to be enough to create chances?
Well, I actually thought that there is maybe more in the position. I thought that he's having some mating ideas, but none of it, which means then that, okay, maybe, I mean, it shouldn't be bad for black this case. I mean, I don't know, bishop gets to c6. Okay, white will just play some h4 business. Yeah, put h4 g3 pawns and just...
The Evalbar did not like the move bishop c6 for some reason, and actually gives white quite a bit of an advantage in this position.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, bishop c6 is such a natural move. You need to protect the d7 pawn. I think humanly in a rapid game, you even don't consider anything. You just blitz the move out.
Apparently, c4 was the way to go, but you're absolutely right. You never give up queen d7. So Tad mentioning c4 was accurate. I wonder why bishop c6 is so... I mean, it just looks like the only way to defend the d7 pawn.
Yes, so maybe, okay, then for computers, it's so important that just white gets g3, controls the f4 square, and then slowly we'll start opening up the king side with h4, h5 or something. Oops.
But there's knight g8, you reroute the knight.
Yeah, definitely, that's what we're gonna see. But Levon opts for bishop d5, a very concrete approach. Maybe was this the reason why computer did not like bishop c6? I mean, certainly a stunning move, bishop d5. A stunner.
That's actually a really nice idea, yeah, because this c6 bishop doesn't have squares. You go knight d5, e takes d5, bishop d5, queen d7 loses on the spot because you lose the d6 bishop. And after b takes d5, is he going to take on d7 or does he take on d5? Probably
well, I mean, it depends what is your first move? Bishop takes d5, yeah?
Yeah, if knight d5, then e d5 wins on the spot.
Yes, wins on the spot, but bishop takes d5. Now the question is, do we take on d7 or on d5, yeah? Okay, let's take on d7 first.
Let's take on d7, and this also looks really good for white now.
Yeah, looks, I mean, I don't see yet the harmony, but maybe there is some. I mean, the position is so confusing. And Magnus goes c4. He goes c4. He wants to change the character, yeah, because bishop takes c6, d takes c6, and then after queen d7, there will be bishop c5, opening up the, okay, very smart.
Very nice stuff. And targeting the f2 pawn as well. c4 is a nice move.
Yeah, I mean, Levon takes on c6. Wow, is Magnus thinking about, no, I can't believe that bishop c5 works. No, of course, yeah, d takes c6 had to be played.
And now, I think if you go d takes c4, then bishop c5 might be a real option.
Yeah, dc4, I mean, giving up a tempo like this doesn't feel right. But on the other hand, if white is not able to make something immediate, then black should be fine.
Can white try to go king f1 so that bishop c5 and just be safe with f3? And I still maintain all the ideas of queen d7.
Well, but then you will also spoil your structure, yeah? For example, I mean, okay, just some cd, bishop c5, I activate the bishop, you play f3. I mean, I don't really feel that this could be so bad for black, yeah? Everything.
Rook d8 coming in, rook
yeah,
a8.
Or maybe just rook f6 also, if I'm not, but easy to blunder something, but maybe it holds, yeah, rook f6, queen g5, and then rook e6.
I was thinking queen d7, but yeah.
Yeah, in any case, wow, it's on the board, yeah.
King f1 played, king f1 on the board. So he wants to go f3 and keep all the threats. And Peter, the eval bar doesn't hate it. That's the good news.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, King F1 was a very nice, smart idea. Yeah, that it looks a bit ugly to play F3, but it's much more important to have a move rather than think about it if it's ugly or not. Yeah, very nice defense.
And I think he has to take C takes D3 because give white another move and D takes C4 and a lot of pawn weaknesses.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's clear that if you play with black, then you just take on D3. I mean, it's less trouble. Yeah, you just have to take and then take it from there.
All right, so we're expecting CD3, CD. I don't think you want to go Queen H3, Queen D3, right? That doesn't feel right.
No, but who knows? Because then at least you keep the pawn structure intact. No, it's a very nice move. Then let us give this check. King G7, Queen takes D3.
Bishop C5.
Bishop C5, and then okay, we're gonna go F3, and now we see that the pawn on C2 is very nice because we will have C3, and the bishop will never be able to sit on D4 so easily.
But you don't care about Rook A8, Rook A1?
Okay, what to do? I mean, no, after all, now white can also activate his king with G3, King G2, and then we can hide it on H3. And all right, in any case, Levon recaptured with the pawn.
Yes, and Peter, we will come back to this game for sure, but let's jump over and get, well, I don't know what to say about this, but the Hans board, this just looks completely busted for Hans, no? I mean,
yeah, exactly. Basically, his road ends here because, okay, this is now designable. The king, not only one, yeah, and he resigns.
And that's it. Hans Niemann resigns. That's the end of this quarterfinal, which means Liem goes through. It's a tough time for Hans right now.
Well, okay, but I mean, he qualified. Yeah, it's, I mean, I think that if you play in such a strong tournament, yeah, and from the 16 players, you qualify to the top 8.
Yeah, but I just don't think he could play today, Peter. I don't know how much of the camera you saw, but it looked like he's gotten such little sleep. And also the way he was blitzing out the moves, it just felt like he was not in his element at all.
Yeah, okay, we will hear from him, yeah, what he has to say, because right now it's difficult. It was a tough match. Yeah, it looked like Liem, after winning the first game, had the chance to win the second there, but he was hesitant. He did not spot that tactic, and then Hans came back, and then it was anybody's match. Finally, Liem in the last game somehow outclassed. I mean, not even outclassed, because I think that just one bad decision, which was too hasty decision there by Hans, resulted in this very awkward position with which little time on the clock. I mean, in a rapid play, you just can't really defend against a player like Liem.
All right, well, that match has ended. Liem goes through to the semifinals. We've got Arjun also won against Christopher.
Yeah, but there is still a last game, and Christopher has the white pieces, so it's just 2-1 for Arjun.
We have a scoreboard. Christopher has to win on demand. They've had 3 decisive games, so a lot of exchange of blows in this matchup. Christopher has to win to force a playoff. Magnus and Levon is on right now, as well as Pragg and Vincent. So let's get to the chess action. Magnus. Levon needs to win on demand. He has created an imbalance in the position. But Peter, it just looks with his bishop on d4 and the cemento with the king, knight, and rook, it's going to be tough for white's queen to create anything on its own.
Well, it's going to be a long game. And knowing that it's going to be a long game, I think I need a very quick break. I will be back in a minute. Can you continue?
Yeah, sure, Peter. Take your time. We'll be waiting for you. We'll have this position on with us, chat, and see how it goes. Knight f6 has been played. Let me also pull up chat. All right, so what do we think about this position? Now, with the queen on the board, the only thing that strikes me as what can be white's idea is to try to push the kingside pawns. You want to go g4 at some point, you want to go h5, g5 and create some weaknesses. I really like the bishop on d4. And to me, I see the eval bar. It also says that black is fine. It's going to be hard to imagine Levon making a comeback in this match. I can't change the board, so maybe chat. Oh, and look at this. G4 on the board. Well done, Tania. I'm proud of that one. But it's kind of hard to imagine anything else because you need something to support your queen. So you might as well make it pawns. What is up? What is going on in chat? Let's take a look. G3, F4 to remove. That was another plan that I was thinking about, but I think the problem with G3, F4 is that it potentially allows this move knight H5. So right now we'll have to imagine because I can't go back on the board, but G3 could always be a target with knight H5. So that's something that you don't want. Queen C6 played. I'm expecting H5 at some point because if you go G5, then knight H5 would be too strong. Yeah, sometimes I do speak to myself in third person. It does happen. Chad, what do you think? This is going to be tough, no? This one, if I was to give a prediction, because Peter hates it when we talk about predictions when he's around, it's hard to imagine Levon making a comeback in this and forcing it to tie breaks. Shocked Magnus. Why would Magnus resign here? It's a great position for black. Should Levon start moving the horsey? There is no horsey yet on the board. I just feel like suddenly we're on a chill stream. I need to find a way to control the board so I can actually switch around with this. Queen C1. I think H5 is coming in. The point of Queen C1, chat. What was the point of Queen C1? So that black doesn't have the option to jump on with knight to G5 at any point, creating counterplay. Knight F8, I like that. Did you just see this maneuver that Magnus played? F4 is a weakness, and he goes knight H7, knight F8, knight E6 coming in next, knight F4 check. You've got a bishop on D4, your knight will land on F4, and then you say you've got no problem at all.
So, and I'm back actually.
Welcome back, Peter.
Yes,
Peter,
and I feel refreshed. You know, I'm ready for action. I see that, okay, Magnus should be able to hold this without any problems.
That I am so happy you said that because while you were gone, I made a prediction that this particular position, it's super hard to imagine Lev making a comeback. And I think this is going to be Magnus's match. Without
exactly. I mean, okay, with this wonderful bishop on d4, pawn on e5, and white's structure, I mean, if white would have any break, it's a completely different scenario. But white also needs to pay attention for any knight e6, knight f4 jumps. So yeah, he's making it clear that he insists on controlling the e6 web. But Magnus, what he's doing is trying to provoke the move g4, g5, after which there never will be an h5 break as well.
And I really like how he's insisting on this knight e6, knight f4 plan, making sure that it's difficult for white to create activity on the king side. Rook f7 played, queen e8, so stopping knight e6.
Yeah, so rook f6 will be played again. Magnus insists on his ideas.
On his plan. Peter, do you want to get an update on the other board? Because chat really wants to see what's going on in the Vincent Pragg board. And that one looks like it's in Magnus's control.
Yeah, well, I mean, here it's Pragg against Vincent. Pragg is in a must-win situation. Yeah, he needs to win with the white pieces. And it's a very interesting Benoni structure. It's a reverse Benoni. We are talking about so many reverse kind of stuff. This is what modern chess is about. Yeah, just the direct lines often lead nowhere. And then the players are trying to mix things up by going for different structures. This is now a typical kind of idea that white has this knight on b3 opened up the position. Yeah, white's last couple of moves were knight d2, bishop d7, and then b4. AB, knight, b3, but with b6, black is actually protecting the c5 bishop. Yeah, it's cementing basically the bishop on c5, because after knight c5, b takes c5, black gets rid of the weakness on the b file, and also then white knight on c2 will feel very uncomfortable, but black anyway takes on c5 and goes rook b5. So he wants to make an exchange sacrifice eventually somewhere, or what is he intending?
I really like this position for black, because usually black achieves so much in these kind of positions when you've sacrificed the pawn. But I see that the material is equal. The b file has opened up. a3 is a long-term weakness for Pragg right now. At least visually things look good for black, unless there are some concrete problems in the position, which I don't really see right now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, black is basically clearly better. The only trick of the position is that black has nothing to lose. Yeah, so if it would be equal or it's bad for Pragg, it doesn't really matter. He needs to create chances. And I think with rook b5, he wants to follow it up with rook fb1. Yeah, so he doubles the rooks on the b file, and okay, maybe tries to target this c5 pawn. If he will have time to go knight a1, knight b3, that would be a dream scenario for white. The big question, of course, will he ever get that? Because Vincent will do everything not to let that happen.
I can't imagine getting all of that. Firstly, a3 is really weak, and second, a knight jump will attack the rook on b5. I'm just wondering if it's time for black to move that rook from a8 away from this g2 bishop, so that you can jump with the knight. So let's say rook a4 or rook a7 comes to my mind, so that my knight is free to jump and attack your rook on b5. Also, maybe someday I can double up on a file if required.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just a very quick shift to the Christopher game against Arjun, because it has just started. And this is the reaction that Arjun shows that he's a professional player. Before, he won the first game and then played the dragon. And now he knows that no more dragon business. Let me be as solid as possible. Let Christopher fight for every inch. If he wants to create chances, I will not give him a chance to get another good position like it happened in the dragon. The game just started. I just wanted to show that, yes, the players are young, but they are already very mature.
Yeah, you need a draw to win the match. Berlin feels like a very sensible choice by Arjun. Peter, because this is going to be slow, we'll come back. Yeah, let's get an update on this one before we go back to the Vincent game.
Yeah, this is now all eyes on Levon. Yeah, he's trying to break. We see that what Magnus wanted, finally he achieved, because, okay, Levon needs to try to win the game. He had to push g5, stopping knight e6, but now all these h5 breaks won't be happening as nicely as he would like. We see that, yeah, finally h5 happened. Gh5, queen h6, h4. In fact, black gets a very dangerous pass pawn there. Queen h5, king g7, king f1, king g8. Well, basically, Magnus is kind of setting up a defensive setup like Chucky did against him. You remember that knight rook versus the queen and the g pawn?
Yeah, but here Magnus also has a really strong bishop.
Yes, this is an extra force. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, basically this construction is so stable for black that I don't really see how Magnus can ever get into any trouble.
All right, he's played the move rook f4, and I think white really doesn't have enough time to go g6, because after rook f6, you'll just suddenly find yourself unable to defend the pawn.
Exactly.
So with no g6 possible, rook f4 takes away, well, queen moves as well. Queen can't go to e8, f3 is hanging. Kind of doesn't leave Levon with too many choices, no?
Yeah, it basically feels like it's match over. I mean, look at this. Levon is also sitting there. He knows it. I mean, black is just way too solid. Yeah, there is just no way to. It's even impossible to imagine a scenario where how white can win this. That's my feeling. So I don't know what is the right strategy to sit and wait here, or should we?
No, we go to the other match. I think this one is clear that we'll come back if there's any drastic change, but it looks like Magnus has everything under control. This is a very important game because Praggnanandhaa currently is trailing the match. So rook b8 played. Let's also change our cameras. And there we have it. As we can see the scoreboard, Pragg needs to win on demand as well. and Vincent making sure the position is under control. Peter, what do you think about this change in the pawn structure that we have now?
Well, I have to say that I'm surprised. I mean, this e5 and rook a8, these two moves would have not crossed my mind at all. But okay, probably Vincent has his own ideas. Yeah, he wants to make sure that he always has this e5, e4 idea. Yeah, because d takes d4 runs into d3. And but for me, it's not exactly clear that what does now Black really want. Maybe he just wants to move his knight, and then let's not forget, draw is enough for Vincent, so he's not playing for advantage. He just wants to clarify this situation with the rook on b5 because it's irritating there.
No, this is going to be tough. Somehow Pragg needs to find a way to complicate the situation, even if it means getting into some sort of a slightly worse, but as long as it's a mess and there are pieces in the board, that's the aim. But the problem is it's kind of hard to come up with a plan that even creates a mess in this position, because Black's the one controlling the center. The b file is under control right now. This e4 threat is always something that White has to watch out for.
Exactly. It's a very tough call for White. I mean, basically, this kind of rook a8 move is maybe not the most ambitious, but a very unpleasant one from White's side, that, okay, the opponent might just wants to force with knight a7.
Peter, we might be having a result very soon. Let's go back to the Magnus board really quickly. I think it's over. Is it over?
Yeah, it is over. Basically, nothing happened. I think nothing really happened there, but let me get the game. Wow, I mean, nothing happened that Magnus won the match, but he also won the game because Levon actually just suicided himself. He knew that draw is not enough, yeah, and already he did not care. After king h3, rook takes f3, king h4, bishop f2 check, he loses his queen, and he loses the game.
Runs into rook f4, and no matter where you go, rook h4 next.
This is even checkmate, and king h3, rook h4 just wins the piece and the match and the game.
Wow, so Magnus goes through to the semifinals, and that is the end of the road for Levon in the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
Yeah, and I think he should be very disappointed, and we were seeing him sitting there at his camera because he won the first game with the black pieces in a big battle, and after this that second game, which he kind of lost in 10 moves with white, that will really go to hunt him for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he first Magnus won the second one, then the third, but also in the fourth game, when you have to go all out, it's obviously a tricky situation, but credits to Magnus to bounce back from a first game loss, winning 3 in a row and making it through.
And that's it. Yeah, we see Levon on our camera.
I think it's just been a very tough event from start to now for Lev. Preliminaries, he wasn't very happy with his performance. He made it through finally with that very important day 4 games that he had and the wins that he had. He scored 2.5 out of 3, and we've got Magnus with us in the studio.
Guys did surprise each other in the openings here today.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird match. First game I think was pretty reasonable from both sides, but he played a lot faster than I did, and then, you know, I just made a big mistake and he exploited it very nicely for a while. Then I sort of felt that I was getting some small chances, but I couldn't quite find them. And yeah, I mean, I did have a study-like way to draw, but even then we would have had this famous queen ending where he would still have had chances. And so yeah, it was obviously a poor start, but still knew with 3 games to go, I only needed +1 to take it to tiebreaks. I wasn't quite panicking yet, and then obviously I got a massive gift in the second game, and I felt like after that I was pretty much in control.
Yeah, still way over 2,900 on performance rating. You must be feeling very happy about the way you're playing chess now.
Yeah, I feel like it's generally okay. I'm very happy with the third game today, the way I handled his pressure there and beat back the attack. fourth game was a little bit shaky, and second game was a little bit of a non-game. So I didn't feel like today was a great day, but you know, anytime you win 3 games in a row against such a good player, you gotta be happy.
Yeah. And Magnus, another semi-final. You have made it to every single semi-final in the tournaments you played this season. How will you describe this chess year for you?
I think overall it's been pretty good. I had a couple of downs when I lost to Ding fair and square. I mean, he just had an amazing tournament then, and the first major was a little bit unfortunate in that I was sick most of the way and I couldn't really show my best chess. But I feel like overall it's good, and both my energy level and my level of chess has been good for a while now.
Yeah. And tomorrow in the semifinals, you're definitely going to meet a teenager, Vincent, Keymer, or Pragg. Right now, it looks like Keymer. So what would you expect from that, if it is the German?
Yeah, he's very strong, and I was lost against him yesterday, so not easy. What's the score in the match? Is he +1?
He is +1, and they are now playing game 4. Bar is in the middle. I don't know if you're seeing the screen, if you can give us your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, it looks a little bit better for white to me, at least practically with the weak king and the pass pawn. Black obviously has trumps as well, but it feels like a little bit easier to play for white. But yeah, certainly Vincent is a pretty heavy favorite in the match, regardless.
Yeah. Interesting to follow. And playing Levon today, he is one of many players who's spoken out in support of you over the last few days. After speaking yesterday, have you experienced a lot of support?
Yeah, I can say that, some people have been saying, maybe more supportive things privately than they have publicly, which I very much understand, and I certainly appreciate.
And you have said you'll come with a statement next week, so I won't bother you with a bunch of questions on this. I only have one that I feel is hanging, because with your actions, you have put 19-year-old Niemann in a storm of allegations. So I'm just wondering, will you come with some evidence next week?
Again, that is that's going to be addressed next week.
All right, we're looking forward to that, Magnus, and we're looking forward to your semi-final tomorrow. Congrats again for making it to the semis.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, so for the drama, we'll have to wait next week, and what Magnus has, we will see. But right now, it is all about the chess, with Magnus making it through in convincing manner after that first game disaster. As he mentioned, the second game pretty much felt like a gift by Levon after he made a big blunder. There was no coming back from it. Peter, it's all eyes on this game with Praggnanandhaa having to win on demand. Things are looking bleak for Pragg to make a comeback in this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, Magnus made some point that Black's king is weak, and slightly weak, and the pawn structure is a bit vulnerable, and this exactly explains why Vincent is immediately rushing with his knight towards the center. For example, the knight from e7 will very nicely guard the f5 pawn. I wonder if could he consider something like f6 and then even get the knight to d6, yeah, because often the knight on d6 is even better in these structures. But f6 further adds some weaknesses, yeah. Eventually some knight h4, queen e2, queen h5, nightmare scenarios could be imagined, even though it should be that Black should be able to control that without any big problems. It's a big question, and now Pragg also plays the move h3, probably creating a luft, because I don't really think that he wants to break with g4, just wants to make sure that he gets a luft for his king. And passes the move to Vincent, yeah, to make up his mind. Is the knight moving to e7? Yeah, Vincent goes for f6. He wants to get his knight to d6.
So he wants to put his knight to d6 and really just defend that f5 pawn and constantly threaten e4. So that would keep white's forces quite busy. Knight h4. So does Pragg also have some ideas, Peter? I see a very devious either queen e2, queen h5 or queen d1, queen h5, trying to set something on the g6 square as well as eyeing the f5 pawn.
Exactly, yeah. But I mean, Vincent has this knight d6 and followed by queen e8 if the queen ever lands on h5. So that's kind of a very nice defensive resource. We did see that computer was not that happy about the move f6. But humanly speaking, I felt like it's very understandable that Vincent wants to get this f6 knight d6 construction. Maybe Pragg is actually trying to make sure that his bishop will never be locked with e5, e4, and he wants to put it on d5. Yeah, just put the bishop on d5 and then move queen e2, maybe move the king out of any kind of checks. And there you go. Yeah, knight d6 on the board and bishop d5 played. This is actually maybe the drawback of putting the knight on d6. Knight on e7 would have controlled the d5 square.
Very nice. So knight e7 was what you preferred, making sure that white's monster bishop this time doesn't land on d5. But Peter, now with this bishop and the queen potentially coming into the game, it could get tricky for black to kind of keep both sides intact. Queen b6 played. So let's just take a look at some lines with arrows, shall we? Let's say white plays queen d1 now, or queen e2. I wanted to go maybe it doesn't matter, but I was also eyeing this a4 move someday. But
yes, I understand. Yeah, because Vincent is now setting up for bishop c6, but if white is able to get with the queen to h5, then it might be too slow.
It might be too slow because let's say queen d1, bishop c6, queen h5, bishop e8, f5 is hanging.
Exactly. I mean, maybe, as I felt, yeah, f6 is very, yeah, queen d1 on the board.
I like it, Peter. I like it for Pragg here. Queen d1. These are some practical questions now Vincent has to take care of.
Yeah, I think now Vincent is very upset with himself.
Maybe
very upset.
It might be time to come back and try to get that queen on e8, this defensive resource that you were talking about.
Yeah, but it's a very big tempo. Yeah, one really has the feeling that... and by the way, then after queen b8, you might have your a4 move, yeah, that you were wishing for.
Yeah, I really think that once this a pawn starts advancing down the board, it can be a lot of distraction for black's pieces, and they might be overloaded defending queen h5, defending the other end of the board with a5.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here I feel that yeah, poor Vincent, because he very much, you know, wanted the maximum out of the position. To get his knight to d6 was too smart. Yeah, just the very primitive simple knight e7 and just protect everything. But okay, now it's easy to understand. Back then it looked like black has two choices, like this or like that, and in fact this one heavily backfired.
All right, queen h5 is a big threat. You can't allow queen g6, but let's try and find some way to stop this idea, Peter. What happens if you start with bishop e8? Does that help?
Well, it doesn't really help because, okay, you can, I don't know, you have some queen f3 ideas, bishop hitting the f5 pawn. And besides, also you have the a4 move as well. Yeah, Vincent goes queen b2. He wants to go queen h5, queen c1 check, and then queen g5.
Never.
Yes, but I mean, okay, now you also have this, your famous destruction with a4, yeah, blitzed out by Pragg.
a4 played.
Yeah, and now these two fronts, yeah, this a5 and queen h5 together combined is just very unpleasant.
And that's the point. It's not just this threat of queen h5. Suddenly this 8th pawn, which we were talking about is a big weakness for Pragg, is getting very strong. But look at Vincent, he's going for it. He tries to immediately create a mess in the position, which is what is required. He plays e4. Good or bad, he needs to do this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, that was also the reason why he wanted to get his knight to d6. Probably he just completely forgot about, I mean, not forgot about bishop d5. He just thought like bishop d5 will deal with this queen b6, bishop c6. He obviously blundered this queen d1, queen h5 idea. Now queen h5 played, so queen c1 check, followed by queen g5. Now what changed? The a pawn will queen or what? I don't know. So okay, let's give the check because we see computer screams that white is doing very well. What happens after this? I'm not not understanding yet. Maybe white just returns? No, I don't think so.
King
On the board.
Queen G5. Peter, after Queen G5, you might have to return, no? Because Queen takes G5, your knight doesn't have any squares.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit strange, yeah. But probably Pragg wanted to force Black's queen to G5, and then who will take care of the a pawn? Yeah, white just retreats with the queen to E2.
Or to D1 to stop Queen C1. You go Queen D1 and you don't have the C1 square with your queen to come back.
Yeah, in fact, of course, because also A4 pawn is maybe hanging. Yeah, you just go back Queen D1 and the situation is very dubious.
King G2 played, but I don't see an alternative to Queen G5. Bishop E8, Knight F5 is coming in. You don't have another way to stop Queen G6 check. It's something you can never allow. Queen G5, drop back with the queen to D1. A nice little dance by the white queen, making sure that Black's queen is out of play, and the A pawn is now where the dangers lie. Queen G5 on the board because there was no other option for Black. Queen D1
and Queen D1 back. Yeah, now Vincent pushes F4. I mean, there is nothing to be done. He needs to create some counterplay.
And maybe this is counterplay. I mean, at least it's looking a little scary, you know.
Okay, but you have D takes E4, yeah?
Yeah, that's the first question. So D takes E4, what is going on?
Yeah, F takes G3. And another question, no, probably you just capture back.
And then Queen E3.
Then Queen E3, yeah. I mean, it's logical. What Vincent is doing is absolutely logical. Yeah, he's trying to create some counterplay. D takes E4, FG.
And we see our eval bar dancing a little bit. So, Peter, really nice. Going for the most messy variation to try to complicate things. Queen E3 will come in next on the board.
Yeah, there is at least some fight. Yeah, because it looked like white will just queen his a pawn. Now Vincent is fighting back. Yeah, white's king is also a bit vulnerable.
Knight E4 is a threat. Knight E4 is a big threat in the position. Can white go back with the queen? Go Queen H5 so that Knight E4, there's Queen G6 check winning the knight. But then Queen D2 check.
There are, yeah, millions of checks. Yeah, you have to consider.
No, Queen H5, Queen D2 would be line over in the head.
Well, yes, definitely. I mean, you can still hide the king on H. What? Queen C2?
What?
Computer says it's a blunder. I mean, hang on. D3 is coming.
D3 is coming with a big tempo, no?
Because Queen F2 is met by Bishop takes H3. What is Pragg doing? What is Pragg doing? Did he just blunder?
Peter, can you just put D3 on our analysis board? We've got
a live D3 and Queen F2 runs into Bishop takes H3 check. What to do after D3?
And the thing is, if you go Queen D1, then you just lose the E4 pawn. Knight takes E4 is coming in.
Yeah, D3 on the board and Pragg going crazy. Look at this. He just realized that he blundered. I mean, he saw that he has Queen F2, and after the queen trade, the king is controlling the D pawn, but Bishop takes H3 wins the game.
Bishop H3, you'll have to go King G1, and then there's Queen C1 check, and D2 follows.
Yes. Wow, I mean, a very uncharacteristic blunder by Pragg, just when he had a great chance.
And he really did make a big chance out of this game, you know. It wasn't easy at all, but finding these ideas, Knight H4, Queen D1, A4, and it felt like he was on his way to equalizing the match. And then suddenly Queen C2, a big turnaround. Queen F2, only move. Otherwise, Knight E4, and now Bishop H3, King G1, Queen C1, King H2, D2. I don't see how that continues.
Yes, I also, because the knight on D6 is protecting. Yeah, Bishop H3 on the board, King G1, Queen C1 played, King H2. By even, yeah, Queen C2 wins on the spot.
And King G1, there's D2 coming in then, even stronger.
Yes, yes, not to give any of these E4, E5 ideas for white.
Wow.
That's it. Yeah, Pragg is very upset. Of course, he knows that he had such a big chance, but that's why we see that getting counter chances. Vincent immediately pushed this F5, F4, and objectively it probably wasn't enough. But in a practical game, you always have to create your chances.
This was an intense fight.
Yeah, very. I mean, already in the preliminaries, yeah, which Pragg won in, I don't know, 100 how many moves. That was also a stunning fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, King G1 played and not just D2 happens.
Yeah, Pragg is very disappointed right now. And that is it. He resigns. And with that, Vincent wins his quarterfinal match. It's the end of the road for Praggnanandhaa. Vincent goes through to the semifinals and he will be facing Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, yes, it's incredible. I mean, winning against Pragg, it's already incredible. But then also after winning, then you get rewarded by a match against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. It's fantastic.
And a big fight it was between Vincent and Pragg. We saw a clash of the same generation there. We saw a big fight with them, even in the preliminaries. Over 100 moves played, an up and down game. This match as well. And yes, it didn't go Pragg's way, but a phenomenal performance once again in the Champions Chess Tour by Praggnanandhaa. End of the road for him. Vincent goes on. What about this one, Peter?
Well, we are just seeing exactly. Otherwise, I would be very happy to continue talking about Pragg and Vincent's match because it was a very big fight. But Krzysztof has, in a must-win situation, just sacrificed his queen after Bishop F4. He says, Rook E1, please take that queen on D2. I want to have a long-term compensation with a Rook and Knight and the wonderful grip on Black's construction. I mean, we don't know if it's enough or not, but a wonderful idea played by Krzysztof.
And the biggest thing is that bishop on D4 can just never be challenged. It's there for life. It's a super strong piece. And the knight can jump around slowly, create chances. No matter what the eval bar says here, again, a very strong practical decision here by Krzysztof.
Absolutely. I mean, usually these are the positions which in all times got kind of a lot of diagrams. Yeah, it's like an illustration that, you know, you can sacrifice your queen like this, gives wonderful positional compensation. However, one has noticed that with computers, all kinds of things, yeah, which humanly, emotionally are so beautiful. Computers actually often disagree with, say like, you know, yeah, you have a lovely position, but I have a queen. I have nothing to worry about. And we also here see that the evaluation bar apparently shows like it's 0-0, nothing happened. But humanly, it's very interesting and very intriguing.
Not only intriguing and interesting, it's not clear at all, which is the most important thing. It's a mess on the board. And this is what you want when you have to try to create a winning chance, create some sort of an imbalance. And that's what Krzysztof has managed to do in his game. He's got 4 minutes on the clock, though. And of course, it's a game for all three results currently.
Yeah, it's a very important nuance that Arjun immediately blocks the rook. Yeah, so the usual harmony is a little bit broken. There is
rook a8 and target the a7 pawn.
Yes, that's the very first question. I mean, I'm expecting that Arjun will try to get very active on the other side immediately. For example, queen f4 would be a move, hitting the knight.
Knight f3.
Knight f3 runs into bishop h3.
No, knight b3. Yeah, knight f3, bishop
yeah,
h3.
Knight f3, but okay, then suddenly all the pieces move to the queen side. Maybe some bishop f5, bishop e. I mean, suddenly black can also develop quite an initiative. Yeah, it's a bit scary. He opted for knight b3, but now queen d7, and probably we will see bishop takes h3 ideas coming.
And the problem is, Peter, that after rook a8, I think bishop h3 is an immediate perpetual because you'll have queen g4, queen d1.
Yes, exactly.
So you might not be able to go rook a8 anymore.
But this shows then that bishop e6 was an incredible move by Arjun. Yeah, that, I mean, instead of, you know, panicking that opponent made a brilliant queen sacrifice, immediately, yeah, this is modern chess. Yeah, that's why these kids are so dangerous. They are adjusting to the new situation. And queen d7, rook a8, bishop takes h3 on the board.
I read in chat somewhere, someone said that Arjun is like 19 going on 30. And I think that has to do with just the quality of his games, the maturity that he has over the board, handling the situations, as well as when we've seen his expressions, we've seen him in interviews, absolutely calm and collected. The maturity just is amazing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see also that Krzysztof knows that he needs to win. He ignores the bishop on h3. He plays f3. get some control of the light squares, avoid any kind of perpetual check, because if he will be able to hit on a7 with the rook, then he will get this very dangerous pass pawn, but still will be very hard to imagine that in long terms he can avoid perpetual check. Also, moves like queen f5 are possible.
I was also thinking about queen e6, so that bishop g2, queen e2, but I'm not sure if that's a perpetual, but let's say f3. Queen e6, queen f5 also really nice because you're targeting the b1 square.
Yeah, but queen e6 also makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, one feels that black has to insist on creating all kinds of threats.
But it's not perpetual, right, Peter? For example, let's just show it, right? If rook a7, bishop g2, king g2, queen e2, and bishop f2, and everything's defended.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I mean, I don't at least find a way. I can't.
Well, but I mean, you don't need to take on g2. You have so many options, other options as well. Yeah. For example, give queen e1 check, king h2, then bring the bishop back. Then you are setting queen h4, queen e1.
We've got Vincent with us in the studio. We'll come back to this.
Than it should have been. I felt like somewhere in between I should have been much better, or at least better, and then at some point it was very dangerous. I mean, with this open king and the passer, the a-pawn, it can easily be lost, but of course, I mean, it's very difficult for him as well. I'm not sure that it ever was great for him with the weak king, and okay, I'm just happy to win the match.
Of course. And you have really impressed everyone in this tournament in the preliminaries as well, winning against players like Levon Aronian, like Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and now being ready for the semi-final. Recently, you also broke the 2700 mark in over-the-board classical chess. So what's happening lately? What is the reason for this fantastic progress?
Okay, first of all, I finished school in February or March, which means that basically now for the past few months I've been chess professional, which of course helps. Yeah, you just have much more time to work on chess. But yeah, also the year before worked out quite well. I don't exactly know the reason, and I also don't have a problem with it, so I'm just happy that it is the way it is. And I, of course, working a lot, but I think most of strong players are working a lot, so that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But yeah, for now it's really going good. And as you said, in the preliminaries, yeah, I mean, I still gave away a lot of chances. I mean, still, I feel like, lost games that were completely winning, and also, yeah, drew a few of them. But of course, this can happen. But yeah, it's just that shows me that there's still a lot of potential, and yeah, I hope to do better next time.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, a semi-final against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. How much are you looking forward to that?
Very much. I mean, of course, it will be an extremely tough match, but I think that just having the chance of playing Magnus in a match is already great. So, yeah, I will just try to enjoy it as much as I can and learn as much as I can, and then we will see.
Yeah. At 17 years old, I can imagine this will make headlines in Germany. What is the interest like in Germany for chess?
Yeah, being honest, not that much, although I would say that in the past few years it got better at least, but still I would say Germany is not exactly the country where I would say that chess is a main sport already. Yeah, I mean, I was in India for the chess Olympiad, and there it's really a totally different story. Yeah, I mean, you just feel like the chess players for them are like football stars here. Yeah, so this is very different, but I mean, I think it's improving. We also have quite many strong German players by now, and I feel like the whole thing is improving. And yeah, I hope that also, of course, this tour is doing its part.
Yeah. And I bet there's going to be a lot of German eyes on your match against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. Will you just enjoy it, or what will be the plan?
Yeah, of course I will try to win the match, but I mean, playing the world champion, it's not exactly easy. So, okay, I don't think it's impossible to have chances in a few games, but beating him in a match, of course, is very tough. But doesn't mean that I will anyway give my best and try as much as I can, but I just have to be realistic and see that it's not very likely that I'm going to win the match.
Well, you definitely have chances, Vincent. We wish you best of luck. We really look forward to seeing you in that match.
Thank you.
Thanks again for joining us, and congratulations on being in the semi-finals.
Such a nice interview. Once again, Peter, what really struck me was, one, how grown up he sounds. He's all of 17, but again, so calm and collected. And when Kaya asked him, what's the reason for this improvement? I was like, I have the answer to that. We've got the reason sitting on our stream. And Peter, you must be very proud to see him there right now.
Of course, yeah, I'm very happy. But, actually what he said, it's absolutely true. And I think this is the key moment that the school finished. Because, the school that he was in, he was like every day working like crazy, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours for school. Then how can you compete with the best players in the world, no matter how talented you are? Yeah. So basically, I always felt this is the most important part for me, that as long as he has to go to school, I still make sure that he keeps on improving. Yeah, because I knew that once the school finishes, then he will automatically rapidly explode. Yeah, there was no question, no doubt about it. But with this very strict school business, it was just very difficult. And I'm so happy for him that now he can give all his power for chess.
And Peter, I also have our chat with us, and they're saying that Vincent reminds them so much of Jan, of Nepomniachtchi. And now that they've said it, I can't unsee it. Because also I think it's his mannerism, his way of talking. Have you ever felt the similarity in their personalities or when they talk?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Never in my life. But I like both of them. Yeah, I just feel that they are completely different characters, but amazing characters. And it's so nice to be working with both of them.
Let's hope he reaches Nepo levels and more. Well, definitely a very bright future for all these 5 teenagers who were with us in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We've got one big game going on between 2 of them. Christopher Yu, 15 years old, against 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi. Currently, Christopher has to win this game on demand to force a playoff. Peter, it's what is this position? Rook F7. Now that the knight has gone off, I don't see that happening.
Well, but at least, White's king is now safe. Yeah, I don't see any direct perpetual checks. And thanks to this F5 pawn, which is a wonderful pawn. Besides, we should also say thank you very much for the F3 pawn guarding the king. And okay, the A6, the A pawn is marching. There are some threats against the G7 pawn with F6. There is a certain dynamic in the position. The only problem what I feel for black is that, for white, that black has a lot of time. Arjun has 7 minutes on his clock, and he should be able to navigate to find the right way how to control this messy situation, because right now the position is a big mess.
Well, firstly, bishop d4 is a big threat in the position, right? Bishop d4 and rook g7 is coming in. So when we have this board up, my first reaction was queen into b4, and black should be fine there. Because f6, we still have king g6. But after queen, it's on the board. It felt like you have to stop bishop d4.
Yeah, but now we will push a6. Yeah, we have to push a6.
And after a6 is the big question. Does Arjun have time to a6 on the board? We're going to find out. Queen d6 check, king g2, no checks.
Yeah, no checks. Yeah, this is why I say thank you very much for these 2 pawns. Yeah, they are just wonderful shields for white's king. And the pawn is marching, and the situation is extremely tricky.
Okay, queen f4 here, Peter. Let's keep going. Let's keep playing this line.
Wow, queen f4. Yeah, so yeah, trying to set up a perpetual.
I'm trying. I don't know queen d8 or queen f4, but let's start with queen f4.
No, queen f4 is much longer because you don't give me the chance to block you with f6. Queen a4, no, queen a4 is the wrong direction. What is queen a4? Okay, this a7. How is Arjun planning to stop this pawn?
There's no check after a7. Arjun has to try to look for a perpetual. A7, rook f8, and queen. Simple idea. A7
yeah, so he relies on d4. Yeah, he wants to go d4 because bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, a8, queen g1 is perpetual check, I'm assuming.
Are we 100% sure about that?
I think so, yes.
Because it feels like it should be, no, with the queen on a8.
Exactly. Okay, we can also just quickly move this. Check, king f4 runs into queen d4 check, but f6 played.
F6, and the computer does not like this move. There was a clear path to win. Maybe chat or Tad can tell us what was the right move instead of f6. We saw the eval bar shoot all the way up for Christopher. Could be a very, very big opportunity missed to level the score. F6, Peter, I always thought that black has this king g6. Exactly.
Yeah, black has king g6, but
and now what do you do? Because you have to defend the a7 pawn. You can't go rook f8. Rook g7 runs into king f6.
Hang on, but then maybe the point was that you just simply move the rook away, and for example to d7, threatening the d4 pawn and threatening f6. For example, after rook d7, if c5, then f6 could happen. Wow, apparently the only winning move or the clearest way was rook e7, a mysterious move. Why on earth would you exactly put your rook on e7?
Because it's getting out of the way of king g6. I think, Peter, that is the point. Rook e7, you're threatening f6 after rook e7, and you're also potentially threatening bishop d4 so that rook can come and defend the king against checks.
Yeah, so okay, but yeah, f6 is finally a very logical move that Christopher played. Yeah, he missed this incredible study-like win, but he still gets chances. Yeah, king g6, rook d7, g takes f6. Now the pawn from d4 can be eliminated with the rook, exactly, because queen a7 runs into rook g4 check, and the queen is lost. Queen a5 played.
35 seconds for Christopher.
Yeah, his enemy is the clock. The position looks very promising.
All right, so you can't really, you have to be careful for queen g5. You can't move the rook away from the 4th rank currently.
Yeah, rook c4 played.
The one thing I've noticed about these players, which is so impressive, is that even when they're playing on seconds, they have this amazing ability to avoid blunders.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is... but I mean, okay, if you control the situation, it's easy. But what impresses me that even when they don't control anything, they manage to find a way to navigate. Queen
Rook
a6.
b4, rook b8 is the idea that Tad is informing us. And Christopher, you goes for it. This is the way for him to equalize this match, Peter. We might be heading for a playoff in this one.
Yes, I think that it's now almost certain, because there won't be any perpetual check, thanks to the bishop on f2 and the pawn on f3. Rook b8 is coming. Wow, after all, we're gonna get a playoff. I mean, most probably Christopher is down to 33 seconds, but knowing how well he's always reacting with little time on the clock, it would be kind of shocking if it wouldn't happen. But hang on, rook b8, queen g5 check.
Exactly. So rook b8 played, by the way. So queen g5 check, he sees a way out for the king. King h3, queen h5, king
yes,
g2.
I mean, he just gets out.
So he goes with the king to f1, and then after queen c1, what do you do?
No, or he just goes bishop g3 and queen d2 check, king h3. Isn't that?
That looks like the way.
Okay, you will still insist on some queen c1 or queen d1 and then trying to go some queen h1, but hard to believe.
That's tricky. No, Peter, that's quite tricky because king g4 lands.
Exactly. King g4 is queen h5 check and then queen e5 check. But yeah, probably then, but okay, king f1, bishop e1 is super difficult. It's almost impossible to play like that.
And we don't even know if that's working, but I think Tad is mentioning that king f1 and bishop e1 is the way, but how are you supposed to find it? You're supposed to find it by realizing that nothing else is working.
Exactly, yeah. You first try everything. Yeah, finally now king f1 is on the board, queen c1, bishop e. I mean, bishop e1 is also such a, and it's on the board.
Wow, incredible stuff. Playing this move, bishop e1. Just amazing, Peter. So queen c4, and where is the king hiding? I'm still...
Then the king goes back to g2, because after queen e2 check, we go bishop f2 and we are safe. Thank you very much.
And even if queen c2, bishop f2, and thank you very much.
No, but queen c4 check, king g2, queen a2 check, bishop f2 protects the pawn. Wow, yes, very important, yeah.
So queen c2, queen e2, or queen a2, it doesn't matter where you give a check from, bishop f2, and it's game over. It's goodbye.
Yeah, it protects the pawn.
Well, in this case, it's not goodbye. It's let's play the Blitz.
Exactly. The match is just starting again. Yeah, bishop e1, queen c3, and it's a good try. I mean, if you know that already you are losing, you have to try all kinds of angles. But hang on, white can play now rook g8 check. Yeah, include the rook check, and then the rook will be protecting on the g file. It shouldn't be perpetual check after that. Yeah, just rook g8 check, and it's over. Yeah. On the board.
And Christopher finds it. He finds it in seconds. Peter, he has been just such a star performer in this tournament, regardless of what happens in the Blitz. He has impressed us all.
Well, but actually Blitz is probably his best best time control. So maybe, yeah. And
that's it. We have a tiebreak on our hands. Chat, we go into a playoff. These two players will play a 5-minute with a 3-second increment. They're going to play 2 games. If that ends in a tie, then we have an Armageddon. The winner will challenge Liem in the semifinals. Peter, no matter who is supporting who, what the favorites are, we all love a playoff.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, Christopher bounced back twice. Yeah, now he was in a must-win situation. He's just 15 years old, beating Arjun Erigaisi on demand with a stunning queen sacrifice. And then he managed to navigate in all these very complex positions with little time on the clock. Big congratulations.
I am super excited about this playoff. We will start in just a couple of minutes, chat. We're going to go into a short break and we'll be back with the Blitz action between these two stars.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, this d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Shanklin. I'm back here with Chessable. I just released a brand new course, the Chess Calculation Workbook, that I hope everyone will check out. But that's also not the only reason I'm here today. I did a couple Endgame masterclasses last month after doing the video for Endgame Strategy, the updated version by Shereshevsky. And they were wildly popular and everyone loved them, so we're going to do a couple more. And in these classes, I'm going to go over actually a couple of my own games, but games that I played recently, and particularly games that I played right after recording this Chessable masterclass and after recording this Endgame Strategy, and when all these themes were fresh in my head, where I was able to grind people out in some nice endgames. So this will be held in the Chessable Classroom, which is a digital classroom where you can ask me questions, I can give you quizzes and more stuff like that. And if you'd like to sharpen your endgame skills and take part in an interactive class with me, now's your chance, and I look forward to seeing you in class.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess. About openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps. Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Welcome back, chat. We are super excited because we've got a playoff on our hands, and we have got Christopher Yu up against Arjun Erigaisi. They will be taking on each other in 2 games of Blitz with 5 minutes, 3-second increment if it's a tie. Then we'll see an Armageddon. But first, we've got 2 games of Blitz, and this is how our quarterfinals has gone so far. Magnus Carlsen bouncing back, and how after a game 1 loss against Levon, winning 3 in a row, going into the semifinals. Hans Niemann lost to Liem, a score of 2.5, 1.5. So Liem goes through. Prag against Vincent, 1-3. A very exciting match, intense fight by both these players, with Vincent winning the first game, 2 draws and Pragg making his chances in the 4th game, but not being able to go through with that. And it's all about this upcoming Blitz. Now, Peter, throughout the tournament, you have been full of praise and appreciating Christopher Yu's skills, especially when the clock runs low. You mentioned that in Blitz and Bullet, he's just so strong, according to you, can almost be compared with the best in the world already at 15 years of age. Now, I want to ask you that on paper in this matchup, Arjun might be a favorite simply while I'm talking about statistically rating. But now that we go into a faster time control, we enter Blitz. Does this increase Christopher's chances of beating Arjun?
Well, I mean, so far even we have seen 4 rapid games of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds when really the clock isn't the main issue. And twice Arjun took the lead, showing his class with the white pieces, and then Christopher showing his incredible talent and fighting spirit of bouncing back. I simply have no idea how the players feel at this moment. For example, Arjun, is he in shock that Christopher managed to hit back twice, or he just feels like, okay, Christopher is very strong, so it's absolutely natural that he can beat him? We don't know exactly what's going through the players' minds. Christopher mentioned that he has nothing to lose. So in this regard, I still believe that there is much more pressure on Arjun on making sure that he gets into the semifinals than Christopher is just enjoying the show.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Arjun's tweet as well from earlier today, where he mentioned he's actually been eliminated twice in the quarterfinals during the Champions Chess Tour, and he hopes he'll get 3rd time lucky. He's still got tons of work to do for that. And Christopher, even though the youngest player, even though he mentioned that he's already surpassed his own expectation from the tournament and there's no pressure whatsoever on him. And it's always nice to be in that situation. When there are no expectations, you can kind of play your best chess. And he has been delivering on that. And we've also got a confirmation that Arjun has chosen to start the Blitz with the white pieces. What do you make of that, Peter?
I think makes a lot of sense. So far he has been always able to put pressure on with the white pieces. He managed to win with white. So after losing the last game, he wants to keep the initiative. I do feel that if you want to get some percentage, then I would say that it's a 50-50 match, very much. I mean, the time control is shortened, the pressure is higher. All eyes on Arjun basically, and I think Christopher is very happy of being able to bounce back twice. Of course, he should simply forget about it, because sometimes by bouncing back and then you get this feeling that, wow, I came back, you relax, you automatically take back that, wow, I got to a playoff. He has to forget it. He has to start this playoff like it's the very first game of the match, like nothing happened before. Very easy to say, very difficult to do. The same applies to Arjun, who, after taking the lead and was just 1 draw away, and in this last game, it looked like with the queen, he should have been able somewhere to give at least a perpetual check. It did not work out, so there is a disappointment in Arjun's case. He needs to calm down, and let us just all witness this incredible playoff which is ahead of us.
Philippe mentioning in chat that it's 1 a.m. in India. You're absolutely right. It's not 1 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. in India. But Arjun has mentioned that time zones is not a problem for him. He's anyways a bit of a night owl and doesn't tend to sleep before 3-4 in the morning. So it hasn't been difficult for him to adjust to the timing of the matches. We see both our players are ready to go. Arjun with the white pieces, Christopher with the black pieces. What are our opening predictions?
No opening predictions at all. I don't know Christopher well enough to understand what's going on. I mean, we did see this love gambit in the previous game. I don't know if I somehow have the feeling that none of them really wants to enter that discussion in a Blitz playoff. You just want to get a more natural position which you can play much faster than some very complex struggle.
Well, I was just mentioning how, it's easy for Arjun to be awake, but I look at him and one gets the feeling that he is feeling the tiredness a little bit, because usually we just have this, expressionless, calm Arjun sitting in front of the camera. You just cannot tell anything of his body language. But Peter, I think it's also about getting over the missed chance of that fourth game. And we've got liftoff already. Arjun starts with d4. And is this going to be another Tarash or a Nimzo Indian? He goes for a Nimzo Indian.
Yes, it's a Nimzo. This is what I kind of expected, that it's much more logical to play some classical chess where you know where you put the pieces and then take it from there. But Christopher is taking some time. I mean, he hasn't really made up his mind because Arjun is repeating the game that they already played. And bishop d6 c5, so Christopher sidesteps. Will we see this cd4, ed4, d5? It's some kind of a older theoretical duel that people were debating, and it's now also very fashionable. Or will he just play some b6, bishop b7? But no, against knight e2, you are not supposed to do that. I think here you usually just take, and go d5. This is the typical reaction.
And he's going for it. He trades in the center, and you're mentioning the move d5. He could also try to play b6, bishop b7 now.
Yeah, but when the knight is on e2, I'm not sure. Usually that happens when the knight is on f3. This is why I also got a bit confused. I think black should play d5, but Christopher starts with knight c6. Okay, what does it mean that after d5 is he still able to transpose? Probably cd5, knight d5.
And you take with the knight because...
No, he takes with the pawn. No, but this is not the best. Yeah, bishop g5. Now with the knight on e2, this should be some kind of a pressure.
And Christopher was not very happy there. I don't know if you caught him on camera, but it could have been just that he mixed up something, because immediately after taking e takes d5, he wasn't happy with that decision and now has to come back with the bishop because the pin attacks the d5 pawn. Bishop h4 played. And Peter, I have to say that out of the opening, White can try to go rook c1, bishop b3, set up a battery on the b187 diagonal. You have knight f4 jumping in, attacking d5 at some point. The rook on e1 on the open file already. Let's have some arrows pointing out these ideas. I think White is slightly better now.
Yeah, White is definitely better. I mean, there are all kinds of ideas. And what you mentioned, besides also White has some bishop c2, bishop b3, this bishop c2 or bishop b1, queen d3, putting pressure on the h7, everything. And in a blitz game, this is a catastrophe for black. I mean, because White has such an easy play. And you mentioned that Christopher was very unhappy. Is it possible that he wanted to take knight d5, but it was some kind of a mouse slip? Because I also haven't seen e takes d5 in this position at all. Knight d5 is the theoretical move.
Could be a mouse slip or a mix-up, but definitely there was something which in his expression which immediately showed that he was very unhappy with what had the decision to take with the pawn. Rook c1 played. Once again, ideas of setting up a battery or transferring the bishop to b3, and it's just a very unpleasant position for black. He goes for the plan with bishop b1. He'll probably play one move a3, making sure that the knight doesn't jump onto b4 when the queen arrives to d3.
Yeah, there are all kinds of knight f4s also hanging in the air. For example, okay, one needs to pay attention to some tactics like knight f4, knight takes d4, queen d4, bishop c5 would be a way to blunder the queen, but White can also maybe first get the bishop back to f2 and then try to go for knight f4. On the other hand, you don't want to move the bishop from h4 because it's a wonderful bishop there. Black played the move queen d7, trying maybe at some point to get bishop f5 in.
And this is the moment, because if you go a3 to stop knight b4, bishop f5, and you trade off this bad bishop, which is, well, doesn't have much of a future because of the pawn structure we see. Whenever there's a pawn on d5, the bishop on e6 is restricted. So a nice move. And Peter, look at the clock situation. Arjun is up by almost 2 minutes on the clock. He goes for this plan, but bishop f5, and then what?
Well, bishop f5, maybe first of all, there's a move bishop a2 targeting the d5 pawn. Is that a problem, or maybe there are also some other issues? Okay, bishop f5 would be tempting, but yeah, maybe White can just play bishop a2.
Keeping all the pressure, threatening to take on f6, threatening the d5 pawn, knight f4 jumping in, still looking very unpleasant for black.
Yeah, looks unpleasant. And the problem is that if in a blitz game, the position is unpleasant, that means you have to burn time. You have to think about your moves. You can't play by your hand. You can't really play by intuition. Rook f8, and Arjun is now already more than 2 minutes up on the clock. And here, this is only 3 seconds increment. So when the time scramble comes, every second matters a lot.
Every second matters, and queen d3 would actually force the move g6, or is he just going to ignore the threat of bishop f6 and allow the queen to jump into h7? Because queen d3 g6 is progress for white. You can start attacking the h6 pawn. He starts with king h1, so still taking it slow. So he wants to move the knight, Peter.
But hang on, now there are some tactics. Can black maybe jump knight e4 or something? I mean, he stepped into this knight f2 fork.
Interesting. So what do you
suddenly knight e4 is a chance.
Knight e4. So, and let's point out bishop e7. What your point is that knight f2 wins the queen on the spot. And if you take fe4?
Yeah, then we just take the bishop and okay, we got rid of this monster bishop. Knight h5 played. Okay, so he moves the knight. But maybe knight e4 was possible. I really feel that the position was begging for knight e4. Okay, now knight h5 takes. White gets exactly those type of ideas that you mentioned also with queen d3. And then after g6, maybe queen d2 back, hitting the h6 pawn and then also getting g4, knight f4. I mean, all kinds of things are coming. Could be very unpleasant.
It's not just adapting to the different clock situation and different format, but it's also the tiredness and the fatigue that these players feel. They've played 4 big rapid games, big fights, intense fights with each other. And then to have the stamina and the energy to play Blitz, it's a very demanding format.
Yeah, very tough. I mean, basically, if you are not into it, you haven't experienced yourself, you just don't know what the players are feeling, yeah? And that's, wow, now knight a5, okay, Christopher is trying to create some counterplay, but the queen probably should anyway move.
Yeah, I'm surprised queen d3 wasn't played provoking g6. Knight a5, as you're mentioning. Well, watch out, Peter, because if you go knight b3, imagine black to play knight b3, white can play the sneaky queen c2 and actually attack the knight. And after knight c1, mate with queen h7, queen h8.
Yes, the rook on e7 is misplaced in this variation. But okay, in any case, Christopher is threatening something with the knight, yeah, also provoking white for action. Just in case that in a blitz game you don't want to deal with this, that the knight might be able to jump somewhere.
All right, knight a5, eyeing knight b3, eyeing knight c4 at the correct time. And Arjun has about 3 minutes. Christopher, about 1.5 minutes.
And now he goes queen d3. But he lost a very big tempo.
Yeah, this was strange, yeah? Queen d2, then queen d3.
Very strange. And look at also computers. Clear advantage from white is dropping. I mean, it's not a clear advantage anymore, but clock is the advantage. Yeah, 1.5 minutes advantage is still very variable in
knight
the
f6,
blitz.
and this allows knight f4. White's knight can actually jump into the game now. Peter, it's a move you've been talking about to try to get pressure on the d5 pawn. It's on the board, hitting that bishop on e6. I still prefer white here.
Of course, I mean, in this position, white is always better. But for example, something like rook c8. With
Knight
some...
h5, Peter. Watch out, knight h5.
Wow. I mean, I wanted some bishop f5 counter tick myself, but it might not work.
I don't think you have time. Knight h5 is actually a big threat on the board right now. So queen h7, queen h8, if you pick it up. And black has to watch out and fight against it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, my kind of idea was that can I shock you with bishop f5, but it doesn't seem to work.
It doesn't work because of knight f6 and then rook e7.
Rook e7, queen e7, it's just the beginning.
Oh, interesting.
It's just the beginning. I'm still having some kind of crazy counterplay ideas, but okay, spoiling the pawn structure, it shouldn't work. Christopher opted for king f8, stepping out of this knight h5 business.
Very nice.
It's a practical idea. Very nice move here, king f8.
Yeah, you're very scared of the move knight h5. No, in these positions, you never want to allow it and spoil your pawn structure, even if you don't get mated.
Exactly, and who knows, because there you might just run into, but h4, this little bit feels shaky. Yeah, black is now coming, knight c4, queen d6 will appear, the knight on f4 will be loose. Arjun is losing control of the game. But Christopher down to 30 seconds.
All right, knight c4 immediately attacks the b2 pawn. And how is white going? He goes rook e2 to defend it. The eval bar does not like this move.
Well, now everything is shaky in white's camp. Yeah, g5 played. Okay,
Wow.
very ambitious.
That is a very committal move, Peter. Played in seconds. It's this.
Yeah,
is
but the justification is that the knight is kind of trapped. Yeah, the knight can't retreat, so white will probably have to take on e6. And Christopher is trying to clarify the situation.
Peter, crazy idea. Hg5, hg5, knight h5.
Wow. But okay, the knight takes h5 and then knight g3 check.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It doesn't work at all.
No, I mean, it wasn't the end of the line, but yeah, it's just too crazy at the moment for these players.
Yeah, and the point was to try to get the queen to h7, but with no time to calculate or look at variations, Arjun has decided to trade on e6. Practical decision.
Yeah, takes on e6, but now the knight on c4 is really very strong, hitting the b2 pawn, and one doesn't feel that this queen bishop battery anymore is so important. Ag5, Ag5, rook e1. I mean, it feels like black is taking over. First of all, knight takes b2 is possible.
Knight b2 wins a pawn. Rook b2, rook e1, but computer
wins
hates
the pawn,
it.
but loses the game. Wow, what a trap by Arjun.
Sneaky stuff. Queen d2 attacking the knight and attacking the pawn on g5.
Wow, I mean, poor Christopher. Just when everything was fine, he gets rigged. Wow. And now it's basically checkmate is coming.
He goes knight h5, but you don't pick up the knight on b2. You go for queen g5.
Yes, and now checkmate is coming.
Queen g3. And rook into b2. Isn't that game over?
Yeah, it is game over. Wow, I mean, just... Yeah, that's the problem. If you have 1 minute on the clock, you see that your opponent blunders knight b2, then you can check it. Is it really a blunder or is it a trap? Yeah, and Christopher had no time. He just used his momentum with knight b2, which turned out to be a losing move.
Unbelievable stuff. And knight b2 was, it just felt like Arjun missed knight b2 in that moment, but there was this trap with queen d2 and so easy to miss on seconds.
Exactly, yeah, the seconds, that was the problem. And now, okay, white has a risk-free attack, all the pieces look e6, and I guess it's game over.
And that's it. Christopher shaking his head there. He resigns, which means he has to win on demand one more time to take it to Armageddon. He's done it before. He's capable of doing it again. We have a big game two coming up, Peter. But let's just, we've got a couple of minutes. Should we just quickly go back and see that moment where brilliantly played game by Christopher, g5, setting up this knight on c4, this whole idea and concept of going g5. But then rook e1. And we both felt that Arjun has missed this tactical shot.
Yeah, I mean, okay, poor Christopher is so unlucky because it was clear that his intention is to go rook c8. Yeah, and automatically he would have played rook c8 and probably he's even better. I mean, the point is that actually white is in some kind of a very ugly spot because you can't in long term protect the b2 pawn. I don't know, after rook c8, how white would have continued. Basically, he needed to somehow equalize. I don't know if he can still equalize. Next game, by the way, in 5 minutes. But now this is a terrible big blow on poor Christopher. Yeah, that he knew that he was under pressure, but he defended very nicely. He created counter chances. And just at the moment when everything was perfectly fine for him, make the most natural move. Don't even notice the trick. Yeah, but he's tactically so sharp that even with 1 second on the clock, middle of the night, you wake him up, he will immediately look at the position and play knight takes b2. But rook c8 was the way to go.
And Peter, let's just show the blunder that happened, which actually looked like the move that we all wanted to play, because our immediate reaction after Arjun played rook e1 was, wait a second, knight b2, and white is busted. But immediately blitzing out queen d2 here, which was the trap, attacking that knight, and more importantly, that pawn on g5, which once it falls, Black's king is out of defense.
Exactly. Yeah, what an incredible turn of defense. I mean, events. It's just unbelievable. It shows what Blitz chess is about. Yeah, always the momentum. Just one mistake and it's over.
And tactics is such a big part of it. You know, having this tactical vision, spotting these ideas on seconds, is just it's just such a big skill to have for Blitz.
Absolutely, but here actually the problem was if the black player is a very conservative player who have never ever heard about tactics, he would have just played the move rook c8 to e8 and be super happy. But here exactly the trick was that Christopher is very sharp tactically and he just cannot not spot the move knight takes b2, and that's why he fell into the trap. It will be so difficult now to get this out of his head and just focus on the coming next game.
All right, we've got a couple of minutes, Peter, and I've got chat in front of me, and there's a discussion on the Magnus-Vincent matchup. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on that semi-final?
Well, I mean, first of all, I already mentioned that, yeah, it will be a fantastic opportunity for Vincent to play against Magnus in a match. Yeah, he has already played a couple of games against Magnus. I think he lost all of them. I think he lost all of them, but yeah, as Magnus also stated that yesterday he was actually busted. Vincent was winning and Vincent was avoiding repetition of moves with the black pieces, so on. I think that game certainly gives a lot of confidence for Vincent. He knows that he can fight against Magnus. The one thing that Vincent said I did not really like or did not agree was that, yeah, realistically speaking, okay, he shouldn't be thinking that he has a chance. No, that I will tell him that please forget this. I mean, you just have to play that match against Magnus also as if you have a chance. We all know that Magnus is the best, everything, but I mean, you have to ready to take your chance if it comes. And let's see. I mean, today we have seen Magnus was also in his first game very shaky, afterwards bouncing back, but everybody can have a bad day.
90s asking which opening will Vincent play. 90s, I can tell you one thing, even if Peter knew, I highly doubt that he would give it away on this broadcast.
Well, first of all, okay, against Magnus, it's impossible to prepare because Magnus plays everything, yeah? So basically, good luck. I can even reveal our preparation, my kind of suggestion for Vincent. Just go to sleep in time. That's the only thing that you have to pay attention to.
That's the important prep when you're playing Magnus Carlsen. And this is how the quarterfinals went. We've got our players ready to go. And Christopher, you has to win on demand. Peter, do you think we will see an Armageddon tonight?
Well, I would love to see an Armageddon. Definitely. I mean, Christopher bouncing back for the third time would be amazing. At the same time, I also understand that the Indian fans would go crazy. Yeah? I mean, it's already late night and they very much want Arjun to get into the semifinals. He's leading the matches all the time. Let's just enjoy this game.
All right. Well, D4, knight f6, knight f3, g6. We've got, is it going to be a Grunfeld position or a King's Indian?
Well, somehow when you need a draw to play the King's Indian would be crazy, but Arjun, okay, all right.
Going for it. He's going for it.
Wow, okay, come on, Christopher, e4, I mean, okay, oh, g3, but now after g3, d5 can happen, yeah, and this is leading to some kind of...
A g3 Grunfeld, no?
Yeah, g3 Grunfeld. I mean, this exact position happened in Adibam versus Arjun, I think already. In the preliminaries, because after castles, then I remember that Arjun played the move knight b6, and I was saying that there is this modern line with e5 as well. Let's see how this game unfolds. But I really have to say that I'm surprised that Christopher, knowing that he needs to win, he did not let the King's Indian happen. Yeah, just okay. It's a very fighting position. Instead of this, if he's now spending his time, he's not prepared, it will be very difficult.
He's already burnt about a minute on the clock, and e3 played now, defending the d4 pawn, rook e8. So with ideas to go e5 at the right time.
Yeah, this is the old classical line. You know, this rook e8 existed already in the beginning of 90s. I was a player with e5, but already back then everybody told me, no, but rook e8 is a better line. So I know that this is, but it leads to some very complex middle game positions. By the way, that stunning game that featured when Magnus Sensation lost to a very, very young Anish Giri in 2011 in Vaikanze, it exactly featured this line.
And Arjun's clock, Peter, he's got more time than what he started with still. 5 minutes, it's a 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. He hasn't gone down below the 5-minute mark. Meanwhile, Christopher almost at 3.5 minutes. E5 strikes in the center. If you trade, the bishop on G7 is an absolute monster. Are we expecting him to go D5? But D5 might land into trouble with E4, no?
Exactly. I mean, Christopher tricked himself with the move order. Basically, just you can't enter this line in the Blitz game unless you are a very big professional in this line. There are so many tricks and so many move orders. Yeah, we have seen that after rook e8, first black plays a5, another waiting move, waits for bc and then e5, and now we get this simplified structure. Yeah, immediately Arjun trades the queen, bishop takes e5 followed by c6. I mean, maybe even a4 is an option here, by the way, but I mean, just even traditionally, any kind of c6 is just wonderful for black. I mean, no problems whatsoever.
In general, in these Grunfelds for black, once you get a successful e5 and are able to dilute the center, then you're out of trouble because the bishop becomes really strong. We saw with that b3 move, d5 was impossible to keep the tension going due to tactical reasons. And now there is this endgame. This is a nightmare in a win-on-demand situation for Christopher.
Exactly. And also we know that he loves complex games. Yeah, he loves sharp positions. I mean, there is nothing sharp here. Black has solved all his problems. White is not worse, but this is not the point. Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, you just don't want to simplify, and now you got a simplified position.
Rook b1, and doesn't this allow bishop f5 hitting that rook on b1?
Yeah, bishop f5, bishop g4 first. I mean, all kinds of developing moves with a tempo, and then creating some more questions. Yeah, that please decide, do you play f3, or if you play rook d2, then after rook d8 I'm getting the d file, and bishop f5 played.
And I think the point is that after bishop f5, e4 runs into bishop c3, so you don't allow this f3 e4 stuff, but actually hit the rook, and if the rook moves, then the bishop on b2 is still pinned, and black can probably go a4 already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, this is a dream of all dreams for black.
It's getting everything that you dream of in the Grunfeld, like you're saying.
Exactly. I mean, even if you would need to win this game from the black side, I would say that it's kind of a nice situation, because this endgame is very tricky and dangerous for white. But if you only need a draw, then this is a dream.
Is he going to go for a4 or not, Peter?
Well, if he would have to win, then definitely like this, that he knows that he only needs a draw. He's a little bit confused. Yeah, that this is sometimes the danger when you know that draw is enough and you get everything. You don't know exactly what you are playing for. That's the only psychological danger.
Well, then he might choose to go rook. He goes for it. Arjun goes for it. He plays a4, and the eval bar approves. You can't open the a file because the a2 pawn will be super weak, so not allowing any trades. Christopher plays the move b4. This further invites black's knight to jump onto c4 as well as a3, forcing bishop a1.
Yeah, forcing a3, bishop a1. In a sense, bishop e6. This is very clever, because now he just targets this a2 pawn. Yeah, and this a2 pawn will be very vulnerable. The knight will not really be able to move. Otherwise, I felt like maybe it's not bad for, I mean, maybe it's really good for black. On the other hand, white is happy that there is some dynamic unbalance in the position. Yeah, because before it was just a simple position where there was no intrigue. Yeah, that, okay, black was perfectly fine, but there was no way of losing. Now maybe black is better, but white has his chance. Yeah, for example, get the rook to the second rank, move that knight somewhere. Knight e4 immediately. I thought like first rook c2 and then move the knight.
Well, he wants to trade off this dark square bishop without going rook c2.
But bishop b2, this hurts. Oh my god.
He can play rook c2, no?
No, then bishop a2 and then bishop b3. I don't know. It feels something will happen.
Rook c2, bishop a2, bishop b2. You don't take a takes b2. Maybe you can have some arrows, Peter. Bishop b3 is a nice intermezzo in that position.
Yeah, hitting both rooks then.
Christopher, you needs a miracle right now.
Yeah, basically one really has the feeling that this bishop b2 might be the move that seals the match. Rook
We're
c2.
seeing it happen. He's going to pick up the a2 pawn.
Yeah, and then, okay, he will try to gamble something on the dark squares, but very hard to imagine.
With the king running away to f8, it looks like it's going to be absolutely fine there for black.
Yes. Yeah, well, it just shows that in Blitz, yeah, if you get a position that you are not familiar with, it's so difficult. Yeah, your opponent is blitzing out, you mix up the move order, he immediately equalizes and even seizes the initiative. It's just too much pressure.
And Arjun's thinking after rook c2, and he go, and Peter, did you see that? Ivarbar does not approve of bishop a2.
I saw it, but I'm curious to know why. I'm actually patiently waiting, because let's not forget that black is happy with the draw, for example. So this knight f6 check, knight takes h7, and if you only have perpetual check, then I don't mind.
Knight f6 played, so you've got to go. Where do you go? You go king f8, right?
Yeah, king f8. I mean, this is the line. King f8, knight takes h7, and then I just go back king g8, knight f6 check. I continue king f8, and you still have the same problems. That's how I feel, at least.
The best that white can do is actually just repeat. And also, let's point out, you want to go for that line because you don't want to allow...
What? King h8? Oh my God. I mean, getting into this... Why on earth do you do that?
I mean, even if it's fun...
I mean, okay, we can play bishop... No, but bishop a1. Come on, bishop a1. And Christopher blunders.
This is over, no? 95 ab2.
He just blundered everything away. Yeah, the match is over, game is over. Exactly when with bishop a1 he had all the chances for the first time in the game. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think, Peter, this comes down to exhaustion.
Yes.
And we can just see from the way the Blitz has gone that this has been a very long day for Christopher, who had to make a comeback in the rapid section as well and managed to do that in an immense fight in the fourth game. It's the first time he's playing in the Champions Chess Tour in this format. He's had a brilliant tournament, qualifying, making it to the quarterfinals with some big wins against heavyweights. And I think he has all the reasons to be proud of the way this tournament has gone.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, he played a fantastic event. He will be just very upset with himself, yeah, because whenever it happens, yeah, then no matter what a big success you had, you have this last game in your mind, yeah, and the last move with which you spoiled your chances. And after, you know, you calm down and you will just be very happy that, okay, I played a wonderful event. But immediately after this game, he will be very disappointed.
No, and you can see it in him right now. He's not really thinking about the kind of event he's had or feeling any kind of finding any kind of solace in that. He is very heartbroken and disappointed with this game. And that's the feeling of chess. It's just with every player. You kind of tend to forget what a great run you've had. And it's all about what has happened in the last game.
Exactly. Last game, last move. And yeah, now he has to keep the bishops on the board. Basically, he needs to play for a win in this position, where otherwise he would fight for his life to survive. Of course, it's actually quite, it's probably manageable if the knight retreats. I mean, if the knight returns, but the knight is also kind of trapped. That's another problem, yeah, that after knight c7, rook d2 stops any kind of knight d5. Okay, but Arjun doesn't need to trap the knight. He just wants to seal the match.
Yeah, he just needs a draw, and this position, it's hard to imagine any other result right now.
Yeah. H5. I mean, basically the whole point is that why in all these playoffs before the Armageddon, you have the extra seconds to make sure that you can never flag the opponent. Yeah, and with 3 seconds increment, you know that you will never ever have a chance to create winning chances here.
Rook f1, he's going to go f3.
Yeah, King F7. Okay, it's already not about chess. It's as you said, yeah, that Christopher is just trying to deal with the loss finally, and that okay, he knows that that's it.
What a fight, Peter. What a fighter Christopher is. I mean, even coming back in the match was no easy task, and he managed to do it in, you remember the queen sacrifice in the 4th game. That was a stunning practical decision by a 15-year-old. Let's not forget, this is his first time. He's just all of 15. And as Maurice said in the pre-show as well, extremely proud of the way he's played. And definitely, I think he's made it pretty clear that he's here for the long run. And we can't wait to see him back on the tour. And I hope he gets many more opportunities.
Well, I think the regulation states, yeah, that if you finish in the top 8, then you are automatically invited for the next event. Yeah, so this kind of guarantees a spot for the next event as well for him.
And that's amazing. With this quarterfinals, it's not just having a great performance in this tournament. He's guaranteed a spot in the next event of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, I know these things very well because, okay, with Vincent, we're also thinking like this, okay, if you get into top 8, then you get another event, yeah? So that should motivate you all the more, yeah? Because it's just a wonderful opportunity and you can learn so much. And okay, basically now there is not much to talk about the game itself, yeah, because they are just moving up and down. White can't do anything. Usually, if not for this situation, then Black would be the one who would try to do something in this position. Now, White is the one who needs to win it.
And Christopher down to 19 seconds, but it's really not about the clock. Arjun not even trying anything. He doesn't need to. He needs a draw to seal the match. And unfortunately, it's for Christopher, there's little to fight for in this position. He's still going to play till the end.
Of course, yeah. I mean, he has nothing to lose. Yeah, he pushes e5, puts bishop b7, bishop e4 probably. Yeah, of course, yeah, bishop b7. After rook a4 check, he goes bishop e4 and then tries to stay like this. But f5 comes, yeah.
Oh, that's very professional, just forcing another pawn trade.
Yeah, and okay, now they are heading to the... Will we see g5 check? No. I mean, I think old school would have been g5 check and then put the king on g7.
And never move from there.
And never move from there. But okay, it's basically clear that the opponent will offer a draw.
And he can put his king to g7 by just keeping the g pawn alive as well. And
okay, now he eliminates the h4 pawn. And
now he's going to pick up the g5 pawn, give up the rook, and that will be it. If king g2, Arjun's going to go rook h8.
Well, it depends, yeah, what he wants.
Or he might go king f4, actually.
Yeah, well, or he can also start to torture the opponent, but I don't, yeah.
Go king f4 and finish the match, Peter.
Exactly, this is the best.
Congratulations to Arjun. We can see the relief on his face, but what a tremendous fight. Also, a big congratulations to Christopher Yu for playing brilliant chess throughout the event, making it to the quarterfinals. It didn't go his way, but Christopher Yu is here to stay. And there we have it. It will be Arjun Erigaisi taking on Liem in the semifinals, while Magnus versus Vincent. Two big matchups coming up, Peter. An exciting day of semis ahead.
For sure. Yeah, definitely very exciting. And okay, Vincent against Magnus. Okay, that's a sensational matchup for me, of course. But I think not only for me, whole Germany should be watching. And it's very nice to see that there is more and more interest in Germany due to Vincent's great performances. And well, I hope that a lot of people will tune in for that match.
He's playing the world champion, and as you mentioned, it's growing in Germany. And when you've got a rising star like Vincent, it's always great for the sport in the country. We're just waiting for Arjun to join us in the Oslo studio. Hopefully, we shall have an interview with the semi-finalist. Peter, let's talk about the matchup that's coming up. Arjun against Liem. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I don't really remember they ever really faced each other in matches. For sure, there should have been a match, but I can't really recall. I feel like it will be a very interesting match because Arjun is playing very fast, but Liem is also capable of playing very fast. Liem is having extremely good repertoire. Arjun is very tricky. Yeah, he's always trying to find the way to put his opponent under pressure. I will be very interested to see if he succeeds against Liem with the same strategy.
And both these semi-finals, it's sort of a clash of a generation, no? The middle generation with the youngest ones, where Magnus is playing against Vincent, and we've got Arjun with us.
Thank you.
It was an intense match against Christopher here. 2 comebacks by him and Blitz tiebreaks. What has today been like?
Yeah, it was a lot more difficult than I expected it to be. And I think I should have made a draw in the 4th game, but nerves kind of got to me and I made a lot of silly inaccuracies. And I'm glad that I think he blundered with knight d4. Instead of that, had he played bishop d4, maybe he was winning something. I'm not sure. So yeah, I'm glad that I managed to win it in the end, in the Blitz even.
Great play by you as well. And we've been noticing you've been sitting like this the whole day, even when you've been playing some genius moves, maybe when your opponent has been blundering, when you've been in time trouble. Are you just as calm on the inside as you look on the outside?
Oh, no, definitely not. Inside, I react a lot and I just try to control my emotions. But of course, just like anybody else, I also do feel all the emotions.
But obviously, your opponent can see you on the web camera. Is it a part of your strategy to just always give away that calm emotion?
Oh, not really. It comes to me since my childhood. It's just a natural thing to me.
Interesting. They're calling you the Iceman here in the studio. Do you like that nickname?
Not a bad one.
And tomorrow, the Iceman will play Liem in the semi-finals. What do you expect from that?
Yeah, it will be very interesting. He is a former World Blitz champion, so I think he's very good, especially in shorter time controls. So I look forward to it.
You could be now very close to playing a final on the Meltwater Champions chess tour. What would that mean to you to make it all the way to the final?
Well, it would certainly be a great thing because the last 2 times I got eliminated in the quarterfinals. So I'm already happy and relieved that I made it to the semis this time. And yeah, I hope to make it to the finals.
Oh, we really look forward to your fight tomorrow. Best of luck against Liem, Arjun.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
The Iceman, and he says not a bad one. And very interesting how he said that the calmness and how collected he is, it comes from his childhood. I'm like, wait, you're just 19.
Well, but you must know him for quite some time, no? Did he change or was he really like this?
Not that long, Peter. I think I've spent some time with him only this year because of the Olympiad and the training camps that we had as a team. So in Chennai for a couple of times, but not before that. And also his rise has been so phenomenal over, I would say, the last year and a half, 2 years bracket. So it's been, I mean, by the time I got to know Arjun, he was already, well, can't even call him a potential talent. He was already kind of winning all these big events.
Yeah, I remember that in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, in the Blitz section, he played last year against Magnus. And with Jan, we were commenting on it. And Magnus put him under pressure. He mixed up something in the opening. Magnus had a nice position. I was very worried for Arjun that, okay, because he was there, I wanted him to put up a big fight. And then he made something like 30 or 40 best moves, and he managed to hang on and defend against Magnus. That was the moment when I realized that, yes, I knew his results already, but if he does it against Magnus, then he's something very special.
100%. All these kids are, and I call them kids, but then I'm thinking, but wait, I mean, if you think about their chess, it's just hard to call them that anymore. Peter, big semi-finals coming up tomorrow. Let's bring our bracket up.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind.
Back We will be back with the semi-final action with Magnus taking on Vincent, Liem taking on Arjun. Thank you so much, chat, for joining us for all the intense action that we had today in the quarterfinals. It was so much fun calling this out with you, Peter. A big day of chess coming up. Chat, don't forget to like the stream. And I'll let you on in a bit of info. You got a very special guest joining us tomorrow for our pre-show. It will be Levi Rosman, and I'm really looking forward to having a fun chat with him, Peter.
Great. Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow's day as well. I mean, okay, semifinals, Vincent versus Magnus. Okay, what else could I have asked for? Yeah, I mean, okay, that's just sensational stuff. Continue to root for Vincent, continue to root for this wonderful event. I mean, Meltwater Champions Chess Tour keeps on delivering one drama after another and giving all these chances for the young players. I think this is just wonderful.
It's super wonderful. And before we wrap up, last question for you, Peter. You mentioned that your advice to Vincent will be the only prep advice right now, Vincent. Go get some sleep. But with this matchup coming up, are you going to be able to get some sleep tonight?
That's a very big question. I mean, maybe Vincent will say, okay, so I'm going to go to sleep and you continue working or something. Yeah, I mean, who knows? But basically, really, the event is so tough, yeah, that they are playing 4 games. I mean, before it was 4 games in the preliminaries. Now they are playing 4 games matches. I think you need to make as little preparation as possible. You definitely need some preparation to feel the security, that you know that you are stable, but you need the energy, you need this mental toughness also to be able to compete and to fight till the very last moment.
All right, chat is saying, Peter, try and get some sleep. We need you for all the analysis tomorrow. Chat, we will be back with all the semi-final action from the Julius Baer Generation Cup. See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.